Good morning and happy Wednesday, Mega 18. How's everyone doing today?
Doing great.
Are we pumped? Are we excited? Are we ready for today's class?
Ready, ready.
Yes, ready and
Absolutely.
notes are available.
Ready, willing, and able.
Ooh, I like that. Are you ready to get dragged through Mega 18? Listing, marketing, and grand open. This is the fulfillment. Today is the fulfillment of the promises that we made in Monday's class to the seller, which is the advertising campaign. Now, Friday we had a class about CMA. What packet, what information, what conversation to have at the kitchen table. Then we showed up on Monday and we got our seller, after we went through the comp presentation, we had our marketing presentation where we got them excited about what we're going to do differently to sell their home. And it is a very compelling marketing campaign. Now, today, you're going to hear the nuts and bolts of it. We're going to drill in and we're going to go through what I call the fulfillment of the marketing. We're going to show you how, from when you get your listing agreement signed all the way to your first grand open house day, of what we're going to do to advertise and market our properties effectively. And you'll see that this is also a game changer. Jeanette, I see your hand up. Good morning.
Good morning. I just had a quick question. For the CMA, do you do that detailed for a buyer before we submit an offer?
I am not looking to figure out what price they should have marketed at. I'm really looking at just the sold. So for the buyers, um, they already have probably have seen all the sold. So for a buyer, I go through the solds only. Yeah, good
Okay, thank
question.
you.
All right, so last Monday, 2 days ago, we all went through the buy side and then the sell side, and we started the class with the buy side. We started with the IABS and we started with the one-page buyer rep. And we walked you through the information about brokerage services and then the buyer rep. And yesterday, I think you all had some practice in Mega Mini. Is that right? Okay, talk to me about the practice in the Mega Minis that you had yesterday. Who wants to share? I want to know more about that. Amrit,
Morning, Jack.
morning.
Yesterday in Mega Mini, we went over the delivery of the IABS, the buyer explanation of the buyer rep agreement with the with our clients, and also our UVP and the elevator pitch. That was very interesting yesterday. It was really good.
Okay. Who is feeling a little bit more comfortable about taking a prospective customer through the IABS? Good. You know, you'd think some of us have been in the business for a while. We would think that, that's something that at some point someone would have had us practice. Someone would have walked us through. Someone would say, "Hey, this is a trek requirement, and this is something that we can't just hand them this piece of paper. The regulatory requirement is that we explain the document and explain agency in Texas." It is the number one reason why our profession was sued for multiple billions of dollars because of that one thing. Buyers confused on this person standing in front of them. Do they represent me or not? There's so much confusion regarding agency in the state of Texas. And that has a lot to do with the lack of training that real estate agents receive coming into the business about how to have a good driveway conversation with a buyer or a buyer boot camp with a buyer in an office and be prepared for that because it the buyer is supposed to get that information. They deserve that information. It is the perfect conversation to have for them to understand the real estate process and our role in it and for them to hire us. It is a precluding conversation to getting hired, and it's a beautiful one. Okay, good. Anybody else want to share anything that's happened so far this week that's a huge win for you that you're excited about? I know we've got a couple of listing agreements signed, a couple of rep agreements signed. Who wants to share? Birdie, Janine, Raul, Sherry. No one had anything good happen this week?
Okay. And mine's not residential. Mine's more land and farm and ranch. But after yesterday's session had a brainstorm with Michael Potter regarding some of the ways I've done some research on land and create using the buyer rep prior to doing that research, which will alleviate a lot of issues in the future with that client, with other clients. So that was a really good thing, and utilizing Michael to brainstorm situations that are outside the box that pertain to the buyer rep.
Okay, I like it. Renee, Birdie, and then Jeanette, and then Sharon. Renee, pretty.
Hi. So mine is not about getting a buyer rep yet, but I did manage to secure one open house so far that I went out and found thanks to calling Belladonna and getting a phone number. And then I was having an epiphany last night of another place I can go. So on my lunch break, I'm going to run over and secure a second open house. And I am not a person who likes to do open houses. They make me very nervous. So this is getting me out of my comfort zone this week.
Woo! Nice to put yourself outside your comfort zone. We know that that is where growth begins. So good job, Renee. I'm proud of you for putting yourself outside your comfort zone. Thank you for doing that. All right. Jeanette was up next, and then Emrit. I love that.
Good morning. No matter how long I've had my license, I felt very confident this week. I sent a buyer's rep, and for the first time, I was like, "Do you have any questions?" I wanted them to have any questions so that way I could go over it. It was like, "Come on, ask me." So, even though I still, I would explain it to them, but this time I wanted them to have questions so that way I could reply to their. So it was amazing, amazing feeling. It never gets old. I might even do Mega 19 just because of the refreshment that you bring to every class. So thank you. It's amazing.
Thank you, Jeanette. I'd love to have you in 19. I have studied this. I have prepared for this. Dang it, bring me questions. I know I have that same feeling sometimes. I kind of geek out in those presentations and get all excited about helping them understand it because I want them to understand it. This is their transaction and they deserve to understand it. So I want to give them all the information they need before we start transacting and then walk them through it and give the information to them right before they know that they're going to need it. And then they're at the end, we kind of go over what happened. So beautiful. Emrit, I saw your hand up too.
Yeah, Jack, a few exciting things. I have three rooms that are out for signature right now for listings coming up in Killeen. And I have four buyers in pre-approval. One of them is actually pre-approved with Mr. Mark Howard. We're actively searching for a home for them in Kyle Buda area. And a video that I made for one of my open houses crossed like 6,000 views, which is very good. Usually they get a few hundred. And there was one. Yes, I got a lease list. I got a listing. They signed, and then we reneged on it and went the route of a rental and to find them a new home. This is one of the four people that's looking for a new home because the comps were so tight, and the house that it needs to be sold at for them not to be underwater is not going to happen. So I explained that to them, and I was like, "Do you have a better route of just renting this?" And my mentor concurred. She said, "Your CM is really good, and yes, that's the path we should take on advising this client." And they took our lead, and that's where we are with that. So, thank you.
Good job. I heard a secret about you. I learned something about you this week. I didn't know that you lived in Kim Dale's neighborhood.
I do. Yes.
And I didn't know that Kim Dale was the one that brought you here.
Yep. Sure did.
Well, I thanked her for that yesterday when she was in the office. We love having you here at the company,
Thank
and
you.
she was raving about you in my conversations yesterday. So, way
Thank
to
you.
make good friends, Amrit.
Thank you. Yes, she's amazing.
Sharon, good morning.
Good morning. I have a buyer that is going over the contract right now. I have a seller that is trying to get all his ducks in a row before he signs the contract, but I know he's going to sign. And then I received a meta lead from my Facebook yesterday. So I was pretty excited about that.
That is exciting.
It's for the Houston area. So if you're in Houston and you need somebody or want somebody, let me know.
Raise your hand if you're in the Houston area. I don't know that we have. That's going to be
I don't think so.
Deja. Got it. All right, Sharon.
Deja?
That's exactly right. And I have something exciting I want to share with you. Veronica son Ryan, did any of you watch the video? How cool is that? Right? So everyone's at home and they're studying their contract paragraphs and their probably middle school aged son learned the 23 paragraphs and recorded it and added it to our mega, which is really cool. How inspirational and beautiful is that? Good job, Veronica. Real estate agent in training. That's what I see there. Future Realty Texas agent. Profit Partners. Lindsay, you hear this? Put on your put Ryan on your list of people to call about every 6 months to check in with them to make sure that they're ready to take their pre-license education.
I'm taking notes.
All right, so we're going to jump in today. Again, today is about the fulfillment, about the promise that we made on Monday to the seller. But I'm going to go through it again because I want to make sure that you truly understand this brilliance of the 30% and the 70%. If you're feeling a little foggy on the 30% and 70%, raise your hand. Everyone feel like you're really confident with it? Okay, who wants to pitch this to me and explain the 30, 70% for the class? Who's feeling brave? Amrit's feeling brave. Should we let Amrit do it? Everyone's like, yes, as long as it's not me. All right, Amrit, you're up.
Yeah, I already made a video about it too yesterday and posted it in the Teams chat. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll repeat it.
Okay.
Okay. Uh, okay, Mr. Seller, before you put this listing up for sale, there's something that I want to share with you that most other agents won't because they don't do it themselves. A typical listing agent is going to take your listing, put a sign in the yard, put it on the MLS, and then hope and pray that buyers are going to show up to your door to look at your home. It sounds good, but it's passive marketing and it doesn't really work. What we do differently at Realty Texas is we have a strategic way of placing your listing on two separate days on two different MLSs because there's a 70% buyer pool that is not able to view those properties because they are only syndicated to the agents, and people who have agents are the only ones who can see your listing if it is on one certain MLS. The other 70% is looking at that listing online on days like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday between 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. at night when uh, at the comfort of their home, and because the listing has been syndicated only on 2 p.m. on Friday, it is not going to get put in front of those people, and they will never have access to it. By the time they see it, it's going to be stale on Monday and already past them. So to overcome this, we actually place your listing on a smaller MLS on Monday so that it gets slowly gets pushed out to the other 70% of people, and they're able to see that listing slowly and surely building anticipation. And then on Friday we put it on the other MLS so that it's also pushed out to all the other agents. This way the 70% and the 30% are able to both come to your grand open house and this hopefully causes a what we call a multiple offer situation, and you get multiple offers on this home, and we pick the best offer on Monday, and we also ask the buyer if they are okay with waiving the appraisal contingency so that you can get the best price, best most exposure and best price for your home. This is how we launch your listing.
I love it. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, let's go over it one more time as well, because I want to make sure that we all have the talking points exactly right, because this is really instrumental. 70% of the buyers in any given marketplace have not yet hired a real estate agent. They will eventually hire one, but only 30% of the buyers in the marketplace at any given time actually have hired a real estate agent. So that means two-thirds of the buyers are not yet connected with a real estate agent. The typical real estate agent marketing is put it in the MLS. Typically, they're putting in the MLS on Thursday or Friday, and then they're doing a grand open house on Saturday, Sunday, and they come out the other side. And if it's priced right, and if it's properly prepared for market, and it does get an offer, great. But it was only ever exposed to 30%. Buyers who have a real estate agent, they respond very
What
quickly to listings. In fact, most of the time, they respond nearly instantaneous because the real estate agent put them in the MLS as a client, and they are getting emailed listing alerts the moment a new listing hits the market. And those listing alerts are going to the buyers immediately. So when a real estate agent puts a new listing in the MLS, it really is going to clients of real estate agents, and they're getting immediate triggers and immediate notifications, and they're coming out and they're seeing properties quickly. But again, that's only one-third of the market. The other two-thirds, they are interested in buying a home. If they stumble upon a home that matches their criteria, they would likely move forward. They're looking for a home. They're just really early in the process. And so they don't have access to the MLS right now. They don't have triggers set up. When a new listing gets put in the MLS, there's no way for them to know it. And because they're earlier in the process, they're not looking every single day. And their only access to listing data is Realtor.com, Homes.com, and Zillow. And usually they've got one favorite and they're focused on one of those three sites. And so they're looking primarily on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. In fact, the traffic for Homes.com, Realtor.com, and Zillow is four times greater on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday than at any other day. And so when an agent puts it in the MLS on Thursday or Friday, they're missing the days where the consumers are actually looking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So they're missing each other. They're two ships in the night passing, not realizing that each other exist. Because the buyer is looking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then the agent puts it in the MLS Thursday or Friday, and then they have an open house Saturday and Sunday, and then maybe they're negotiating an offer on Monday or Tuesday. But the goal of any real estate agent should be to try to get a seller in a multiple offer situation. Because if a seller can get into a multiple offer situation, then the buyer's no longer negotiating against the seller. They're negotiating against the other buyers. And buyers want to win. That's their mentality. Buyers want to win in negotiations. And when they're negotiating against the seller, the way they win is getting concessions. And the way they win in a multiple offer situation is to outbid the other buyer. So, really, what type of win does the seller want the buyer to have? Concessions at their expense or to outbid another buyer? And there are ways that we can bring a property to market for it to outshine the competition and to sell in multiple offers. And we know that when we look at the data, we typically see one example of a home in a subdivision that sold in the first 5 days, which means when it was put on the market Friday, it sold by Tuesday, which means it did attract an offer on that first weekend and they did go under contract, which means likely they properly prepared it, likely they properly priced it and got decent photos and brought it to market. Maybe there was four homes in the neighborhood. Maybe four homes are selling every single month. There's a 30-day market, and multiple buyers chose or were interested in that home first. But as we all know, only one buyer can buy a house, and the other people then don't get it, and now they're going off to the rest of the inventory. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it's my job to explain this to you so that you understand as a seller how to properly prepare your home for market and properly price it to put yourself in a position where you can be that person who sells quick and sells high. 99% of homes that are listed that come on market that sell in the first 15 days, they sell for asking price or better. And after the 15 days, they're usually looking at concessions, buyer closing costs, coming down in price, etc. And so, Mr. and Miss Seller, it's my hope for you that we, and so that's the story. So I want you to make sure that you truly understand the difference between this 30% and the 70%. The 30% is they're getting triggers from an MLS. And so it's not that we're putting it in a smaller MLS, Emirates. It's that we're putting in an MLS that's going to syndicate it to Realtor.com and Zillow and some other places so that those buyers can see it. And we're doing it on a Monday. And so we're putting it in CTX MLS, our secondary MLS, and we're putting that in the MLS on Monday, early in the day, so that when we get there in the afternoon and in the evening time when the buyers are starting to search, it's available, it shows open house. And now those unrepresented buyers, they don't have to call anyone because that's what they're not ready to do yet. There's 70% of buyers that eventually will hire a real estate agent, but they're not ready to call someone. And so when they see a home that closely matches what they're looking for, then if they see an open house and all they have to do is show up, they will often show up. So if you want more buyers to come to your open houses, this works. If you want more exposure for your listing, this works. If you want to try to get a seller in a multiple offer situation, this works. If you want to try to find a neighbor who also wants to list their home and want to hire you, this also works. Because when you showcase this type level of services in front of the marketplace, the neighbors are also taking notice. So this is a lot of I dotting, a lot of T crossing, and there's a lot of technical things that you need to get right as we're doing this. And today we're going to learn the technical things. And again, the reason we're putting it in CTX MLS is instead of putting it in the primary MLS, is if I put it in the primary MLS on Monday, and it is properly prepared for market and it is properly priced, and I do get a couple people to go show it, they're going to throw an offer at me. And I don't want an offer yet. Why don't I want an offer yet? If I put it live on Monday and an offer comes in Tuesday, how is that going to help me? How is it going to hurt me, Jennifer? And then I want to stay on this topic. So if we have a
You want,
Jennifer,
oh, sorry.
go ahead.
You want multiple offers at the same time so that they can fight against each other.
That's right. And if I get an offer on Monday, then there's one major problem. Leo, I'm going to call on you now. What is the one major problem in getting that offer on Monday?
There's not enough buyers that looked at the house to make to create this situation where they're competing over the property. So when you get all these people all at once on an open house, you will get a situation where you have more competition.
Yes, the property has not yet properly been exposed to market, but there's also another issue that is even bigger than the lack of exposing the property to market. There's one other thing. Sherry?
You're required to present it to the seller, and then they might make an emotional decision based on that one instead of waiting and getting the multiple offers and putting them in a better financial position.
Yeah, so that is pretty much it in a nutshell. The way I look at it is that I have at the table explained to the seller that I don't want to have any showings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I don't I don't I want to make sure that no one gets to see the home so it's fair for everyone, so that 70% can show up and the 30% can show up. They can both descend upon the property at the same time during that grand open house weekend, which is going to be from 2 o'clock Friday until, the end of the open house on Sunday. That's when I want to try to have all the showings. And Mr. and Mrs. Zeller, by the way, that's going to benefit you because all the traffic's going to happen then. So you're not going to have as many showings kicking you out. So you're not having to prepare your home for all of that. But the real issue is that the seller wants to sell their home, and if they get a full price offer on Monday or Tuesday, they're liable to take it. But I'm going to be pushing back on that, which means that buyer is likely, we're going to let them know that we did present the offer, but we're holding it for the open house. And when Tuesday goes by, and then Wednesday, and then Thursday, by the time Thursday hits, and that buyer had sent us an offer on Tuesday, and 2 days, 3 days go by, they're going to withdraw the offer out of spite because they're going to feel like we're playing games and we're stringing them along, trying to push them into a multiple offer situation. And the one buyer that was our buyer is now disenfranchised. They feel like we were being unfair, and the whole thing is now collapsing under its own weight, which is the exact opposite of what we're trying to achieve. And by the way, I want to just throw out here the dangers of the reputation of coming soon. Now, I've been a huge proponent for coming soons for many, many years, but I've literally got on the pulpit and I've grabbed the microphone at Texas Realtors, the National Association of Realtors, at conferences, and I've cautioned them against, the bad press that they have on coming soons because there is a right way and there's a wrong way to conduct a coming soon. The wrong way is to hide it from the MLS and try to market it to the public so that you can double end it. If that's the end game of a real estate agent, that's the wrong way. That's a fiduciary problem. They're not putting the seller first. And we already have an avenue to address that. We have professional standards and we have Trek to deal with those bad actors that were exploiting a coming soon situation for their own benefit. And this came out of 2013, 2014, as we were coming out of the 2007, 2010, 2008 to 2010 financial crisis. We had a lot of homeowners going into short sale and foreclosure, and the market was tough for us real estate agents because when we had a listing, it was going to be on the market 30, 60, 90 days, something like that. And somewhere around 14, 15, we were putting up our coming soon signs, and we got a sign call, and we had a buyer showing, and an offer came in during the coming soon. And we're like, whoa, what just happened? That's not happened before. And it was a different feeling. And then agents started having this happen and they started doing it on purpose. Let me put a sign in the yard. Let me hold it back from the MLS. Let me get a sign call so that I can double end it for myself. Again, nothing is more distasteful in my mind than that. An agent trying to hide the listing from the market so that they can double end it, almost ensuring that it wasn't exposed to the market so that they could make more money and the seller made less. Distasteful, disgusting, makes me angry. Professional standards needs to hit them with a heavy hammer. Now, on the other side of this, the right way to do a coming soon is to gain momentum for the listing, expose it to the entire market, make sure that the 70% of unrepresented buyers and the 30% that are in the MLS because they're in a client gateway and already been hired by a real estate agent, that both of those audiences show up to the property so that we can get the biggest audience possible. And the thing is the real estate model is all about MLS, all about representation, and they're really focused on the 30%. And to be quite honest, they don't give a flying flip about the 70%. NAR, Texas Realtors, your local associations, they do not give a flip about the 70%. They are really focused on the 30%. They're real estate agents who have clients in that model and getting the data. The most of the MLSs don't like syndication. They don't like giving the data to Zillow, Realtor.com, or Homes.com. They feel like they've lost control of the data, and they're exactly on the wrong track of all of it. And so much so that they killed coming soon because of it. And now we're coming full circle. And as we're understanding truly that data is not our value, that it's come full circle. And now coming soon is now the new craze again. But again, it has to be done right. And what we've been doing is 30 years old now, well, 21 years old now, and it has worked in every single market. So our goal here is to put it in the MLS on a Monday in an MLS that doesn't have a lot of buyer agents in it. So we're not necessarily hiding it from the 30%, but we're giving it into the entire world and we're putting it in the MLS. So it is an MLS, but I'm giving it to the public first. So they have a full 5 days with it so that it's on Realtor.com, Homes.com, and Zillow. And there are a lot of buyers out there that are in the 30% and they're going through the MLS, but they're also going to Zillow. And sometimes I will get a call from a real estate agent and they'll say, "Hey, I have a client who's interested in your on a property at 123 Main Street, but I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. Is this a property you have?" It is a property that we have. We're going to be going live in the MLS on Tuesday. We're doing a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. Oh, well, can my client see it? No. I have specific instructions from the seller that we're not doing any showings during the pre-marketing, and then all showings will happen starting at 2 o'clock on Friday. So if you'd like to schedule an appointment to show it starting at 2 o'clock on Friday, we'd be happy to show you the property. But we're just being fair to everyone, I guess, that way that everyone can see it at after 2 o'clock, so that no one is getting early access to the property because that wouldn't be fair. We want to be fair to everyone. And when I explain that to the agents, they're like, "Oh." And then I tell them, "And by the way, we're having a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. So if you want to send your clients to the open house, great. Just instruct them to tell the open house agent that that they're represented." And 90% of the agents are like, "Oh, great. I'll just tell them to go." Literally, that's what most of them say. And so if you have the right conversation with the agents that are calling you, good. So now they're going to show up to the open house along with everyone else. And you're likely to get one call like that during the pre-marketing. But I've had this conversation with the seller already. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we're going to put it live in the MLS, which syndicates to the Homes.com, Zillow, and Realtor.com. And that way it is and advertise for open house. So those 70%, all they have to do is log in. They see the listing, they see it for an open house, and now they're just going to come to the open house on Saturday or Sunday. Now, something that I am considering adding is for those of you who are farming a neighborhood. I really like the 6 to 8 open house on a Friday night, but that really only works if you are somehow connected to the HOA, somehow connected where you have a neighborhood page and you can get in front of your entire neighborhood. Then I recommend that you do a Friday open house and also a Saturday and Sunday. But the Friday open house is really going to be dedicated to your neighborhood. You're going to get a lot of neighbors and people in the neighborhood coming to see it. And that's where you're going to get more listings as a neighborhood specialist. So we're adding that little tidbit to it. All right. So let's hear some questions to make sure that let's hear from some of you and answer questions to make sure you get it. Because the better you understand it, the better you're going to explain it. Let's start with Leor and then Sherry.
So you answered my question, Jack. Thank you.
Yep. Sherry, you're up.
Okay, I have a couple questions. For Dallas MLS, and maybe you want to direct me somewhere else, who would be our secondary MLS?
So, anybody want to let her know who that is? Because I mentioned this on Wednesday. Anybody remember?
CTX MLS.
Ta-da! Exactly right, Renee. Whether you are in Dallas or Actress or Highland Lakes or the Austin MLS, San Antonio, HAR, Corpus Christi, I don't care where you are, CTX MLS is the secondary MLS. That's my opinion. We built it to syndicate, so it's the best syndication engine. And I'm going to prove that to you when I go to ListHub and I show you the syndication options in CTX MLS, where it's going to show up on over 400 websites, where a lot of the other MLSs have a shockingly fewer set of syndication options. Okay, good question. Now, I think, Sherry, you said you had more than one.
Yes, thank you. How do you handle site? Because if I was a buyer's agent and my client wanted to see it and no showings, I would try to present an offer sight unseen. How do you handle that when agents come at you with a sight unseen offer in that pre-marketing season?
Yeah, so I mean, we have quite a bit of inventory. And so this is going to be one of the homes that they're interested in. They're going to be pretty interested in when they find out that there's an open house on Saturday and Sunday. This isn't 2020 and this isn't 2021. So we're not getting the same kind of situation. If we go back to that, then I'll tell you how I addressed it back then. I would tell the buyer, I would have the seller write a note and I would forward it to the buyer that we really need to get through the open house this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. We appreciate the sight unseen, but we need to get you inside the home so you can see it. And we would let them know. Now, that was a scenario where the seller knew without a shadow of a doubt that they were going to get 20, 30 offers on their home. I mean, they were going to, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, be in a multiple offer situation. So the seller had absolutely no fear in telling the buyer, I know that you're interested. We're not ready yet for showings. We're still preparing the home, and it'll be ready as of 2 o'clock on Friday. If you want to see the home, a Friday at 2 o'clock would be good, but we're going to hold the offer until you actually walk the home. Once you've walked the home, then we will respond to the offer. But at the same time, we were telling everyone, look, we're holding all offers until Monday at 5 o'clock. And that's what we were telling everyone during the grand open house weekend is that, and you're going to see that in Friday's class. Actually, it's Monday's class. Monday's class, we're going to be talking about how to handle the multiple offer situation and exactly how you communicate with everyone in a multiple offer situation. Because a lot of buyer agents and buyers, in my experience on being on that side of the transaction, say, how do we know we're in a multiple offer situation? How do we know this listing agent is just flat out lying and making us be a fool and outbid ourselves? And so, because I know that that question is lingering in the back of their mind, and maybe some buyers don't, they're not, you know, they're gonna say it out loud, but they've got that thought in the back of their mind that they're not going to meaningfully bid. They're going to be like, oh, this doesn't feel right to me. So when I'm in a multiple offer situation as a listing agent, I send an email to everyone and let them know who the agent is. Hello, everyone. I BCC all the agents, send the email to myself, to and from myself, and BCC all the agents and say, thank you for your interest in 123 Main Street. My clients are have loved the home and they're very excited that you're interested in the home too. We've received offers from the following agents, and I list the names of the agents who submitted an offer. And then I let them know when we're going to review the offers and when we'll be back with them, which immediately tells the agents, oh, and he named the agents. I can pick up the phone and call the other agent. I know who I'm up against. There's nothing confidential about who the agent is. We're not sharing any numbers about where we are with the numbers. We're simply saying who we received offers from. That level of transparency has been a big hit with other agents who have called me and said, wow, I never really thought to do that. This is how I'm going to handle my multiple offer situations from now on because there's a lot of transparency here. And on the buy side, this really felt good. This really helped my buyer. And it really does remove the objection out of their head of how do I know we're in a multiple offer situation? So they're shy in going all in on their number because they don't really believe it 100%. And so now they do. And now it's not about are we having the wool pulled over our eyes? It's how do we win? And that's a much better conversation for them to be having. So again, when you know that, the empathy of being on the buy side and the sell side has taught me how to handle either side. So on the sell side, I know what it feels like to be on the buy side, so I can address some of those issues for the buy side. So in any event, uh, that's how we're going to handle it. We're not going to allow any showings. Most agents are not going to do a sight unseen offer because they know that that is not in anyone's best interest. And if they do a sight unseen offer, then we're going to present the offer to the seller and we're going to ask the seller what they want to do because it's not our decision. We don't get to make a decision for the seller and say, Mr. Seller, nobody can see your home until 2 o'clock. I can say that, well, if you're going to accept this offer, and if you're going to allow this buyer to show it, I need to put it in the MLS and I need to make it active. And we need to blow up this entire coming soon campaign because I can't let one person see it and nobody else. But if it's truly just a sight unseen offer and I present the offer, then Mr. and Mrs. Seller, what do you want to do? Do you want to hold this offer until we get through the weekend? This is ultimately your decision. My recommendation is that, we hold the offer and get through the weekend, but there's risk associated with that. You can alienate the buyer and the buyer can be upset. So this is not ideal for us. But at the end of the day, you're the decision maker, not me. And explain the pros and the cons, and then let the seller make the decision of what they want to do. But what we're never going to do is make a decision for our client or hide information from the seller. We're going to be very upfront, create a process that works. And again, I've done about 500 of these over the years. and I've never had one blow up. Every single one has gone very, very smooth. And I have received offers somewhere in the middle of it. I have had calls from agents saying, my out of town buyer, they're leaving tomorrow and they're leaving this, and if they can't see this, they're never going to be able to see it. Call the seller, and they're like, yeah, no, we're going to keep doing what you said we're going to do. We're going to be fair to everyone. And so there will be little one-offs, but I'm telling you that this works. And it works really, really, really well. Okay, good questions. We're about to move on, but let's hear a couple other questions if anybody has one to make sure that you really understand the foundational elements of our grand open house or the coming soon marketing. Anybody else? Jay.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. I'm assuming during part of the grand open training, you'll explain how we can convert that 70% of buyers who don't have an agent and are not yet ready to buy. How we can maybe find an agent for them, get everything done to create that multiple offer situation. Does
Yeah,
that
so we're gonna gauge their interest. We're not gonna obviously be able to change people's minds and get them to buy today if they're not ready. So we're gonna gauge their interest. What are you interested in a home? We're gonna pitch this listing to them as much as possible. And if they're not ready or this is not the right home, then there's a lot of options here. One of those options is make an appointment to meet with them outside the open house, and get yourself hired. Remember, when people come into the open house, there's three things you need to remember. The first thing, which we're going to talk about later today, the first thing is that that is a prospect for the seller. And as a open house agent, a lot of times we think of ourselves as a free agent and every person that walks in is our lead. I need you to remember that that is a prospect for the seller. So we need talked about that prospect because how upset would you be if you had your home on the market with an agent and another agent other than the listing agent was there doing the open house and you were recording, which you're not supposed to do, but doing it anyway, and you watched every single scenario of people walking in and that agent doing everything that they could to get them signed and go show them other homes. That would not make you happy because, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you hire that brokerage to sell your house? And if they're not doing anything to try to sell the house or overcome objections, as a seller, you're going to be upset. So the first thing is that the prospects coming in are a prospect for the seller. The second thing is that if they don't like the home and they're not going to buy it, that they are a prospect. And just like over the phone, where I say that when you have that first conversation, you need to make an appointment to go and meet them in the real world and get hired. When they come into the open house, you are prospecting. You're not converting. And what I have found is that the same thing is true as if someone calls you over the phone. When they come into the open house, you might develop rapport and develop relationship, but they may are going to go to the next open house later that day and have that same rapport and that same relationship with someone else. And it's my recommendation to set an appointment with that prospect to meet them either after the open house or at some point somewhere else at the office or a coffee shop and set that appointment. That is the appointment that you set. That's where you're going to go and that's where you're going to go get hired. And so, just like always when we're prospecting, we're going to set the appointment, we're going to go meet them, and we're going to go get hired. There's no difference in an open house guest. So, have the conversation, create the rapport. I'm going to teach you how to do that. But again, set the appointment and go meet them out there and then get hired. Okay, good question. Did you have any more, Jay? Or was that the only question you had?
That's all I had. That's awesome. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Moving on.
Yes, I wanted to ask, when you say a prospect for the seller, does
Yeah.
that mean if we don't set the appointment, we should be setting up the open house lead gen with the seller's name or our own?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that all of the marketing that we're doing is to pull in that client for the seller. And if we try to convert that buyer, prospective buyer, to sell them another home and haven't really done our due diligence or even tried to sell the home, then we have failed in our duty. So, it could be as simple as objection handling. When someone comes in, there's no such thing as the perfect house. And so there's going to be things they like There's things that they're not going to like. And if there's objections, have we done a good job to try to overcome some of their objections and try to critically think about how they could overcome? Well, we're really looking for hardwood floors. Oh, got it. And help them overcome that because we know how to overcome that. There's a lot of things that can be overcome with a buyer objection. So, first, we need to look at that as a prospect for the seller when they walk in. And let them walk the home, ask them questions. What are you looking for? Try to figure out if the home is a fit. We're going to talk you through the scripts that's going to make all of this clear. And we're going to do it before the end of the day. Okay, we're going to do a quick review. I am very excited to have all of you plugging in after Mega. Again, the schedule that you have and this accountability that you have, it's gonna feel like it's gonna vanish. But if you plug into the rest of what we've got going on, which is that morning huddle, the weekly sales meeting, the blast lab in the afternoon, our classes, the Wednesday contract training, you're gonna have enough structure to make you feel like everything is continuing to make sense. And then the free time that you have, you should not be filling that time with administrative tasks. The free time that you're going to have when you get out of Mega, what type of tasks are we going to fill that time with?
Income producing tasks.
Prospect.
Income. Yes. Income producing tasks, aka prospecting, calling our leads, sending out and doing all of the income producing tasks. And so we're not going to then jump out of Mega and be our best real estate assistant for ourselves. We're going to jump out and we're going to be the best real estate salesperson for ourselves. And we're going to lead as a salesperson. And we're going to do exactly what Renee is doing. We're going to put ourselves outside the comfort zone and do the things that we know that we should have done, but we haven't because it's just maybe not that comfortable, and we're going to get out there and we're going to sell and we're going to increase our income and we're going to do some amazing things to make sure that this 2026 is the most profitable real estate year that you've ever had in the history of your business. And then when we get into 2027, uh, I love January Mega because you have the entire year to build on it. So we have a lot of people who come take Mega again in January to set the tone for the entire year, set their goals, get themselves reacquainted with all their database again because maybe they've fallen into some bad habits and then hit the year strong. And so that's what's coming in a few months here in January. But my goal for you is you have the best 2026. You have the best year in real estate this year because of the actions that you're going to take when you get out of Mega, which is focusing on the income producing tasks. How much money you make dictates how much time and energy you spend on prospecting. So many of you are going on buyer appointments, you're going on listing appointments, and I want you to ask yourself the question, where did that appointment come from? What action did I take to make that happen? And I want you to think about where it came from. Where was the source of this? And go into your database. When you add that person to the database, pick the source of where it came from so that you can start tracking that source. And when you have a referral source with someone, you need to continue that relationship because the relationship of the person that referred it to you is a relationship that you can't forget about. And when I get a referral from an agent, I like to call that agent through major checkpoints of the transaction so that they can live vicariously through it, especially if it's another client who sent me the referral. So let's say Joe sent me Tammy and I'm helping Tammy through the transaction. I'm going to call Joe a few times through the transaction. Hey, Joe, I just met with Tammy. We got a representation agreement signed, so she's officially hired me as her real estate agent. Again, thank you. I'll kind of keep you updated as to what's going on. Hey Joe, just got back from showing homes. It looks like she's narrowed it down to a property, and it looks like she might be making a decision. So super excited. And I let them know kind of what's going on. And I've always asked Tammy if she minds if I keep Joe updated as to what's going on throughout the transaction. And I'm not going to tell him how much that she bought the house for or anything like that. It's just, major checkpoints. And then the very last call is, hey, we just left the closing table. She's officially a homeowner, or she just officially sold her home. Again, thank you so, so much for this referral. It meant the world to me. And as you're keeping them updated, it shows how thankful and grateful you really are, because you can say you're thankful and you can say you're grateful, but actually by making those phone calls and keeping them updated through the transaction, it really does show. And it's interesting because it's interesting for them because they really like that information. Everyone loves the home ownership or everyone loves the home buying process. Everyone wants to fall into that. And if now if Joe can vicariously live through Tammy through that by me calling and updating him, that's going to make him want to do that more. And so that is a really good way to really accentuate the referrals that you're getting from some of your referral partners. And it's something that I think that agents fall flat on in the past. So knowing who is referring you and keeping them updated through the process is important. Now, you get to pick your income. And your income is 100% directly proportionate to how many leads you're pulling a day and how many calls you're making and how you're converting them. And you might find that you're converting a lot of people in an open house. So that means you really need to get the open house right. You need to advertise the open houses earlier in the week so that 70% comes. More buyers are coming for you. And maybe you do get to be the buyer agent for that home and you sell it out of the open house. Amy McAllister did that on the 4th of July weekend. She was doing an open house. A buyer came in and Amy McAllister was a staff here at Realty Texas. She did Gavin's job. Maybe some of you don't know that, but she did Gavin's job for 3 years. She came out the other side and decided to become a full-time real estate agent. So she's been through Mega as a staff person. She knows our CRM up one side, down the other because she was the CRM administrator. So she knows exactly what her duties are. And she was standing in that open house and she knew exactly the conversation to have. She converted that buyer, wrote an offer, and got it accepted and closed. And so uh, tracking where you're finding your success in your business and then doubling down on that and doing more of that is going to help you have more leads coming into your business. But we need 3 to 6 leads a day to have the amount of closings that we want to have to make the 500 to $1 million a year. All the money in real estate, all of it. The the 95% of agents who are sharing in the 5% of the business, that little tiny pie that they're all sharing, they're struggling. And they want to be the 5% who's sharing in 95%. And that 5% who's sharing in the 95% of income in real estate is because they are operating their business like a business and they understand that their business is people and the business as relationships. And their ability to get leads from the relationship they have is much more powerful and much more successful than ever any type of lead generation program that they're going to have. Now, we need lead generation programs. We need that. We need a supplement, but you can't just go through life picking the low-hanging fruit. You have to harvest the whole thing. And 99% of the real value is going to of the 5% who are doing 95% of the transactions, the value is calling your real estate salesperson calling those people in your database and finding out when they're going to be ready to transact and who they know is looking to transact. That is what is going to change your life in real estate. And that comes from having an organized system, a database where all of the information is in the system. So importing your data, getting everything in CXM, enriching your data, sending out marketing pieces, and making those 2 to 3 calls to every single contact a year. And when leads come in, how many times are we going to call those leads on average?
7 times.
9 times.
9 times. That's exactly right. And there is a 90% chance that they're going to convert on the sixth call. That it's going to take 6 calls for them to answer the phone. And they're getting our text messages and they're getting our phone calls. They're just not ready yet. And by the sixth call, you're able to get a hold of them. So if you want to close more transactions and you're doing lead generation, the first call or the second call is not good enough because there's a 40% to 50% chance that you're going to get a hold of them on that first and second call. And most agents never get past the second call. And so they're leaving all of that business on the table by not making the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth call. Joe.
Call them 9 times. Every second day, third day, weekly. What do you recommend?
Yep, so that was answered in our second Mega 18-2 class. There's an entire breakdown of when we make those phone calls. And so the phone calls are once a day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But the thing is that we recommend that you turn on your pipelines. And that is what that second Mega and third Mega was all about, which is um, turning on the pipelines in your CXM so that the CXM is telling you when to call, and just make sure that your action plans are never overdue. And so we have an entire system that was built for you so you don't have to worry about when you have to call. You just show up to your power hour in the morning and the afternoon, and the system is going to say, here are three people that you need to call. So we just put on our calendar, hard code on our calendar, our power hour in the morning and in the afternoon. And then in the morning, hey, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton at Realty, Texas. Looks like you were interested in 123 Main Street. I was calling to set an appointment to show you that property, answer any questions that you have. Looks like you're busy, no problem. I'll give you a call this afternoon after my afternoon appointments. Hey Tom, Jack Stapleton. Called you this morning regarding 123 Main Street. Looks like you're still busy. No problem. I will give you a call in the morning to see if I can connect with you then. And you just keep up that cycle. And by the time you get to the sixth call, usually they are answering the phone. That's why we call 9 times, to give the highest propensity that we can squeeze every single drop out of our lead generation and have that fifth and 6% conversion rate. Out of 100 leads, you're going to get 4 transactions. But if you can get a fifth and a sixth transaction out of that same 100 leads, then with the same number of leads, you're drastically increasing the amount of money that you're going to make, because that's an extra 24 transactions a year just from that one thing, which is tweaking your conversion rate rather than more and more leads. So I would recommend going back and watching Mega 18.1, 18.2, 18.3 again, just to absorb some more of that. And so thank you for asking. We need to be helpful. We need to be leading with a servant's heart. We are supposed to be a leader in a market, going out to our city council meetings. Anybody go to their city council meetings? Usually it's the first Tuesday of the month, but every municipality is different.
I
Houston has
followed up on
weekly.
my city council meetings and watched them online, but I have not been able to go in person in quite a while.
Yeah, so wearing that name badge and showing up and being in the peanut gallery and going up and shaking hands with the commissioners or the city council members after the meetings, it matters. And so being there matters. And then also filming a reel live, real time, even though we may hate that, but holding ourselves for that level of accountability, it's good to have the information, Renee. So if you can't go in a pinch, you can watch the video, which means that now when you're doing an open house, and people are talking about how's the market. Oh, the market's great. And did you know the city of Round Rock or the city of Hutto or the city of San Antonio, they're actually doing this, this, and this. Dog's Head, $10 billion microprocessing plants coming in from Amazon. Whatever is going on in the marketplace that's really big, you can share with them, and it's more information that you can share. But I also want you to be visible out there, because that's going to help. But again, um, being a leader in the market and going to your city council meetings and getting out there in the real world is going to make people look at you as a leader. And when they have a question, they're going to go to you, because you're the agent that's always out there at the city council meetings and sharing information about what's going on, and sharing emails regarding new listings that are coming up, sharing reels and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok posts about listings and a day in the life of a real estate agent. It's going to be impossible for them to think of you as anything other than a successful real estate agent. And when they have a question, you're going to be the one they go to, because, like, yeah, I see you all over the place. And that's what you want. You want them to consistently think about you as a real estate agent. And then when you do call them 3 times a year, letting them know how important it is and how meaningful it is for you to get a referral from them. So we're going to help as many people as we can. And when we're on the phone with them, the goal should be to help to try to leave them with the impression of them having the best day possible. So how we approach that phone call with them also really matters. And the Ford script is huge for that. How are you? How's the family? What's going on with the house? Just checking in. Going on any trips lately? I saw on Facebook, looks like you guys are planning a trip or cruise or whatever. Um, Stay engaged and take them through the Ford script and keep making those phone calls. This is what it means to truly be a real estate agent. It's not passive, it's active. But even in the active, we have to have a plan so that we're focusing on the right tasks, those tasks that are going to drive income for you and your business. So, as I spoke about before, the first chance of making contact on the first call, 40%, second call, 60%, third call, 70%, fourth call, 80%, fifth call, 80%, sixth call is 90% chance of getting them. And so we call the seventh, the eighth, and the ninth time. And in those calls, we call it last chance. And then it goes into the opportunity vault for everyone. It goes out of the Realty Texas database into the last chat into the database that we call Opportunity Vault. And there's 25,000 people that are on that ninth call. And so we have people going through every day and spending an hour just calling the Opportunity Vault, and they're converting people left and right because they've already made all those calls and they've fallen out of our system. And now our system's only going to call them every 30 days. And so, what a huge opportunity is for you to call the Opportunity Vault and for you to call the Grabber, which is brand new leads. So, all of that is there to help you become the 5% who is sharing in 95% of the business, especially by importing your contacts and calling your people. And if you're going to take a day off, Friday might just be the day that you want to take off. Help you prepare for the reset and be really in the right mindset for your Saturday and Sunday open houses. And I say that because the phone calls that you make on Friday, you're going to have the least opportunity in conversion. Now, there's never a bad day to make calls, but there are days that are better than others. And Wednesday and Thursday are the very best days to make your calls. So you should never not make your calls on Wednesday and Thursday. Those are the two big days a week that you definitely want to be making your calls because those are the days that you're going to hear from most people. All right. So I always like to do less than an hour review. It is 9:58, which means we did exactly a 1 hour review. Awesome. Now, Lisa is here and she is back from a little hiatus. She had a meeting this morning, and I think that she is ready and excited to share with all of you our mega points coming out of the sixth class. So our sixth class in fifth place was a Harshita who broke the barrier of the 10,000 points for all of us in our top five. So good job. 10,350 points, Harshita. Jeanette was in fourth place with 11,025 points. Renee was in third place with 11,050 points. Amrit in second place with 13,950 points. And Birdie is our leaderboard winner for 4 weeks in a row with 16,075 points. Already enough points to graduate by points alone, but we have to attend every single class in order to graduate. But suffice it to say, she is already a qualifying graduate. 20,000 point total you need to be named a master certified salesperson. And so we don't see that points, 20,000 points up here yet, but maybe today's the day. Lisa, what do we got?
Okay, so in fifth place, with 11,275 points is a new person, Veronica.
Woo! Congratulations, Veronica. It looks like maybe you got your contract paragraphs in, and that gave you a couple thousand points. Good job.
She did. And even her youngest memorized it and is on camera, which I love.
Ryan, yes. How amazing was that?
That was cute.
It was good.
Okay. In fourth place with 12,400 points, but I know this is going to change because she keeps threatening to do one of her memorizations with me, is Jeanette.
Jeanette, way to stay on the top five. You have been in the top five every single week. Good job.
In third place with 13,125 points is Renee Pretty.
Good job, Renee. Renee, you have been in third place for the last 3 weeks, and you have also been in our top five
So is
since
that
the
counting what I
second
did
class.
this morning, Lisa?
I got everything in up until about 9 o'clock. So
Maybe. I was doing the math, and that's not 3,000 more points from where I was. So That's why I'm asking.
We'll have to look at the points. This weekend, I will look at every single one of you because actually you had code of ethics in there, or one of the two, I can't remember, 3 times. So we'll have to look at the points.
Oh, it probably was glitching. Sorry about that. I was
Okay,
trying to submit
so
it.
not a big deal. I'll go over all your points this weekend with everybody. All right, second place with 15,275 points was Amrit.
Good job, Omrit. Omrit is now has the point totals to graduate.
And then still holding first place now with 17,400 points is Birdie.
Good
And
job, Birdie.
I
You
have
are
some of your videos, just so you know. So we haven't picked the person with the best marketing plan. So that's coming. All yours.
all right. Good job, everyone. Good job, Veronica, Jeanette, Renee, Amrit, Birdie. Good job, Mega 18. I'm super excited for this class, and I'm excited about graduation. You should have received an email yesterday regarding graduation. I'm very excited to find out who my Mega valedictorian is going to be. We don't know yet, but it's going to be one of you. All right, it is 10:03. Let's do our first break. Let's come back at 10:13. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. If there is ever a time for us to learn confidence and have confidence, it is before a buyer presentation and before a seller presentation. That is where we need our confidence. That's the time when we need our confidence. In order to have confidence, we need to understand our value and understand the value of our role in any given time or situation. So let's talk about mindset. I know that you guys did a little bit of UVP work on Tuesday with Lisa during your Mega Minis at the end of the day after you did the role playing for the IABS and the rep agreement. You did some UVP work, and Amrit kind of mentioned that earlier. Where are you with your UVP? Was the work you put in yesterday helpful? Was your goal board helpful? Um, Renee.
Very helpful, actually. I feel like I'm on the cusp of being there with the UVP and even partially memorized, but it was so helpful and it was maybe going to be a little more uncomfortable in person to say it in front of the group. However, saying it in front of the group really wasn't uncomfortable, and everyone here is so supportive. So it was really good.
Excellent. Thank you for being there and investing time in being there. And thank you, Lisa, for facilitating such a fantastic Mega Mini. Tara.
You know, when I first got into real estate, role playing was one of the things I feared the most, and it is literally the most beneficial. Just wanted it feels so awkward. And now I'm like, okay, what are the options? Stay stuck where I am or push myself? And the role playing, I think your UVP thing is really neat. So I just wanted to say that.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Anybody else have anything to share on your UVP experience or journey? Okay. Sherry.
Yeah, just real quick, because I personally have a hard time looking at my gifted areas or acknowledging them. And this has really caused me to stop and look at, okay, what are characteristics that I have that I bring to the table that are unique? And so it's been pretty enlightening and I've really enjoyed it. And it's kind of morphed over the last week and a half. But I see how it is going to eliminate objections prior to them even surfacing. So I'm really thankful for this exercise.
Amazing. And then we get a little excited for ourselves because we get a little proud of ourselves. And so when we are excited and proud and we're not you know, trying to fake it until we make it, but we're legitimately excited and proud of who we are. That gives us so much confidence to go out there and attack the world and attack the day. And that is what I wish for each of you. And so congratulations. All right, here's a really good video about value that I would like to share and have all of you add to your mindset when you're thinking about you and what you bring to the table.
Let me speak to that person that feels like they lost their worth or their value. This is a dollar bill. Now, if I go to the store and there's something for 90 cents, can I buy it with this dollar bill? Okay, all right. So if I go to the store and there's something for 85 cents and after tax, it ends up being 96 cents, can I buy it with this dollar bill? Okay, all right. So what if I ball the dollar bill up? Think about it now. Like, I just balled the dollar bill up, like, so it can't be worth $1 now. It's probably worth like 95 cents, right? How much you think it's worth? $1. Listen, y'all gotta pay attention. I just balled it up, so clearly it's not worth $1 anymore. All right, so maybe, what if I step on it? What if I stomp it? I just stomped it. How much is it worth now? Maybe 65 cents, 68 cents? It's still worth $1? Okay, what if I ball it up? What if I stomp on it and then I put it in the trash can and it's sitting here with some trash and it's around some beer and some gum and a bunch of other nasty stuff and some guy off the street pulls the dollar out, unfolds it. How much is it worth now? Maybe 82 cents? And come on, at least 92 cents? It's okay, all right, so what if I ball it up? What if I step on it? What if I put it in trash and then, watch this, I tear it in half? Think about it now, right? How much is it worth now? $1? I could tape it? Whoa. Shh. Wait. Wait a second. I just balled it up. I just stepped on it. I put it in trash. I pulled it out. Then I tore it in half. And you mean to tell me I can pick the dollar up, I can wipe it off, and I can put some tape around it, and it's still worth $1? Then why, if this dollar doesn't lose its worth or its value, then why do you feel like you've lost your worth and value? Because many of you feel like you've been stepped on, you feel like you've been pushed aside, you feel like you've been abandoned, you feel like you've been talked about, you feel like you've been abused, like someone took from you, someone hurt you, somebody took advantage of you, and deep down inside your core, you feel like you've lost some of your value. And I am here to tell you today that this dollar still has worth and value, because there are some men years ago who put value over this life and said that no matter what happens to it, it can still be taped back together. It can still be wiped off. And I am here to tell you that you were created and you're born and you're here and you have life and you have purpose and you have value. And though you've gone through some hard times and though you've experienced some depression and you might be wanting to hurt yourself and you might want to give up, I am here to tell you still got worth and value. And there is nothing that can happen that can take your worth and your value away. So what you got to do now is you got to pick yourself up. You got to dust yourself off and you got to keep moving.
The amount of time that you've now spent, almost 2.5 weeks, of determining what is your value as a real estate agent. The goal board, the mission statement, the vision statement, all of those exercises have all been little pieces of this puzzle of the journey and the work that you've put in during the Mega Minis. All of this is building on each other so that when you walk away from Mega, you have a new foundation, you have a better understanding of who you are as a real estate agent, what you're trying to accomplish with your business, a goal board that's going to keep you centered and keep you on track for your goals, and a place where you can plug in and continually reset and go back to your goals. You can always find your way back to Mega. You can always come back here and you can hear the message that you have value. and that intrinsically your value is different than everyone else's. And it's your job in life to understand your unique value and what you bring to the table. What are your gifts? And understand it well enough that you can talk about it and that you can share it. Because it is substantial, it is real. It takes a village to move society forward. You have a place in society, you are needed. And in real estate, you have a place in real estate, and you are needed. Now, we can always learn to improve our craft and get better and better at it. And so there's going to be a ton of nuts and bolts training inside of Mega to help you be the best practitioner you can be. But we wear 4 hats, and we have to understand the different hats we wear well enough to be able to improve those areas of our business, to be able to zoom out as the operator and look at this business of ours and determine what rooms we need to remodel. How do we get better and better? How do we make sure that tomorrow is better than today and today was better than yesterday? There's a few of these videos that we have. There's one more, Know Your Worth. It's a quick video as well. And it's about us recognizing our value, taking a moment to explore ourselves and think creatively through ourselves of how we can be better, and not let someone tell us what our value is. Your value is yours. It's not for someone else to tell you what your value is. There's 2 more videos and then we're going to jump into the next session.
One day, a curious son went to his wise father and asked, "Father, what is the value of my life?" The father smiled and handed him a stone. He said, "Son, if you truly want to know the value of your life, take the stone and go to the market. If anyone asks its price, don't say a word, simply raise 2 fingers." Puzzled but obedient, the boy set off to the market. As he wandered around, an old woman noticed the stone. "How much for this stone, young man?" she asked. The boy said nothing and raised 2 fingers. The woman smiled and said, $2? I'll take it." Surprised, the boy rushed back home. "Father, a woman in the market wanted to give me $2 for the stone." The father nodded. "Good. Now take the stone to the museum. If anyone asks the price, again, say nothing, just raise 2 fingers." The boy did as told. At the museum, after a while, a well-dressed man approached. "Sir, how much is this stone?" he asked politely. The boy silently raised 2 fingers. The man gasped, $200? I'll buy it." Shocked, the boy ran back home. "Father, a man in the museum offered me $200. The father smiled warmly. "Finally, son, take the stone to a precious stone shop. Say nothing about its price, just raise 2 fingers." The boy hurried off to the store. As he entered, the shopkeeper's eyes widened. He ran to the boy and exclaimed, "Where did you find this? I've been searching for this rare stone my entire life. How much do you want for it?" The boy, as instructed, raised 2 fingers. The old man gasped, $200,000. I'll take it immediately." The stunned boy rushed home, his heart pounding. "Father, you won't believe it. The man in the precious stone store wanted to buy the stone for $200,000. The father gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "Do you understand now, my son? The value of your life depends on where you place yourself. You can choose to be seen as a $2 stone or a $200,000 treasure. Some people will see your true worth and some never will. But it is you who decides where to stand, who to be with, and how you let yourself be valued. You are not just a stone. You are rare. You are precious. You carry a light within you that not everyone can see. Sometimes people will only see your surface, not your worth. They may offer you far less than what your heart, your talent, your soul is truly worth. But that doesn't make you any less valuable. Your true worth never changes, only the eyes that recognize it do. So never settle for places where you're unseen. Never stay with people who make you feel small. Surround yourself with those who see the gem within you and treat you like the treasure you are. Because in the right place, in front of the right eyes, you are not just valuable, you are priceless.
Don't let your value be set by the people who you surround yourself with in that moment. You need to understand your value in life, and you set your value, not other people. In your real estate career, you also set your value. And in different situations, people might not understand your value. And it's our job to understand our value and walk away from situations where you're being devalued. I have had 1,000 transactions, and again, 3 of them I have done pro bono. I'm not a discount real estate agent. I know what my value is, and there's no one who is going to be able to topple me off what I know what my value is. And it should be no different than each of you. I believe that every real estate agent should be ethical, want to do the very best job that they can, want to walk away from a situation impressing their client. And if your heart is in the right place and you truly want to do the very best job for your client, you have value. And it's that value that you need to explore. Why should someone hire you? And you should be able to answer that question and be excited about answering that question. Why should someone hire you? And the better you can answer that question for yourself, the better you can reverse engineer that when you're at a listing appointment. Remember the 3 things: ability, commitment, ethics. Those are the 3 things that people are looking for to try to determine whether or not that agent is going to be the right agent for them. Are they committed? Are they going to answer the phone? Are they going to take this as seriously as I would if I was doing it myself? The ability. Does this person have the ability to 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 do this for me? And that's where a lot of agents discount themselves because maybe they're new. Maybe they don't have a lot of transactions under their belt. You're at a very unique place here at Realty Texas because we have one of the most sophisticated and well-built mentorship programs that I think that's actually out there. Something that is meaningful. Mentors who are not in it because they're failed real estate agents. They're in it because they were successful real estate agents and they've closed a lot of transactions and they want to give back. We have a high bar to be a manager at this company, just like we have a high bar to be a mentor at this company. It means something because those agents who don't have the competency yet, we're not just going to hire a mentor to check off a box for Trek. Rather, we are going to make sure that we hold the agent's hand through the transaction while the agent is holding the consumer's hand to make sure that we don't damage our consumer, to make sure that we don't cut our teeth at the expense of the consumer or learn at the expense of the consumer, but rather teach the agent what they need to do to walk the consumer through the transaction. That's what mentorship is about. Everybody starts out somewhere. I started out somewhere, Lisa started out somewhere, and so did all of you. And so at some point when you're new, you may or may not understand the value of your mentor. And just like the video that we saw, we need to understand our own value and we need to respect the value of the mentors and those people that are trying to help us with our business because those mentors have value. They've taken Mega and they're here to help you every time you do something that you've not done before. So I hope that you are proud of yourself, you're proud of your profession, that you're proud to be a real estate agent, and that you in earnest want to be the best practitioner that you possibly can be. That is what is going to take you from where your production was prior to 2026 and achieve the number that you wrote down on that piece of paper of that goal that you set yourself earlier in Mega on Mega, the first module, mindset of the successful agent. First thing is that a goal is set is halfway achieved. And so you've set that goal, but it's not always about money. It's going to be about mindset, about being the best practitioner that you can be, having the right ethics, having the right commitment, and having the right mindset with your relationship with your mentor and your management and the team of the people who are trying to help support you in your journey in real estate. You have value, not potential value, not someday value, but value right now. And when you don't truly know your value, you start accepting less than you deserve. You compromise, you shrink, you settle. Not because you have to, but because you are borrowing confidence. Your UVP lets you stand on your own foundation, borrowing nothing. It is how you show up, stand tall, speak with purpose and certainty, and serve others without questioning yourself. Never allow someone else to define your worth. Once you define it and you breathe it in, it becomes your own personal gift to yourself. The purpose of life is to discover your gift. The work of life is to develop it. And the meaning of life is to share it with others. Learning your UVP is you taking ownership of your value, unapologetically and with authenticity. This is something that I penned many megas ago, and I read it to every single mega. As in just about now, when you're getting a week away from standing up in front of the class and sharing your UVP. But this UVP thing is not an afterthought. This is a core principle of mega because I know that your confidence is going to come from you understanding your value and be able to answer the question, why should I hire you? And the better that you are at that and the more prepared you are for that, you are going to be unstoppable. And no one is going to be able to get you, get out of, be able to topple you from showing up and unapologetically um, attacking the world and being the best practitioner that you can be. And I'm very, very excited to watch all of your journeys.
This size.
All right, so we're going to change the conversation a little bit. It's very similar. Have you ever seen this video about the scrub daddy? Nothing changed other than creating a smile, ironically fitting. The value of the product never changed. It was just put in front of the right people. What was its value in the wrong setting? It was zero. What was its value in the right setting? Literally $1 billion. This applies to us. I like to read this before we watch the video. Are you applying and putting your product in front of the right people?
Why is Scrub Daddy this size? Because it's my hand. This is actually my hand. So I cut this to fit my hand for cleaning my hands. And it did great, except that I didn't want to go around my fingers. So I cut a hole so I could just clean my fingers like this. And then I wanted to get underneath my fingernails. So I cut some ridges so I could go like this. But this was kind of weird to do it with. But if you cut 2 holes, it's really easy to do it with. And the next thing you know, this has 2 eyes, no mouth, some hair, and we're sitting around. I'm like, I can't be the only one that has dirty hands. And we patent it without the mouth, and we start trying to sell it. And nobody wants an expensive piece of German engineered polymer for $4 to clean their dirty hands in that market. They all would rather just go home with dirty hands. Nobody wanted it. And it was sitting in a box. I thought it was a piece of junk. We took 100 samples that we had made that no one wanted. We put them in a box. I labeled it scrap. Scrub Daddies were sitting in for 5 years. From 2008 until 2011. And literally, I start hearing the angels sing. If I have a smile on this thing, I could clean the silverware. I grab a steak knife. I cut a smile in it. I put the dirty spoon in. I squeeze it and pull, and it's clean on both sides. That's it. I'm done. I know immediately I'm going to the office the next day. We're going to create a package. We're going to make a smile face. I'm patenting the smile face, and we're going into the sponge business, and we're going to take the whole thing. Why is Scrub Daddy this? Why is Scrub Daddy?
From that became $1 billion business. So here he had a business that was sitting in a box, no business, valued at a big whopping $0.00, and understood its value and exposed that value to the right people. And all of a sudden he had $1 billion business. When you don't know your value and you take your value, you take your product and sell it to the wrong person, you're not going to have any business. You're not going to have a thriving real estate business. But as soon as you understand your value and you apply that value to the right people, you now have $1 billion business. All right. Let's start with the story that we're going to share with our sellers at the kitchen table. I think that whenever you do something, if you try to understand every possible element and try to make every single element better, you're kind of on the right track with your business. Whether it's your lead generation, whether it's your phone calls, what you're going to say in your phone calls, every single aspect of your business, you should have under a microscope so that you understand it better, that you can that you can improve upon it, every aspect. Accounting, listing presentations, listing appointments, listing entry, all of it, everything. You should have an SOP for everything. Because at some point, you're going to stop being the operator and you're going to hire an administrator that's going to start administering all of the non-income producing tasks in your business. And so this is one of those situations where we're going to go through and we're going to put a magnifying glass on every single step of this so that we can really understand the whole thing. So I wanted to understand the buyer's journey when I list a home really from the very beginning, from the very beginning. And so what is the very beginning when you're listing a home? Well, for me, it was, is it the first time the buyer saw it in a MLS, or was it the first time the buyer saw it on Realtor.com and Zillow? Or, and then I rewinded it first a little bit further. Well, the photos really matter. Well, what's in the photo really matters. And the whole thing matters. So the script that I've given you guys a million times, that you start from the very beginning, properly preparing the home, properly pricing it, properly exposing it to market with the right listing collateral. The story starts the first time the consumer sees your listing. Now, there are going to see a lot of homes on Zillow and Realtor.com. Here is that couple that we spoke about. This is the 70%. This is a couple sitting on the couch. It's midnight. The kids are in bed. They just finished dishes. They just put the laundry away, and now they're looking at an iPad. And they're on Realtor.com and Zillow. This is the American pastime. This is what most people do. Most people are on Homes.com, Realtor.com, Zillow, surfing around seeing what's going on, especially if there's an inclination to possibly make a move. Every aspect of our grand open house has been thought out, meticulously pulled apart, and rebuilt, from properly preparing for market, staging quality photos, vanity description that we have, photo descriptions, syndication options, timing, our signage in the yard, our coming soon postcards, door knocking and notifying the neighbors about the new listing, our day of open house directional signs, flags at the property, a welcome mat, doorbell cover, welcome, please come in sign, how we're dressed, how we're prepared, our mindset, our smile, our energy, our gratefulness, our thankfulness, the flyers that you have at the property, the cookies that you bake that day for the open house matter. We're going to explain why. Maybe you're expecting a lot of people and you want to have a meaningful conversation, or at least be able to acknowledge and thank and invite everyone who's coming in the front door to look around. So you have a lender at the door kind of directing traffic, your scripts, and then your follow-up. Every aspect of this has been broken down to make sure that we get this right. There is a trick to selling a house. It has to offer the buyer as much or more than the competition. Period. Very simple. So it really matters what competition is on the market and what competition is coming. It has to offer the buyer as much or more than the competition and be priced right around that price range. It has to be in the ballpark. Offers the most value for the best price. People have choices. Buyers have choices of homes. If you're the only game in town, you can offer a premium. But if you have competition, which all sellers do, most sellers do, then that's a different situation. And now they're going to have to take very careful consideration into what the competition is. And that's something sellers don't do. Sellers have not been inside the competition. They're typically not looking at the competition at all. All they've really focused on typically is show me what other homes have sold for. They go and pull a flyer box out of another home. Show me what they're listed for and what they've sold for, because that tells me what my value is. But it's more than that. What does this other home offer a buyer that mine doesn't? Thing is that we loved our home because we bought it. We went on a home shopping tour. We found a home that we liked, raised our families there, spent holidays there, and that home now has an emotional attachment to it. We have we have added our emotional love for our home into the value of the property. That is a dangerous thing when it comes time to sell, because that intrinsic love that we have for our home, if that is added to the value, we're going to get it wrong. We have to objectively look at our house. So, one of the very first questions, the very first scripts we have with the seller is that we have to recognize that this is home, and that there's a lot of things that we can do to help them prepare their home for market. But a lot of these things, they're going to be blind to things that they see every day that they're not going to even notice. Maybe the HVAC vents are super dirty and they've walked by it every day for a year and they don't even notice it. Maybe the baseboards are dirty and they don't even notice it. So we have to have a conversation with the seller of doing certain things without offending them about their home. And so having the right scripts for this really matters, and empathy really matters here too. And so I always like to have the script and I put it on here. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. Our job as the real estate agent is take a home and turn it back into a house. That's our job, which is depersonalizing, making it buyer friendly, somewhat like a model home does. A builder goes to lengths to find smaller furniture in a room to make sure that the rooms look built or look larger than what they really are. And how you live in a home is different than how you sell one. Now, we just give these examples to them just so that the light bulb comes on, that we're not attacking them. It's that how you live in a house is different than how you sell one. And so we need to do something different when we sell the home. And so one of the greatest things that you can do for your client is making sure that they properly prepare their home for market. And that starts with personal photos, especially the wall of photos of the family. Having all those eyeballs looking at you as you're walking through a house. I've been with a buyer and we walk down the hallway and the hallway has all of the photos of the family. You feel like you're inside someone else's home when they're not home. Have any of you ever had that kind of uncomfortable feeling when you're inside someone else's house and they're not there and you just kind of feel like you're not doing the right thing for some reason? Do you want the buyer to feel like that? The very last thing that you want is the buyer to feel like they're in someone else's home. Because if they feel like they're in somebody else's house, the first thing that's going to happen is their guard's going to be up. They're going to be talking quieter, talking softer, and they're not going to imagine themselves putting down their furniture around the house. It's going to be very, very difficult. So we have to depersonalize it. So we can't have those eyeballs looking at you as you're walking at the house. And especially if there's kids, you don't want those kids being syndicated on Zillow and Realtor.com as those photos are showing up in your images, especially with Matterport tours now, where there's a 3D dollhouse view where you can zoom into the clothes in the closet and read the label on the clothes. I mean, that is the sophistication that we have now with a Matterport. And so if there are pictures of the family, you might not want to expose that to the internet because there's a lot of crazies out there in this world. And so we're going to help protect their family and we're going to help convert their home from a house from a home and turn it back into a house and make it buyer friendly. So that when we're doing the open house and when agents are doing showings, that the home is going to show well, which means can the buyer imagine them living in it? So I tell my clients when they sign the listing agreement, you have agreed to sell your home, which means that you need to make it attractive to buyers and not comfortable for yourself. That's a really different mindset because obviously, home, we want to showcase our family and make it comfortable for ourselves and for our family, but it's different when you sell it. We have to make it comfortable for the buyer. We have to be thinking about it in a different way now. So remove all the photos, especially of the children. Never leaves rugs on carpet. Rugs don't belong on carpet, and sometimes we see it. Buyers want to move it out of the way because the first thing they're going to think is there's something wrong with the carpet underneath it. And actually, I had a situation with Dr. Pam, a client of mine, who was looking in Terra Vista. There was a uh, a rug in the closet and a rug in the living room. And when we did the final walkthrough, uh, the morning of closing, um, I heard something dripping, and I went up into the attic, and the HVAC had frozen up and overflowed. And we went into the closet, and there was a rug sitting there, and we moved the rug, and there was a 18 by 18-inch hole in the carpet where they used to have a safe, but they took the safe out before they listed the property and threw a rug over it to hide that it was there. And there was still a rug in the living room, and we pulled the rug off, or the rug of from off the carpet in the living room, and there was huge stains on it. And my client looked at me and said, "I'm not buying this house. We're not buying this house." And I looked at her and I said, I'm 100% on board with you right now." And so we literally drove over to Lennar and she bought a brand new house and got her earnest money back on that sale because that seller lied on many things and they knew about deficiencies that were going on. And she didn't want to buy a home from a seller who lied to her because what else is going on with that home? And so that's a story for you. We don't ever want rugs on carpets because they're a hazard, but also it sends a message that maybe something's wrong. So toilet seats should always be down, declutter the counters, walls should be neutral and clean and mark free. Home should be absent of scent or smell. We like clean linen. It's a really good scent for a house. Uh, we don't like apple cinnamon because cinnamon can burn people's noses, and some people are very, very sensitive to smells. And so we certainly don't want to have the spray scent where we spray the entire house because I've had buyers walk in and they're like, "Oh my God, I can't. There's too much. My eyes are burning," and they want to go outside. And so we don't want to overdo it with the clean linen, but it's that fresh laundry scent is typically something that most people are okay with, but we don't want it to mask odors either. And so it's never a good idea to make a big pancake breakfast with eggs and bacon and all the other things that people love right before showing in the morning because you're going to walk in and the house is going to smell like that. And that's not a good smell for a home for a buyer who comes in later either. So we have to be thinking about what condition the property is going to be in and how it's going to show to buyers. That's got to be your big focus as a listing agent is how can I make this home as comfortable for buyers as possible for them to be imagining themselves and their family living in the house? And what am I up against in the neighborhood? I need to know what my competition is. I need to know what's been selling. I need to know what the average buyer is expecting in this neighborhood for this particular price point. Because if I am going to be pricing it like the neighbor homes have sold, I need to know what their condition is. And every neighborhood has an average condition. It could be a 30-year-old neighborhood, and it's average that most of the homes are going to be dated. So good. There's some small things that we can do to improve it, but that's what the expectation is, and that's what our comps look like. So it's not like we have to take every single home and turn it into a new house. We have to take the home and we have to turn it into the average condition in the neighborhood to conform to the other homes that have been selling. So I want to make sure that I make that perfectly clear. But it should be clean. Despite everything, despite the average condition in the neighborhood, the house should still be clean as possible. and the things that you can do that create the biggest bang for your buck, the biggest dollar return is paint, carpet, and cleaning. That way, people can move in, or they can walk on the property and they can imagine themselves and they're able to move in on day one without doing repairs. Because if the buyer is thinking about all the things they have to do to the home, they're immediately taking that off the price. And they're thinking, I have to pay for this, I have to pay for that. That's limiting your buyer pool. And then they're going to go to another property that has all of that already done for them. And it's a couple $1,000s more. And they're going to pull the trigger on that other one all often. So knowing that, we have to make sure that our home is properly prepared for market. And if it's not properly prepared for market because the seller can't do it, is it because they don't want to or because they can't? If it's because they can't and the proper equity is there, we have flooring people who will replace flooring and delay payment to closing. We have painters that will do the same thing as well. We even have cleaners that will do that same thing. And so you need to have a team that can help your seller prepare it. Now, I'm not going to offer that to everyone because it's going to have a little bit more expensive return because the people are going to wait to be paid. And so there's going to be a discount if they can pay for the services immediately. But we are going to try to prepare it. And here's a list of things that you can do on the inside that are, for me, conversations I have every single time. Removing all the refrigerator magnets, clearing the counters as much as possible, baseboards clean, floors clean, blinds clean, fans clean, vents covers clean, sinks clean, counters clean, the house clean. And if the house needs a professional clean, great, then it needs to be done. Again, some people are not going to be able to do these things. So then we have to price accordingly. And do you remember what the price calculation was that I recommended in the last class? That's right, Sherry, the 2 times rule. The 2 times rule. And a lot of this, majority of this could be sweat equity. They can do all these things themselves. And in the curb appeal, sometimes they do. And so sometimes you're going to have people who are the mechanic syndrome. They know exactly how to do all of this, but they've been so busy helping other people with stuff that they didn't have time to help themselves. And so they can do it all themselves. And they start making these improvements. I don't know how many times I've had situations where my client was like, gosh, I wish I'd done all this a year ago because their home looked so good after they were done and it wasn't a big deal to do. And they had wished that they had done that for themselves. In fact, it's most of the time. So, some things that we can do on the outside now to help prepare the home for curb appeal. If the front door is facing the sun, likely it's stained or bleached from the sun. The garage door sometimes can be dented. Sometimes you can pop the dents out from the inside. Doormat and door hardware can really make the home feel dated and look dated, whether it's WD-40 and some paint or whether it's just a new door handle itself. Some solid doors have decorative door handles that if you replace it, the new hardware is not going to be exactly in the same place. So it's going to be very evident that that was done. And so sometimes that can be an issue. But I can tell you that those doors that are very difficult to open and the key won't turn and it's really hard to open, that's the first impression. Well, I'm going to say it's the second impression because the buyer pulled up for the home and they saw it for the first time. That was their first impression. But as they're trying to turn the doorknob and trying to get in, if the doorknob feels dated, they're going to have that impression of the entire house. So there's small things that we can do to not raise red flags from the very beginning. And so what we're trying to do is have the buyer pull up in front of the home, look at the home, not have any objections, get to the front door, open it, not have any objections, and walk the entire home and not have any objections. We're trying to obliterate any objection they have all the way through that entire journey. So if the grass needs to be cleaned or the yard has become overgrown or the tree is overgrown, all of these things can lend itself to having an objection. Now, if a tree's never been trimmed, there's not going to be a huge objection there. However, it can affect you in the photos in the MLS, and that's a big deal. So that's something that you're trying to cure as well. Reverse engineering that all the way back to the first time someone saw the property, which made them make the decision to drive out to see it in the first place. If nobody is showing up to the property, then it's usually a pricing issue. If you are getting showings and no one's buying it, it's because they didn't object to the price relative to its condition. The price relative to the condition still brought them out, but they chose another home. So if they chose another home, it's because that other home offered them more than what they got here. And if that keeps happening over and over and over again, you keep having showings, but the home is not selling. They're they're buying other houses. And so it means that your home was not the home that offered them the best quality of life for the price other homes did. And so you have to figure out what it is that you need to do to cure that as soon as possible. And hopefully you cured it on the front end so you didn't blow through the first 10 days and then have to make a course correction. So here's some things we do on the outside. Paint the front door and the garage door if necessary with dents, fixing the dents and cleaning that up. Replace door handle if necessary, or the hardware. Welcome mat. My stager always used to recommend that they buy a brand new doormat for every single new listing. Go to Florida Core, home, at home, and pick up a new mat. They're relatively cheap. Remove the screens. Label them, put them in the garage, and have the windows washed. I remember my very first listing. There was an agent in Pflugerville. Her name was Joetta Houghton. When 2000 into 2005, beginning of 2006, when I got my license, I was doing an open house for her. And during my open house, a guy came in. He lived on Gale Meadow. And he said, "Hey, love you guys. I'm going to sell my home. You guys help me buy it." So I'm like, awesome. First open house out the gate, someone came in and said, "I want you guys to help me sell my house." So after the open house, I locked up. I went over to his house, which was on Gale Meadow, sat with him, and got we talked the whole thing through. I went back to the office, got my listing paperwork, did my CMA, came back out. I met with someone to help me go through the CMA so that I felt prepared. I sat with him at his kitchen table and I got the listing agreement signed. And I was like, this is amazing. I had been taught to remove the screens and wash the windows. I had not seen it in person yet because I really didn't know what the effect that was. But when I went out to the property to look at what was done, because we had the lawn mowed and the front of the house properly prepared, all of the windows glistened in a way I had not even saw before because those screens make half the windows kind of look a shade of gray. And when you take them off, it glistens. The whole house just looks cleaner and more beautiful. And the impact really impacted me as an agent. And so from that point forward, I always recommend you take the screens off, you have the windows washed, and then from the street, the whole house is glistening when you walk up. And it's not something you can put your finger on. You don't walk up and say, "Oh, the screens are missing. That's weird. It's, wow, this house is pretty. What is it about this house that's different?" And it is just that one thing. And so obviously during the option period, the inspector is going to say, "Hey, all the screens are gone." Yeah, we know. They're in the garage. We're going to put them back. And they're going to put them back before closing. But it's just a marketing trick to make the home look nicer from the street. So I recommend that you do that on all of your properties that you list. There's a couple of companies out there that will do it. You need to find one in your marketplace. There's a Gwindos. Her name is Gwendolyn, and she created a window cleaning business. She calls her company Gwindos, and they will remove the screens, label them, put them in the garage, and wash the insides, the outsides, plus the blinds, plus the window seals, and then they will come and put the screens back on before closing. And they charge around $400, and so highly worth it. Power wash the cement if it's needed. Typically, most driveways do need to be power washed along with the walkway. And the beautification that creates, the curb appeal that creates is mind blowing. How much nicer the house looks from a power wash. It is a marketable difference. Trim the trees if necessary. if the tree is a couple years old and it's not been trimmed, that's not my first go-to. But if the tree is so overgrown that the canopy is so low that you're having to look around the tree to see the front of the house, you're going to have a really difficult time taking a photo of the house. And so what's going to happen is the tree is going to be what's in the picture. You need to lift that canopy. And so sometimes it is necessary to trim the tree. Edge the lawn and mow and edge the lawns, mulch the flower beds. If the if the shrubs that are in the flower beds have grown so high that they're more than a foot higher than the windowsill, um, usually they need to go. The shrubs are supposed to not be higher than the windowsill. And sometimes you have a windowsill that's low and a shrub that's like 3 or 4 feet higher. And from the inside, it's dark because the shrubs are covering it. It's best to cut those and buy some flowers and just get those out. Getting rid of the shrubs and having a few smaller shrubs and some flowers and mulching the flower beds, mowing and trimming from a landscaper, all of that is relatively inexpensive. I can take a home that needs mulch, flowers, cut and mow, and have that thing done uh, in the $300 to $500 range. We're not talking about huge numbers, and oftentimes the seller is going to do it themselves, but it is going to be part of my list. I want to improve the curb appeal. Properly preparing the home means we're going to give the seller a list of things. So after my listing agreement is signed, I'm going to walk the home and I'm going to give them a list of things that I'm going to recommend that they do to make the home photo ready. And they always do the list, and it always makes a difference. And if they have a no soliciting sign or a no trespassing sign or an ADT security sign, I recommend that those be removed for the open house and be removed for showings and out of the way. Now, if they want to put them back because they're concerned about security in their neighborhood, that's okay. But I recommend that they remove them for the open house and remove them for the showings and certainly have them out of the way for the photos because it just sends a message that either they're not very friendly or that there's something that the sellers are really afraid of in that neighborhood. And usually it's not because anything bad has happened. It's just that they got a security system. The security company put something in the ground and they're like, okay, well, cool, I'll leave it there. And so usually it's not that big of a deal to pull it. Anybody else have any thoughts about inside or outside, things that you can do to help a seller prepare for the photos? Sherry.
I just want to ask a quick question because my personal preference is for a lot of daylight, and you had on here appropriate bulbs, because I will replace them with the daylight bulbs, but that could be my personal preference, and I wanted to hear feedback on what type you recommend.
Most of your showings are going to happen during the day. And so the abundance of natural light that's coming through the windows and the light in the house, if you have a very dark house and they have low wattage light bulbs, that could be a problem. You want the home to be light, bright, and airy. But what I don't want is to have a 40-watt bulb and a 120-watt bulb and bright white and then warm glow, and every single light fixture in the house have a different kind of light bulb with a different kind of light. It devalues the house. It really does. And so small things like that actually make a bigger difference. So again, if every home in the neighborhood is kind of following that same trend, then fine. But if not, these are small things that you can do that do make a difference. And outside, if there are spiral light bulbs in the outside fixtures, I will recommend that they replace them. Like, look, it's a $2 thing. I recommend getting this out and washing the glass on the in the outside for the lights, as well. Jeanette,
I don't know
anybody else?
the to remove the car from their driveway because sometimes the photographer won't tell them, and I'll get a thing with the car parked in the front, and I'm like, do you remind them to do that?
I give them a list, uh, and I let them know on the day of the photos that we want to make sure that the all of the issues in the front all of the mulching and the landscaping have been completed, the power washing has been completed, and that the cars are out of the driveway 100%, and that the fixtures are all clean and the windows are washed, so that when we take a picture of the front of the house and we market it, that it attracts more people than the competition because they're up against competition and we want their house to stand out. And these are small things that they can do that's going to have a huge impact on them squeezing every single penny of their equity out. This is the time. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I understand that you want to squeeze every single penny of equity in this home out of it. And my job is to help you do that. And how we do that is having the buyers have an emotional response to the home. If it is based on a good deal, then they're going to be looking for an even better deal. If it is a home that's going to give them and offer them a better quality of life than any other home that they saw, they're going to want that home. And likely so is someone else. And now they're competing against each other to win. And so then you sit back and you just watch the magic happen because they're going to try to outbid each other. But if that's not the case, then they're going to try to win at your expense, which means they're going to try to negotiate the best deal for themselves at your expense versus in a multiple offer situation, they want this house and they're trying to win it a different way by outbidding the other person. And that's truly how you win, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. If someone told you that at your listing, what light bulb would go off above your head? What would you be thinking? And if it is thinking, I got it. I need I need to clean the house up. I need to make it as presentable as possible. I need to make it as buyer friendly as possible. And these things are going to help my home sell for more because I do want to sell it for more. If you were to sell a car, you're going to go to the dealership and trade your car in. Are you going to have candy wrappers all over and the car be dirty and the carpet's dirty and the outside a mess? Are you going to do that? What are you going to do to your car to prepare it to go to trade it in?
Get it detailed so we can get the best value.
Huh. So what are you going to do to your house if you're going to sell it?
We're gonna get it detailed. I tell
That's right.
my clients that it's a house pageant to be the best one in the block.
A house pageant. Okay. Well, whew, that might be going a little too far,
I
but
love that.
I like the picture that
I've
it
never heard
painted.
house pageant.
Hey, it brings a smile to my sellers, and they're like, okay. And I'm like, so if you're walking, and then if they have a pet, I say, if you're walking your pet and you're walking through the houses that have for sale signs, you know, imagine yours entering into that pageant. Where do you want to fit?
That's so true. I
My
walk my dog.
only My only thoughts on that, Jeanette, is that most sellers are afraid that they're going to over improve their home, that they're going to spend a bunch of money that they don't have to. And when you think pageant, you think going all to the extremes. And I don't want the seller to think that we're going to extremes, that we are trying to properly prepare their home for market so that they can get the best price, but not spending a dollar that they don't have to. And so every dollar that we spend is going to come back to you for a dollar. So in the world of pageant, it's like we're going to go all in. We're going to do everything possible. We're going to go overboard with the makeup. We're going to go overboard with the clothes. We're going to go overboard with the presentation. And I don't want the seller to think that you are going to be going overboard on everything. And so when you talk about pageant, that's what picture in my head is. And I'm thinking too far. But if that's working for you, keep doing it. But for me and my clients, I know a lot of them are afraid that they're going to spend too much money or spend money that they didn't have to. So part of my conversation, and maybe you say it's a pageant, but I'm going to make sure that every dollar that you spend is a dollar that comes back to you. Things that are really impactful, the things that actually matter. And I'm not going to be recommending things that are not going to bring you a dollar for dollar value back. I think having that conversation and tagging that on the end is going to be helpful in that conversation. Okay, it is past break time. It's 11:09. We're going to go on our next break, and we're going to continue on with every single piece of this process scrutinized so that we get it right. I'll see you back at 11:20.
welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, from your break. I hope that we are all having fun. This is a very fun topic to talk about. How to bring a home to market. What conversations should we be having with our seller to help them properly prepare their home? All of the order of operations here really matters. Doing a really good CMA, sitting at the kitchen table, going through with the seller all the prior MLSs that they've had, what they purchased it for, what their square footage is, then going through the sold comps, the pending and the active, going through the listing paperwork, getting your listing agreement signed, and then going through with what you recommend that they're going to do to bring their home to market. And it's a lot of small things. What we do to detail our cars to sell is what we're going to do to detail our homes, the largest asset that we have. And we're not going to be recommending things typically that's not going to bring them a dollar for dollar value back in selling. After the home has been properly prepared for market, after we get through all of those things, and you should know what conforming curb appeal looks like because you've been inside the comps. Because during the listing appointment, before you went on the listing appointment that morning, you drove the neighborhood, you looked at the neighbors' homes, you looked at their curb appeal, you went inside, if you're a neighborhood specialist, you did that for the other ones as well, and you saw the photos for the ones that are pending, and you drove by them, and you drove by the ones that sold, and you have a really good idea of what is selling. And remember, the ones that are currently active are everyone's failed attempt to sell a home. That's your competition, but so far they've not yet been successful. So that should not be the bar. The real bar that we're looking at are the pending and the solds, because those are people who have been successful in attracting a buyer. After the home has been properly prepared for market, the next step is the photography. It is never appropriate to take listing photos with anything other than a real camera. This is a single lens reflex camera, not an iPhone, not a Galaxy S24. I want a real camera because the aperture lens is bigger and it's going to handle light differently. Have anyone ever tried to take a picture of the moon with your iPhone? It doesn't look like the same moon you're looking at. The iPhones don't handle light the same way. Have any of you ever seen the house with the light coming through the window and it looks like Jesus has just arrived to their kitchen? So photographers, they'll take two photos. They'll change the aperture so you can see through the window, and then they'll change the f-stop to another one where they can see the room, and then they will take those two and they will put them together. And so they're actually taking multiple photos and putting them together so you don't have the perfect picture of the lighting, but then you can't see through the window because the window has the light coming through in a different way. So their post-processing of the images really matter and the photos that they're taking. We have photographers that will even help you with a package for your lease listings. $199 to get lease listing photos done because you shouldn't even be taking photos of a lease listing. And if you're concerned about the price, have a conversation with the landlord about adding that to your listing agreement as an additional expense. Or don't get lease listings signed for less than 100%. Offering a 35% to the other side, giving you a larger budget to get your photos taken. But you are partly a marketing expert, and your marketing is only as good as the marketing pieces that you have, and it all starts with the photos. I like to use Matterport. Matterport is a very important part of my real estate marketing because of how the properties look in the marketing itself. And so, how many of you have ever used Matterport? Okay. How many of you have never used Matterport? It matters. The photos absolutely matter. I'm going to share a property that a couple of you have already done open houses on. Who is Amrit and Raul have done branded. Okay, change my screen. Here is a listing at 3821 Lombard Street. This is a property that I have coming soon that you guys actually did a CMA for. So Twist Tours has the 3D tour. The 3D tour will allow you to what they call the dollhouse view, where you can actually see in here how how the rooms fit together. So you can put your mouse on the donut, you can see inside the room, and this is something that buyers really like, and they spend a lot of time on this because they want to see kind of what's going on. Like, well, where does that door go? I want to see. Oh, looks like that door goes into the laundry room. Got it. That's the laundry room. What's on the other side of the laundry room? Oh, looks like that's the pantry. Got it. Nice walk-in pantry. You see, they can get a much better idea of what's going on in the house through this Matterport thing. And that comes with the Matterport photos. They'll also do a floor plan as part of it, and you get really good images. So you get nice photos. Now, here's a situation where I begged my seller to have the property staged, and I finally got them to agree after the photos were already taken. So that's always fun. So I had new photos taken, and the new photos are coming back this afternoon with the property properly staged because this home should have been staged. And I finally got them to agree. Again, a little bit too late, which just means that I had to pay for another set of photos. But luckily, they charged only $100 to have a reshoot done. And so I get the same question. Well, what price point do you do this? And how much did this cost you? Um, that's a good question because this cost me $557.49, plus $100 reshoot after it was done. So, yes, I have actually spent even more than that. I've spent as much as $800. In fact, there was one situation where I spent $1,200 because you can also get aerial drone and drone video depicting on what you're trying to accomplish with your listing and what really is the value of that property. Jeanette.
Also, for anybody that doesn't know, it also calculates measurements of, and when I have an open house that I have Matterport on, they will come in and say, well, do you have measurements of the rooms? And I say, oh yeah, absolutely. Let me send you my information, and then I send them the Matterport, and it has it by measurements, which is a game changer.
Yeah, it's true that the Matterport um, will help you with getting the dimensions of the rooms, just like you have with having the floor plans, because the floor plans also will give you dimensions of each rooms. So having the right marketing collateral matters. Properly preparing the home for market. In this case, I had them power wash the driveway. I had them remulch the flower beds. I had them trim the tree. I had them mow the lawns. I had them take all the screens off all of the windows and wash the windows. I had them professionally clean the house because the house needed to be professionally cleaned. And the only thing that was left on my list was staging. And luckily they've done that. And this is one of those coming soons that we have. It's already in the MLS for open house on Saturday and Sunday. And we're going to go live at 2 o'clock on Friday. And this one is going to be one of those listings that's going to have a ton of people show up on Saturday and Sunday for the grand open house weekend. And two of you have already picked this up. Now think about that for a moment. Here you are, an agent at Realty Texas. The listing agent has spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to create the perfect recipe to have as many people show up as possible for an open house weekend, including the right timeline. And then we ask you to do it, and you have no skin in the game. Not a cent was charged to you, and you get to show up and reap all of the benefit of all of that. Why in the world would you not be showing up for that? Why do we have open houses at this company where we don't have real estate agents showing up? And so that is a question for the ages, but you guys should be on the lookout for those grand open houses. And we've created a flag for you to know the grand open houses. Under our, where is it? The open house opportunities. When you scroll down, you will see the red. What the red means with a little house, it means grand open house. It means that this is a grand open house coming up. And so the agent, the listing agent, can mark it as a grand open house. And so here you have 1441. You've got some of these that are grand open houses, and I recommend that you guys um, go ahead and do what you can to seek out those grand open houses because there's a lot of value there. Okay, so here's what I mean by Matterport twist tours. Now you kind of see a flavor for it. The dollhouse view, where it sees how all the rooms are put together, and then you can zoom into the dollhouse view, and then you can actually walk through the property using your mouse, and you can look in every single room. And you can really zoom in and you can really see what's going on in every room. Very helpful. But with that comes risk and liability because they're going to be able to zoom in on every corner of the house, and that's everywhere. That is going to be on every website imaginable because part of the job that we have as a listing agent is to saturate the market with advertising regarding that property. So we need to have a conversation with them about the pictures of their family that's on the walls and on the tables because that's going to get syndicated out to all the websites. And that conversation that you have with them about taking those photos down is a meaningful one because if you forget to have that conversation and that they find that their kids are online everywhere, that is kind of a stain on our reputation. Okay. So we're going to properly prepare the home for market. And you saw the map that I created, or the calendar rather, that I created for my client. Here's the couple of days that you're going to need to prepare the home for market. Here's the day where the stager is going to come. Here's the day that the photographer is going to come. Here's the day that I'm going to get my photos back. Here's the day I'm going to put it in my secondary MLS to start the grand open house campaign. Here is Friday at 2 o'clock. We're going to go live for showings. Here is Saturday and Sunday. We're going to have our open house. And hopefully on Monday, Tuesday, we're exploring offers. So I put that, I go to Google and I find a blank calendar for that month and year. And I put on each day exactly what's happening so they can put it on the refrigerator. So they don't keep calling me, wait, what time are we putting in the MLS again? The map is shared with them, and that map goes to my assistant, and then my assistant starts putting all of this together for me so that I don't have to. When a listing is properly prepared for market and properly advertised, and you have the right collateral, it should attract one new listing, and you should be able to get two buyers from it. From the advertising you're doing to the 70%, by the way. Now, the 70%, one of them likely is going to put in an offer, but you're going to have a lot of buyers, and some of them are not going to be a buyer for that home. And then you end up getting a representation agreement with them and help them find something else. Primarily, we're going to try to understand why they're at this home and what they like about it and try to overcome their objections. And when we find out that that's not possible, then we're going to try to work with them and help them buy something different. So if on a lower price range, the home that you just saw was a $630,000 price range, but on a lower price range, if they get one $200,000 listing from your amazing photos that drew people out, the neighbors were watching you and hired you, That's a $6,000 return from your $400 or $500 photos. Or if you get 2 buyers from it, that's $12,000. So for spending anywhere from $150 to $500 on photos, um, you're earning, and here I said spending $690 on photos earned $18,000, a net difference of $17,310. And all of the marketing that you did, the photos, was tax deductible. I want you to think about your photos differently. I want you to think about them as an investment for lead generation. It's a marketing expense for the seller, but it's also an investment for lead generation. It's going to showcase the services in front of the neighbors. You're going to be able to show the neighbors the quality of your work and the importance of properly preparing the home for market and showing them perhaps a Twist Tours link of other listings that you've done in the past or currently right now so they can get an idea of what it is that you're trying to accomplish and that it can be very meaningful to them. It's worth it. The expense of the photos is worth it. And not just because, you make more money, because it's also your brand reputation, your reputation of a listing agent. People want to hire an agent who's going to help them walk them through this entire process. And part of that is the pain of proper pricing, because that's a pain point for a seller, and the pain of preparing their home for market, which is a pain point. My seller didn't relent and stage the property because I just ignored the situation. It's because I was relentless about talking to him about staging. I know that that's going to make a difference in that price point. I know what the competition looks like, and I know that they've already bought another home. And because they already bought another home, they want this thing to sell. And in this price point, we are selling a lifestyle. And I know it's going to make a difference. And I've seen the comps and I did the work. So I am 100% confident in it. So I kept telling them, you guys need to stage this property. It's going to make a difference. Your first 10 days is the most important. And during the open house and when people are coming out to the property, we need to sell the lifestyle. We need, especially with that floor plan and some bonus rooms that have attached to it, it's important. And they did finally relent, and we have the staging completed yesterday. Photographer staging 2 days ago, photos taken yesterday, and they're coming back this morning. I was hoping that the photos for staging would be back already before class, but they're not. Okay, so here's our list. Secure a listing appointment, research the property tax records dated for the subject property, research the prior MLS listings for the subject property, research the RPR report for the subject property, establish the most probable sales price, preview the comps, drive the community, visit the amenity center, leave a pre-listing packet, RPR at the subject property, professional photo shoot, advertise it 5 days in advance, your open house signage, your day of open house door knocking, and your client portal. So in red is where we're headed next. These are the next things that we're going to do. Now here's a Tom Ferry video about your ultimate open house strategy. We're going to watch the first 5 minutes of this, and then we're going to break apart. And remember the calendar that I told you that I create? I have another version of it here. So we're going to talk about that more in a moment. But again, we're slow rolling all of the preparation that we're going to do with both getting the seller to agree and then what we're actually going to do to market their home step by step.
For over 20 years, I've dedicated my life to bringing you the very best selling, marketing, and business building strategies to keep your business thriving. Get ready to experience the success you've been searching for. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show. Hey everybody, welcome to the Tom Ferry Show, episode 62. Today, we're talking about arguably the hottest topic, which is how do we generate more listing opportunities from your mega open houses? So the National Association of Realtors declares this is like the open house month. Now, you and I both know there's two ways to do open houses. The sort of traditional way where I hope and pray to the real estate god that somebody shows up. And you know this strategy. We put an ad in the local, newspaper, maybe through our company, and we hope and pray by putting out 2 or 3 signs that maybe, just maybe, somebody will show up, versus the Tom Ferry strategy, the mega open house, where I say, I know that this home is going to sell, whether it's right now or in the very near future. And when it does, there is going to be a tremendous number of listing opportunities right inside that community. And I want to turn like the vacuum cleaner on and suck all the listing opportunities out of the marketplace before anybody else gets a shot. So we do a mega open house. So to do that, we have basically the obvious event. So it might be 11:30 until 1 o'clock. And then the traditional open house goes from 1 until 4. During that time, we're going to invite all of the neighbors and all the people in your database, maybe all your best buyer leads, to come and join you, whether it's for lunch or lemonade. If you're my clients in Germany, it could be a beer. Like, it's entirely up to you. My clients in Australia, they're like, we're going to do these like on Thursday night from 5 to 7 and serve like wine. Like, I love it. It's entirely up to you. If you saw last year's Tom X with Kyle Whistle, I think his topic was like beers and open houses and the after party of like an open house. It was crazy. But what we know is this: just like a broker preview, if you want agents to show up, you serve food, you got some refreshments that when they show up, like, it's the experience of see the house, get a bite, and then get on to the next one, but get to know the market. The same rule applies in inviting the neighbors. So we're going to talk about 5 ways to drive traffic, mostly from the neighborhood and then to the avatar ideal buyer you're looking to attract. We're going to talk about 5 easy questions that you should be asking every person that walks through, and then 2 really cool bonus tips, things that our top clients are doing, our great coaches are doing, to not only make people as they're walking into this environment feel more comfortable, but also a way to capture potential seller leads or just capture leads in general. So let's go through it together, right? 5 traffic, 5 easy questions, and 2 cool bonus tips. So let's talk traffic first and foremost. What we know is today, I mean, look, I know I'm walking out of the camera here. Like, we got to get them here, right? You got to get them here. What's up, JD Leonard, by the way, just sending me a text. So how am I going to get the local buyers in my marketplace and potentially the neighbors in the marketplace to know about this house digitally? Well, what we know is, first, record a short form video. And it could just be something as simple as this. You standing in front of the house saying, hi, it's Tom Ferry with Banana Real Estate, and I just listed this beautiful home right here at the corner of Humma Humma and Nana Nana. If you know anything about this community, this home is going to sell, and it's going to sell quickly, because right here next to school A or B, or shopping of X and Z and 43 Starbucks, this charming 3-bedroom, 2-bath, hasn't been on the market for almost 15 years, and it won't be on for long. I'm holding it open this weekend, both for the neighbors as well as the general public, between 11:30 and 1 for lunch, and then 1 to 4. If you'd like to join us, please let us know. Boom. And I shoot that simple little video, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to email that to my database. So let's say the mega open house is on a Saturday. It could be Friday afternoon, it could be Saturday, it could be Sunday. It's entirely up to you. You're going to send that at least 48 hours before to say, come join us. You're going to check your open rates. You're going to know how many people opened it. Are you going to ask them to make a reservation for lunch? Probably not. Just, hey, hit reply and let me know if you're going to join us. And you'll get a bunch of people that'll say, hey, sounds great. No, we're not interested. It's all good. What we want, though, is exposure, and specifically like our database and all the buyers you're currently working with that are looking for properties to know about this house. Number 2, I want to do a Facebook boost, like from your page, or you can actually run an ad. Either one is fine.
All right. The rest of this video is going to be for homework. Proper preparation and planning is a big deal, but sometimes we can do the proper preparation and planning, and we plan for one, we do a really good job with it, and then the next one we maybe don't do the same things, we do different things, and then we find ourselves doing something different on every single listing. Has that happened to you? So if that's what's happening, then we don't have SOPs. You don't have a binder with, here is what I'm going to do with a listing, and you go down the list. It makes it easier for you. You know when you're finished. You know exactly what you're trying to accomplish. You know exactly what it's going to cost to do every single listing, and you don't miss anything. And you also don't provide disparate treatment, meaning you do one thing for one seller that you don't do for another seller. And so we have to have a plan. And right now he's talking about a plan. Here's great ideas of things that you can do. So we need to be critically thinking about what can we do to ensure that we properly advertise a property, a grand open house. Timing is critical. Obviously, it's ludicrous to put something in the MLS on Friday and then do an open house on Saturday and Sunday. One day pre-marketing is going to get exactly no one to show up. I mean, it's ridiculous, actually. If you think about the time and energy of the party that you're trying to throw, you know, in the real life, you wouldn't just plan a party one day ahead of time and expect anyone to show up. That's not how the world works. So we need to give them days ahead. And that's part of what our coming soon campaign is really designed to do, is to give you days ahead to get everyone there. You can invite your database through the realtytexas.me. You can run Facebook ads. Our company runs Facebook ads on listings that were properly prepared for market. So you can go to uh, Jesus in our marketing department and share him the photos of your listing. And if it follows the mega program, then we just very well may use your listing for the company. And that means that we'll spend thousands of dollars over the course of 3 weeks keeping that listing live and all of the leads that it's going to generate and sending you the report so you can share that with your seller. And if you want to know how to run Facebook ads, we can help you with that as well. Once a quarter, we teach a class on how we run Facebook ads so that you can learn how to do that as well. Okay, so this means it requires you to have a playbook and to have a set of actions, marketing tasks that you take for a listing and break it down into pre-marketing, the grand open house, the negotiations, contract to close, and there should be different chapters, and that you have checklists to make sure that you never get it wrong. And it's the real estate agent's job, yours, to figure out what's going to be on those checklists. But what you must have is SOPs and checklists for every single step. And once you have those checklists working really well, you're going to find that now you have a cookie cutter program that you're going down, which makes your job easier. You know exactly what you're going to do, and now it's repeatable. And you can hand that playbook to an assistant who takes over for you, and they can make sure that you don't skip a beat, which makes training the assistant much easier. Because now it's not a conversation that happens between you and an assistant like, well, don't you remember that I said this? Versus, let's go back to the playbook and let's review the SOPs again. Because if they've missed something, it means that you probably didn't hire a blue personality that likes going down lists and making sure that they get it right. My coaching is when you're ready to hire an assistant, I will coach you through that process for a month and help you post the right ad on Indeed, help you with making sure that the color assessment goes out to each person, reviewing that color assessment, hiring the right person, and then making sure that your emails are set up correctly so that they have access to certain things and not access to other things, setting up your room so they have access, and getting all of your SOPs in order so nothing skips a beat. That's the coaching that I do for our agents. Isolette and I just finished that block of coaching, and she now has, for the first time in 30 years, an assistant helping her, which is completely a game changer. Her assistant is putting up her signs. Her assistant is putting the properties in the MLS. Her assistant is preparing all the documents for her listing appointments. Her assistant is preparing all the documents for her buyer appointments, which means now she can focus on being the face of her business, going out and filming more videos, having more conversations, going to the city council meetings, and getting out into the community, joining the chamber, going to her luncheons in her community, and getting out where the people are, and know that All the stuff at the office is being taken care of so that she has a higher quality of life. Now she has time to be able to be the face of her business and be a good wife and family member for her family and not be at the office until midnight every single night being her own assistant. Because you need an assistant. If you are performing at any level that is over the $4 million mark, you need an assistant that's doing these things for you. And you need to pay them. You're going to pay for their loyalty. And so an assistant's going to start at about 20 bucks an hour. And by the time you are making the 500 to $1 million mark, I recommend that that person is getting anywhere between 40 to $50,000 a year, which sounds like a lot until you realize you're making somewhere in the $700,000 mark. That's the best tax rate you'll ever have because they will allow you to scale your business and take your business to the next level. So if you're not there yet, your goal is how do I get to 4 million as soon as possible? This is going to take a lot of work and a lot of me being my own assistant, and then offboard you being your assistant as early in your career as possible. But that means that you need to start your SOPs today and not try to keep in your head all the things that you're doing because you're going to forget. It's going to take you longer to actually go through your listing checklist. And when you do hire an assistant, it's going to be a mess because now you're going to be doing SOPs and training along with doing your job and training someone, which makes your job 2 times more difficult at a time where you needed an assistant to help you. Now you're training them and now you have even more work on yourself versus them having a playbook. So this stuff matters. MLS has rules and NER has rules. There is a MLS statement, policy statement 8.0. It's called Clear Cooperation Policy. And that rule says within 1 business day of marketing a property to the public, the listing broker must submit the property to the MLS for cooperation with other MLS participants. Public marketing includes but is not limited to flyers displayed in windows, yard signs, digital marketing on public facing websites, brokerage website displays, IDX and VOW, digital communication marketing, email blasts, multi-brokerage listing sharing networks, Facebook networks, and things like that, and applications available to the general public. Now, this is something that went into effect in November of 2019. This came from a time where we had gone from the financial crisis to a pretty good, strong market where signs in the yards were pulling buyers in and properties were selling off MLS because they were going under contract during the Coming Soon campaign before it was even put into the MLS. Some of it was just by happenstance because agents weren't prepared and didn't know how to handle that scenario, and some was happening in bad faith because they were doing that on purpose. But suffice to say, there was enough transactions closing by real estate agents outside the MLS that the MLS was losing comps because of it, and sellers were being harmed because the property wasn't exposed to the market. So this rule became the rule of the land, and that rule is still a rule of the land, which means if you put a sign in the yard during your Coming Soon, you have 1 business day to get that property in the MLS. So the CTX MLS checks off that box. We're putting the property in the MLS on Monday. So that means when should the sign go up? Well, the sign can't be in the yard anytime before Sunday because if you go live 2 o'clock and it syndicates, now you have to have it in the MLS by 1 business day. So if you put the sign up on Sunday, then that means it would have to be in the MLS on Monday. So Sunday was the soonest that you would be able to put up that sign in the yard. Now, it makes sense if you think about it this way. Would it make sense for you to have an open house sign in the yard on Friday when you're not doing the open house that weekend? No. So Monday, we are doing the open house for this coming Saturday and Sunday. So we certainly wouldn't want to confuse the consumer by putting the sign in the yard a Sunday morning that says grand open house Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. People are going to come knocking on the door and it's going to confuse everyone. But I do want all of the neighborhood people who are pulling out of their driveway and driving to work Monday morning to see all my sign in my grand open house coming. So my recommendation is after 4 o'clock on Sunday is when the sign goes in the yard. you should use the sign writer that says coming open house Saturday, Sunday 2 to 4. We actually have a sign writer that says that open Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4. And I put that writer on the top and I put that writer on the bottom. Now, if the home has a pool, I might have a pool writer and I might have a open house writer. But I want to make it very clear to the world that there is an open house happening. And that is gonna now Monday morning when people are going to work, they see it. They see it on Tuesday, they see it on Wednesday, they see it on Thursday, they see it on Friday, and now the neighbors have had 5 days to drive by that property and also prepare. I'm also going to do a little mailer and I'm going to knock on doors. I'm going to do other things to try to get them to come because I want their listing. They also very well may have family who's looking to buy, so they may know who the buyer is going to be that home, and they actually may invite people to try to help me sell that home. And so there's a lot going on here, but the order of operations is the most important thing. So something that we were speaking with some of you about, Leor as well, is when do you get your listing agreement signed? Your listing agreement should be signed the day that you met them on the listing appointment. Your listing appointment should be completely filled out. The only piece of information missing on that listing appointment is the price. And you sit down, you go over the comps, you go over what you're going to do to help them prepare for the market, what you're going to do for your marketing campaign, how you're going to expose their home to the 70% that doesn't have an agent, the consumers, and the 30% that do. And that you're going to point everyone to a huge grand open house weekend, and your goal is to get both of those groups to descend upon the property at the same time, giving the seller the highest propensity of going to a multiple offer situation so that the buyers are negotiating against themselves instead of negotiating against the seller. That is the conversation. Now, here, when does the listing agreement get signed? As early in the process as possible, the day that you went on your listing appointment. And now you're going to have a gap between the listing agreement and when you put it in the MLS. And that gap is coming soon, make ready. And it's going to be 12, 14 days, probably likely. But here is a typical listing for me. Maybe I went on a listing appointment on a Sunday and I got my listing agreement signed. And I've walked the home, maybe with them. I like to use a stager. So you could have a stager. The stager I'm talking about here is not bringing furniture in. It is someone who's going to walk every room with them and give them a list per room of exactly what they need to do to make ready. I've already told them what they need to do to make ready their curb appeal, but inside. And the stager helps them take down photos, move furniture around, tells them what pieces to put in the garage. And when I separate that from myself, it actually has benefit for my business, both for time and I don't want to be the person helping them with that. I want to separate that because I don't want to be the guy that told them to take down their kids' photos. I want the stager to do that. So I want to separate myself from that as much as possible. And I've found that that's very helpful. My stager charges about $300 to do that, and I pay for that. So I pay for my photos and my stager appointment. I don't pay for staging. This last staging appointment was $2,200 to stage the entire house. My seller paid for that. I pay for my photos and my initial stager appointment. Those are the two things that I pay for. So under this May calendar, it is got my listing agreement signed on the 1st. My stager was able to come out there 2 days later. And that was as soon as I could get them out. And then the stager gave the seller a list. And now the seller is doing the list on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Most of the time, they're going to need a good chunk of the weekend to finish it. Whether it's, doing all the little things in this Thursday, Friday, I might have had a painter out. I might have had a company come out and clean the carpets. This listing that I have coming right now, I had to have the carpets cleaned. And so I had my carpet cleaner company come out and do that after we had the carpet cleaned first, professionally cleaned, then the carpet cleaned, then the staging, and then the power washing in that order. So all of that can all happen condensed in a couple of days. If depending on what needs to be done, then the moment I know that they're ready for photos, I want my photographer out there because I want to go live on a Monday. And I know that the Twist Tour people, they will give me the photos the next day after they come out. They won't give me the photos the same day, no matter what I do. Ring their nuts, stream yell, they will not do it. So I just know that that's a thing. But I can't get them out to come sooner, but I'm gonna have to pay a little extra. And so there's a little extra fee for Sunday, and I will be more than happy to pay an extra fee $50 to have them come out on Sunday so that I get my photos Monday so we can go live in CTX MLS and have it syndicate to all those different places on Monday. And now on Tuesday and Wednesday here, we are coming soon. It's listed on all of the portal websites with the open house record, with my photos and all the staging done. It looks fantastic, and I'm gaining momentum. And then Friday at 2 o'clock, I go live in the primary MLS. Then it's going to go out to the gateways of the 30%. Because the moment you put it in the primary MLS, it's going to send a trigger to all the agents who have a gateway set up. And then we're going to do a grand open house, maybe Friday if that's a neighborhood farm, but certainly Saturday and Sunday. And then Monday, we've had a full week of coming soon. We had for showings likely Friday afternoon. You have the grand open house Saturday and Sunday. You come out the other side on Monday. And in CTX MLS, you've already been on market 7 days. But in your primary MLS, you've only been on market 4 days. The first 10 days are the most important. You're likely here to be dealing with offers, or at least having conversations with people who are very interested, and you're going to see what that's going to happen. And if it doesn't close, if it doesn't go under contract, then you're dealing with the next weekend. You're going to do the whole thing again, another grand open house weekend. So right after my grand open house on the 16th, I've already put my open house records in there again because I wanted to go out to Realtor.com and Zillow for that 70% for those people who maybe were on vacation or they weren't looking that week at all and they didn't see it, that they know that my listing is there and all they have to do is come to my grand open house weekend. Hopefully, I'm not going to actually have to do that open house, but even if it does go under contract here, I like a backup offer. And so I'll tell my seller, hey, I know we're under contract. We advertised this open house already for 5 days. These people, it's like a garage sale. Once you advertise it, they're going to come. And if you don't have the garage sale, they're still driving by your house. And so my recommendation is we continue with the open house anyway. And that's more opportunity for you. Now you've had 2 weekends of the 70% showing up. And that's more beneficial for you and trying to get the seller into a backup offer scenario. Because a backup offer scenario is a very, very powerful place for a seller to be. Because now they have leverage to say no when people come at them at the renegotiation of the option period, which is a big deal. Okay, so it is 12:03. It is lunchtime. When we get back from lunch, we're going to continue on our slow roll of taking you step by step through this entire process. But I think by now you've got a pretty good foundation of what it is we're doing in what order. And now we're going to start talking about the little details that make it really successful. I'll see y'all back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is 1:04. We are back from lunch. We are reeling from the excitement. I know we're still waiting for a few of you to come back. Thank you, Joe, Birdie. Thank you, Brittany, for having your videos on. You have about half the class with video on, so still waiting for a few more of you.
Can you
All
see
right.
my video?
Yes, Jeanette, we can see you. But we can see you and you're in a place where you're not supposed to be.
Yes, so I'm on my way. I had to take pictures, but I'm not driving, so someone else is, and I'll be there like in 10 minutes.
You can just turn your video
off, and when you get to your destination, that is fine. You'll be counted for the class for 10 minutes, no problem.
Okay.
So I'm going to share a little something with the class. Would everyone want to see something kind of cool? Something a little exciting? All right. Let's see something kind of exciting. Realty Texas was just awarded the 2026 Inman Innovators Finalist Award. This is the Oscars for real estate. So I'm going to share with you the media packet that they gave us because I think this is more telling than anything. So here is Inman's share drive folders of the companies. So we go to most innovative brokerage, which is what we were named for. And isn't it cool to see Realty Texas's name alongside the other 9 brokerages that have this massive, huge award? Compass, Epic, EXP, Inside Realty, LPT, Real Brokerage, Serhant, The Agency, William Rivas, and Realty Texas, all named most in the running for most innovative brokerage out of all brokerages in the world, by the way. Congratulations, Realty Texas. We will all be in San Diego on the stage. Just being named is a big deal. Just being named. Okay, so here we are back to the grand open timeline. This is a little calendar that you can pull off of the internet. You can just Google blank calendar and you can find one and put together a little timeline so that they know when the photographer's coming, when the stager's coming, when they have time or when they have the window to get the place properly prepared, when the photos are going to be taken, when you're going to go live in CTX MLS for coming soon, and then when you're going live for showings, and then the grand open house weekend. Helps you and helps the agent, helps everyone. Now, the MLS listing, your listing start date, it must have a listing begin date on the date that you signed the listing. Would someone read paragraph B? This is the exclusive right to sale. This is a Texas Realtors listing agreement. And this is paragraph 4 term. Would someone read that B item? I know it's a little bit small, so you might have to squint, but if you'd raise your hand and read that for the class. Amrit, thank you.
If seller enters into a binding written contract to sell the property before the date this listing begins, and the contract is binding on the date this listing begins, this listing will not commence and will be void.
So what is that? What did that just say? What does it sound like that just said?
That it is null and void, and you have breached this contract by doing illegal activities, something along there.
Mm-mm.
That you can't take future listings.
Mm-mm.
They have to be for this time.
This is your listing agreement. So you're sitting down with the seller, and the seller is signing this document. This is between the brokerage and the seller. And paragraph 4 says, if the seller enters into a written contract to sell the property before the date this listing begins, and the contract is binding on the date this listing begins, this listing will not commence and will be void. So what does that mean?
You don't
If
get a
they
list.
have another,
Okay, let's
if
go
they have
first with
another,
Birdie.
okay.
I was gonna guess that you don't get the listing agreement, right? Because it's gonna be void.
What's going to be void?
The agreement,
Uh-huh. But why? How
because
is it
they're
void?
they're already selling it.
Date.
It's the reason
Someone's
why
talking, but I don't know who it is. Tessa, is it you?
I'm not sure, but I just said you can't start until your start date.
Okay. So yes, the The term of the listing agreement has a begin and an end date. And so when you look at the term for begin and end date, under it, it says B, if the seller enters into a binding written contract to sell the property before the date this listing begins, and the contract is binding on the date this listing begins, this listing will not commence and will be void. Lior, and then Jay.
If they had signed with another agent before the the date.
Okay. I'm not going to say signed with an agent before the date because it could be. So you're close. You're on the right track. You are definitely on the right track. Jay and then Birdie and then Tara.
Well, this is the reason why you're saying you want that we need to set the listing date on the date that it gets signed so that another agent can't swoop in that little bit of time in between.
Exactly right. It begin and it ends with that. So we're gonna put the question to bed with that. Good job, Jay. Lisa put Jay up for a gift card. Um, I need you guys to be able to read the language and understand what it says. And he extrapolated and immediately got it right. If I put the term date and I'm sitting with my seller and we're sitting on the table on the listing on the first, sometimes agents are going to say, oh, well, we're going to put in the MLS on the ninth, so we're going to set my listing agreement to start on the ninth. That means that if another agent, after I enter into this binding listing agreement with my client, with the start date being on the ninth, if another agent comes in and gets a listing agreement that starts on any of the dates before the ninth, your listing is void. So we're not going to let that happen, are we? We over here on the first are going to get our listing agreement signed. So when is it appropriate to get your listing agreement signed and what should your start date be?
The first.
We get the listing agreement signed when?
That day.
Day you meet
What?
them.
Yes, the day you have your listing appointment. And it should start when?
That day.
The day that you're signing.
The day that you meet them.
That's right. 100% yes. And how long of a listing agreement are we going to get?
A year or 6 months?
A year. I usually have mine going to wherever year I am to December 31st. That's usually how I work my listing agreements when I'm filling one out. And so there is no company policy on this. So it matters then. It very much matters. Now, when you're putting a property in the MLS, we have lots of different MLSs out there, but CoreLogic's Matrix product, which is in use in most major metros in the state, whether that be the CTX MLS or the Austin Metro or the Houston Metro or the entire Dallas Metro. Waco had it, but now they've moved on to they're part of Netris now, still using Matrix. We got Highland Lakes using Matrix now, all over the state. We've got for Bryan College Station using Matrix. The list goes on. 90% of Texas is using Matrix. And when you add a listing in Matrix, you have these checkbox on the Remarks tab that says IDX opt-in, display on the internet, display address, allow AVM, and allow content, allow comments. My recommendation is that you have all of these turned on. Opt in for IDX, yes. Display on the internet, yes. Display address, all of them turned on. There was a different instruction in years past. We have changed it. We want you to turn all of those on. Now, here's the difference between the Austin Board of Realtor syndication and CTX MLS's syndication. This is directly out of ListHub. And I pulled this information last week. So it has not changed because I've had some people tell me that maybe it's changed because they don't understand. But this is the publisher network. Now, the ListHub is an intermediary between the broker and the MLS. So the MLS uses ListHub so the broker can go into ListHub and turn things on because they're opt-in by default. Opt-in means it's turned off by default And if the broker wants it to syndicate, they can turn it on to make it opt-in. So here's what opt-in by default is for the publisher networks or the only publisher networks available in the list hub for Awesome Board of Realtors. There's 8. Of course, it's going to go to the homes.com, Zillow.com. It's going through that directly through the MLS. But outside of those, Century 21, Remax, foreclosure.com, HAR, Home Store. This is it. Now, if there is a Red Plus, then that website might have additional websites that it syndicates to. But CTX MLS, we've turned them all on, all 81 publishers, because we want it to go to everywhere. Zillow, Trulia, Realtor.com, Homes.com, all the rest. And so then the broker has to go into the publishers and they have to actually turn them on. So there are some brokers who don't even know about ListHub and don't know where to go to turn that on. 2013, Awesome Board of Realtors made the decision to stop syndication and return syndication to the broker, and the broker can handle it because they wanted out of the syndication business because of the bad rap it got. Many brokers were upset that the association slash MLS at the time was giving their data to all these third parties. So in any event, the reason that we've chosen CTX and the reason I built CTX the way I built it was to ensure that every syndication option possible for the MLS was turned on because we want to saturate the market with advertising. We want the listing to go and be on every website imaginable because we want to cast a very wide net and let everybody in the world know that this thing is on the market. So syndication and it available in MLSs inside the MLS is different. So when we put it in CTX MLS, it's inside only that MLS. It's available for agents to see it, and it's syndicated to all the third-party websites. But MLSs, CTX MLS doesn't share their information. So it's not going to show up in any other MLS. So it's just there, which helps us now because I don't want a bunch of agents seeing this and it going to the certification portals and people calling me trying to pound on the door to get in because that's not what I'm looking to do. I want to give it to the consumers, the 70%, a few days ahead so that they can see it. And then Friday, I'm going to put it in the MLS for all the other agents and start adding it to more MLSs. But right now, I'm going to put it in live CTX MLS Monday at 9 o'clock in the morning or as early as possible. Sometimes I have my photographer going out on Sunday because Saturday my client was still preparing for the photos. Maybe I've had the photographer go out late on Sunday, which means I'm probably not going to get my photos back until noon to 1, maybe even 2 o'clock on Monday. So I put it in CTX MLS as early on Monday as I have my photos. Now, in a perfect world, the photographer came out on Friday at the latest, and I had my photos early in the morning on Saturday or early in the morning Monday. So I was able to have it live before 9 a.m. I'm going to block out showings for the rest of Monday, all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, all of Thursday, and all of Friday up until 1:45, making the first appointment available to be scheduled in CTX MLS and showing time 2 o'clock on Friday. So I've blocked out showing. So if they want to schedule a showing, they can't. The first available option is Friday at 2. And so that also helps me using showing time. And then when I put it in Awesome Board of Realtors, I combine them. I merge showing time records. So both MLSs merge into one record. And we can show you how to do that as well. And so what we're trying to do here is use an MLS to syndicate this listing to all the websites available. So it gets to the consumers first. We know the consumers are looking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we're trying to speed up the 70% and slow down the 30% so that they can all descend on the property at the same time. That is what is in the best interest of the seller. And then Friday at 2 o'clock, we put it live in the Austin Board of Realtors and immediate ready for showings. And you'll probably get 2 or 3 showings Friday and lots of people coming to the open house Saturday and Sunday. Now, I highly recommend that if you're going to be farming a neighborhood and you're taking a listing in that neighborhood, that you follow the Friday afternoon open house idea. Elisa St. John is doing a Friday open house on my listing from 5 to 7. And so I think that's a very smart thing to do. You're going to get a lot of people in the neighborhood who just got off work and they're at home for the weekend and they'll stop by. It's something that we have found that's really successful. Questions about the timing before we move on from the timing? Everyone wrap your head around the timing and you're good with it? Okay. Your sign. You see how the sign says open Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4? We have these available in our store. You can also purchase them online. I get the black background with the red writing, but I have them outline the red writing with white so it pops because the red on black becomes a little bit dark, difficult to see, and it's not the same. So if they outline the red letters with white writing, it makes the letters much, much easier to see. So I recommend that when you put your sign out, you've got two types of signs. You have the T signs and you have the yard signs like this. I love flyer boxes, but I think that it's very smart for you when you have a flyer to tape a flyer or use contact paper and tape it to the inside of the glass window. The glass windows are 25 cents a piece, so you can buy a bunch of them so that you're not trying to peel the old one off and now it's got sticky and it's not looking as clean as it did before. I like to tape a flyer to the inside of the glass. Two good things happen. One, if the flyer box is empty, you can't drive by and notice that it's empty, but that there's a QR code on the outside of the flyer. So most people are going to scan the QR code and they're not going to bother. They're not going to bother even grabbing a file because they just want the information. Now, some of our open house signs have a QR code, and the QR code is to the agent's app, the V card. All of you are familiar with the V card because we've shown you the V card, and all of your listings show up on your V card. So if you're using the Realty Texas sign that has the QR code on it, then when they walk up to your sign and scan your QR code, it will open up your V card. And when they scroll to the bottom of it, it has all of the agent's listings first. And then it has the company listings after that. So if you don't have any listings currently, it's going to open up starting with all the company listings. But if you have listings, it's going to open up and it's going to have your listings first. It has a picture of the house. So if you've got 3 listings and they scan the QR code sign in the yard and they scroll down, they're going to see this house as the first one of the first 3, and they click it and they can get all the information from your subdomain. So when they register, that lead goes to you and your CRM, and then you get a notification that they registered. A call task generates, you push the call button and you call them. So your sign is your avatar. There's many different ways to do this. Again, we've got the T signs with QR codes, with the luxury brands. Inside your .me is a whole host of different sign options that you can choose from to send to the sign printer company to have in front of to be using in your branding. When you use the metal signs like this, when people are mowing the lawn, dirt and lawn pieces get all over it and it gets dirty and birds land on it and they like to make a mess of your sign too. Your flyer box gets empty. The flyer box, if you've used them and it's a couple years old and you've reused them a bunch of times, they get brittle. Remember, your sign is your avatar. And if the sign is crooked, and dirty when they drive by, it's a reflection on you as an agent. And I've seen some signs that were looked like they'd been in the yard for a really long time and the rider flew away and there's grass growing all around it and it's crooked and it's rusty and dirty and it looks bad. It looks bad for the agent, looks bad for the house. So one of the good things about having an assistant is the assistant can be driving all of the listings once a week and filling the flyer boxes up. If you are an agent and you're doing a listing and that listing is far away from your house, maybe 20 miles, maybe 30 miles, who knows, maybe 50 miles, but it's still in the same marketplace. I recommend partnering with an agent as agent number two of the listing. And maybe they can get some listing credit for it, but maybe they live nearby. How many of you know how to use your app to find agents near Realty Texas agents who are near you? Everybody has learned how to use that feature. Good, excellent. Well, that's a very important feature because it ensures that as best as possible, you can find a Realty Texas agent to help you with a showing or with whatever you need. I am going to share my app really quick because I have a really cool feature on my desktop that will allow me to share my app using this class, this Zoom. All right, everyone can see my app? All right. So when you click the hamburger, you see agents map. You click the agents map, and it's going to bring up the Realty Texas agent map, and all of you are on this map somewhere based on where you put your map pin. So in the realtytexas.me, when you click your photo in the top right corner and you click edit profile, the very first thing pops up is where do you want to be located on the map? And you get to pick. You can click a button that says, use my address, and it will then just lat and lawn and it will add it to the address. But you can also put it in the middle of a farm or wherever you want to be known for, and you show up in the map. So I recommend that if you've got a listing far, far away, that you partner with an agent, look for an agent that's nearby, and give them a stack of flyers. And so that they can help make sure that your sign looks good and the flyer box is filled, and maybe they're doing the open house, and you partner with someone so that the listing isn't just sitting there looking abandoned and someone shows up and wants to see it, and they want to get in, that you're not struggling to drive a 40-mile round trip because it's likely not going to happen. So just think about that. That is an option. As a side note, I know a lot of you were struggling with a quick rep. We looked into it, and me being me, I had my entire staff stop what they were doing, and we've completely rebuilt the quick rep using the new glass theme. And so, all of you, it is there and ready to go. So, creating a new quick rep is using our new look and feel, and they retooled it. And so, I think you're going to really like that as well. And so, there is a update available, and it was sent out this morning. Okay, so back to this. Your sign is your avatar. So you want someone keeping an eye on it, either you or an assistant or another agent, whatever it takes to make sure that your sign is looking good. In the back of my car, there's always paper towels and Windex or Simple Green, one of the two. And I use it to clean my signs when I pull up to the property for any reason. I always wipe off the sign. If it's sideways, I might find a new hole to put it in and put it in a different place because I don't want to create a big, huge divot. But with the wind and everything else, they can start rocking back and forth. How many of you have had really hard time getting signs in the yard? Okay. So I recommend something that I do that's been great is a drill. Yep, a drill with a 1-inch drill bit that's in the back of your car, and then you can put your sign on the ground. And if it's impossible to get it in to the ground, then it means they have no irrigation system in the first place, so you're pretty safe. And so I just drill a quick about 4-inch, 5-inch pilot hole, and then it slips right in the ground. So that works well for your open house signs too. If you're in a corner and it's impossible, it just is super, super handy. They've got drill bits that are 36 inches long, anywhere from, 5/8 to, 2 inches. And so I get the 1-inch drill bit, and it's actually a boring drill bit. And so it's in the back of my car as well. And the cordless drill, I make sure that it's charged, and it just makes your life a gazillion times easier because there are times where no matter what, I mean, I'm over 200 pounds and I'm jumping up and down the sign and it will not budge. Most of the time, my weight will help get that sign in the yard. But if you weigh 100 pounds, likely you're going to have a really difficult time. And now you're trying to pull out a sledgehammer and you're trying to bang that sign in the ground. And all it's going to do is dent up the corners of your sign. and make a whole lot of noise in the street. So I think I would rather use a drill than a sledgehammer. What do you think? Yeah, it's going to make your life just a little bit easier. So just tip from a pro. All right. So I'm not going to put the sign out there too early. I'm going to make sure that I put the sign with the open Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4. I'm going to put that in the yard after 4 o'clock on Sunday. I'm going to go live on Monday, but I want to make sure that if it says that the open house is happening 2 to 4 and I'm putting out the sign the weekend before because the next day I am going live in the MLS, I'm going to make sure that it's after 4 p.m. so that people don't go up to the door and start knocking and trying to get in when the seller is not even prepared for open houses. And if you have a flyer box, again, I do recommend that you tape a flyer to the inside with the QR code and also use the signed QR code. You need to have an open house strategy for your open house marketing. You need to do a video. We had a whole class about reputation management, about different videos that you guys said you're going to do, but this is a really good time for you to shine as an agent. You can give the photos to our marketing team and let Jesus know that you have a coming soon. And if it's followed all the Realty Texas methodologies, which is coming soon on Monday, Friday, properly prepared, properly priced, all the things, it's very likely that you will be chosen for us to run ads on. Once a week, we are swapping out ads to another Realty Texas listing. And so bring that to us and then we can run the ads. But if you want to run the ads, you can do that too. Again, once a quarter, we teach a class on running Facebook ads. We've been very successful at it. So you need some type of strategy of what you're going to do.
Now that I have your attention, I'm sorry, but we completely entered a new era in real estate. Buyers are not spending their Saturdays driving house to house anymore. They're shopping from their phones, from their couches, from anywhere in the world. Your listing's first impression doesn't happen at the front door. It happens on a screen. If it doesn't attract attention like this video did, it never gets to showing. This market is digital, visual, and fast. And the way it's marketed now matters more than ever. The market has already shifted. You either adapt to it or you fall behind. If you're looking for an agent who will list your property the right way, let's talk.
So hopefully you have something like this, which is going to stand out. But look, you might have heard the wrong message in there. You might have thought, oh, people aren't going to open houses anymore. That's not what she said at all. In fact, she said the exact opposite. She said first impressions really matter. You need to be doing videos so that they can come to the showings. If you do a video like this and you push it out there and tell someone why they want to live in that house, which is what the video is supposed to do, your video is not supposed to tell them that there's a house for sale. That does nobody any good. Oh, hey guys, we got this great home, 123 Main Street for sale. Come on, check it out, hang out with me. You need to tell them why they want to live there. Hey guys, just listed this new property. We are just 1 mile away from this amenity and that amenity and this amenity and just walking distance from here. And we've got bike trails and outdoor life and dog park. And you need to tell them why they want to live there. What's in it for them in this video, and then put that video everywhere. And then, by the way, if you love this home, come check it out Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. All you gotta do is show up. And by the way, I'm an expert cookie chef. I'll have some cookies waiting for you. Come on out. Whatever your tagline is going to be, have them come out and check it out. That is powerful. So yes, we're going to get the video collateral and the aerial video and the good Matterport images, the dollhouse view, all the things. Put it in the right MLSs in the right order. But you also need to do a reel and advertise to the world and get it on all of your messages, all of your messaging channels. That's going to tell people that it's coming. It's going to tell your base that you're doing an open house, and people you know may just come out and hang out with you too to check out the house. So there's more than just MLS. Tara.
Hey, I have a question. So I'm actually going to do a video at one of my listings tomorrow just to market it because it hasn't been on the market for so long. But let me ask you this. So, a lot of people have said over the years since I got my license, like, oh, you don't say the price in the video. And then I'll get comment. So I did a video last week on a rental. I have had almost 10,000 views on it. I have no idea what I did in this video that's different from other ones, but for some reason this one's gotten tons of traction. I've had people messaging me. Like it's actually like done a lot of good for me. And I'm keep watching like what did I do different? And so I'm trying to go, that's why I was like, well, I'm going to go do a video and set for this open house. So what do you recommend, like, as far as selling? Like, should I talk about the amenities around? Like, I know not flooding is a big thing in Kingwood, but like, what do you recommend?
I'm a little whirlwinded because there's like 12 different questions in there. And
Well, it's
so,
only one.
I mean, should you include the price? Should you do the amenity centers? I mean,
Yeah.
there was a lot. So just let me back up from the very beginning.
Price and what do you include? Sorry, there were two things.
Do not include the price in any of your videos
Okay.
because you pigeonhole your seller into that price and you have no idea what's going to happen with the price, and it very well could change later, which is why we also don't want to have the price in the flyers. And we also want to give them a reason to message you. And yes, if you don't put the price, there's a lot of people that are going to want to know the price. And in your videos, you can even say, if you have questions about address and price and all the information, message me. Or, put price. If you want to know how much this one is, put price in the comments and use it as a way for them to engage with you in a different way. When it comes to the amenity centers, I mentioned that a moment ago. You want to explain to them why they want to live in this property. You want to tell them why. And amenity centers is a good one of the reasons. How close is it to major life activities? What's nearby? Why would someone want to live there? And part of that is going to be, all of the outdoor activities and nightlife and quality life and things around it. So all of those things. When you're doing a video right now, what we're seeing is the videos that are hitting the algorithm, and the algorithm that is favoring videos are videos that it can tell it's not AI, and it's videos that's not been edited. Her video here is completely AI generated. You can tell by the way she's moving, and a lot of it, that 90% of this particular video was all AI created. And that's not where we're headed. There's a statistic out there that says that by 2027, Instagram will have completely fallen apart completely, and it will be TikTok and Facebook. And the reason for that is the massive amount of AI slop that's being created. People don't like it. People don't like AI videos. It upsets them. It's fake and it's not interesting. Now, if it's on a
Right.
specific topic out there, cool. But for all of you, don't go make heavily edited videos. Uh, Create videos that are live real time, that are not edited. Those are the ones the algorithms are going to push forward.
I
All right,
will say I ran into something in this video. Like in my while making the video, I ran into like the attic thing. I was like, oops, I was like, lots of storage space. And so many people messaged me just because I did that. And because I don't edit. So
good
I
for
think,
you,
okay.
Tara. Good for
I was just
you.
wondering.
Don't edit out the good spots. Remember, uh, someone want to share the story about the salesperson in the mall with the blender? Amrit, you want to share that story?
Sure. So there's two people who are selling, drinks that are made out of a blender, and one of them is picture perfect, and they are pouring everything out. But the other one has an accident where they spill something on them, and that video actually ended up getting more traction because it was more natural and people related to it better.
So oftentimes we try to make ourselves perfect, and we edit out the humanity in our video, which took a video that was perfect to something that people laugh with and find relatable, and the person is more human, more real, and that is worth its weight and time and effort in the video because you're going to get more engagement. So we don't want to manufacture those things. We don't want to try to manufacture those, moments, and it turn into, a comedy routine, because that's also going to be off-putting. But sometimes agents can do the crazy things like running around as fast as they possibly can until they're out of breath, showing the home in 5 seconds, or falling into the pool on purpose or, doing something crazy. Those are pretty engaging and pretty interesting. I don't know that that's going to make you look like a super serious contender. I don't know that I would want a video of me running around a house as fast as I could because I'm not so sure that people are going to be taking me seriously. They may watch my video, but at the end of that, what are they going to think about me as a real estate agent? Is that going to negatively uh, influence my brand? And I don't know that that would work for me. Might work for you, but you need to figure out who you are, what your brand voice is, and stay true to your brand voice. And so when you're doing these grand open house stuff, please make sure that you're doing some kind of video for your open house. Now, the day of, how many of you know whether or not you have a sign ordinance in your municipality? Okay.
Depends on where I'm at. In the San Antonio area, it really honestly depends on exactly where I'm at in the area, where there's a signed ordinance or not. The city of San Antonio definitely has one. A lot of the outlying suburbs do not.
And some of those municipalities require us to get a permit, don't they? Which means that for each sign, we have to pay for a permit and we have to get an established set of rules of where and how long and how many and on what streets we can have them in the first place. Round Rock has a sign permit that says you can't have any on county roads. At certain intersections, you can't have more than one in the intersection. So agents putting them on all four corners isn't going to fly. And what happens if you're in violation of a sign ordinance?
You get fined.
Renee.
They'll
No,
take your signs. They'll confiscate your signs with the permits that you paid for, and you'll never see them again.
So, not my word, but they're called the sign Nazi comes through, stealing all your signs and throwing them in the back of their cars. And off they go, and they get thrown away. So not only do you lose your sign and you lose your age stake, but you also lost your permit. And that permit could have cost 10 bucks, and the sign cost $5, and the stake cost $1. So now you're out 16 bucks, and they're going to drive around taking all of your signs. So if you don't have permits and you were supposed to have them, they'll just remove your signs and then they throw them away. They don't drive to your listing and knock on the door and say, "Oh, you're in violation. Did you know that? Here's your signs back. I had to pull them." No, they just pull them and then they take them to wherever city trash can and they throw them all away. So make sure that before you do an open house that you do the research to figure out what municipality it's in and look on the municipality's website to try to determine whether or not there's a sign ordinance. Now, there is some confusion out there about the changes that happened on September 1st, 2025 in the 89th Texas legislature regarding the sign ordinance in the state of Texas about bandit signs. And we fall into those signs. These are the overnight signs that are left out. Most signs are not supposed to be left out. But this is the thing. People thought when they heard the sign ordinance that the state of Texas created a moratorium or they created a ban against signs in the entire state of Texas. And that's not what happened. All the state of Texas did was promulgate the fines. All these different municipalities had different fine schedules regarding a sign. And the state of Texas said, nope, this is ridiculous. We're going to promulgate the fine structure. So then people thought, oh my gosh, if I put up a sign, the first offense is $1,000, the second offense is $2,500, and the first offense is $5,000 for if I put up a sign anywhere at any time, which means that we can't put up signs anymore. And that's not true. The state of Texas did not modify where you can put up a sign or have any legislation on whether you can or can't have a sign. All it says is if you have a sign in the yard that has a local ordinance against you putting that sign in the yard, there's going to be one set of fine across all metro areas in the state of Texas. Because if you're got a sign that's right on the corner of one municipality and a mile away you have the another sign that's in another municipality and both of them give you a fine, you could have had two different fine amounts, one from one and one from the other. I mean, it just turned into a mess. So now we have a promulgated set of fines. So the idea here is that we don't violate the sign ordinance. that we find out from our local municipality what that sign ordinance is to make sure that we are not in violation of it. One of the things that Mary Beth Ray likes to do in her neighborhood is that she does know that there are places where she can't have signs in the little strip of grass outside the lawn because of the city sign ordinance. So when she does her farming, she knocks on the neighbor's doors and lets them know, hey, I have a home that's coming up and I want to leave my signs up overnight at the corner. Would you mind if I put a sign in that little tiny corner of your yard so people can see it and turn right here? And they're like, oh my God, Mary Beth, yeah, no problem at all. And then she says, and by the way, come to the open house. I want to see you over there. And so that way she can leave her sign up overnight because now it's on private property, not public land. So that's something that's worked for her. And the sellers are always, thank you so much for asking me because a lot of agents are just putting it in my yard anyway, and I'm not cool with that. So thank you. And so far, that's really worked well for her. Okay, so a bandit sign is any sign placed without authorization in a public area, including road medians, sidewalks, utility strips, street corners, highway frontage, and public right-of-way. They could require a permit. Bandit signs, it doesn't matter if it says open house, for sale, directional arrow, or just this weekend. If you have a sign and it's in a place that doesn't allow signs, your sign is a bandit sign. If a permit is required and your sign is there, and you don't have a permit, then your sign is a bandit sign. So your sign could be a bandit sign if it is there illegally. So how you make your sign not a bandit sign is by following the rules and having it placed legally and having a permit if one is required. It is simple as that. So people are really overthinking that. All right. So let's move on because we got a whole lot of other things to go over, including what we're going to say at the open house when they walk in. So we have spoken about what conversation we're going to have with the seller, what kind of photos we're going to get, what timeline it looks like, uh, and preparing the home for market. Monday, CTX MLS, Friday, your MLS, Saturday, Sunday open house. All right. So now day of. Now we're talking about the day of and where we're going to put our signs. We want to make sure that from the moment they saw our photos online all the way until they walk into your open house, that their shields never go up. Because once someone's shields go up, they don't go down. So when I say shields, what are you thinking I'm talking about?
Trust.
Say that again?
Trust.
Yeah. Once someone has a feeling of anxiety, then their defenses go up. And when their defenses go up, they're going to be less apt to open up and talk with you and have a conversation. And there's a lot of different situations where their shields can go up. And so if people are coming in already defensive or a little bit worried, it could be a lot of things. Now, we do open houses in Texas different than they do in California and some of the other states. What is the one big difference do you think when I was in Long Beach, California doing open houses that is completely different than doing open houses here in Austin, Texas, or in any of our metros here in Texas? What do you think the big difference is? Sherry.
We used to leave the front door open and
That-
welcoming out there.
That's exactly right. We always had the front door open. Now, you want to know what's going to happen to you if you leave their front door open in Texas? You are not going to be their favorite person. You're letting the mosquitoes in and all the bugs in and the air conditioner out and all the things, right? So we really just can't leave the door open during an open house. So it's a different feeling in California when the door is open and people are driving by and they can just see the door open and you got your signs outside and they can just walk in. With the door shut, you're walking up to a door that's shut, and if no one has come and gone since they parked, do you think they're going to just take the door and just walk right in? No. They're going to ring the doorbell or they're going to knock. And how about at an open house, at a builder model? When people are walking up to that builder model, Do you think they knock on the door, or do you think they just walk right in?
They open the door.
They just walk right in. So there's a philosophical difference about something going on there. The builder did a much better job of making sure their shields don't go up, because if someone stops at the door and they have to ring the doorbell or knock, somewhere in their brain are thinking, "Oh, I can't go in." And now a shield just went up because they're thinking, if I just go in, I might get yelled at, or I don't know what's going on here. So they don't know what to do. You want to make sure that they know exactly what to do, because if they don't know what to do, two bad things are going to happen. Their shields are going to go up, and then they're going to ring the doorbell. And if they ring the doorbell, that means that you're going to have to go open the door. And if you're already speaking with someone, it's going to mean that you're going to interrupt them. You're going to have to stop that conversation. And that's probably where that conversation is going to end. So we have to figure out a way to make all of this work. And again, once the shields go up, they typically don't go down. So we're going to do things a little bit differently. First, we're going to make it obvious that there's a party going on. We don't want to pull up to the open house and the outside just have a little sign in the yard that says Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4, and that's it. Because now they're tiptoeing up to the front door and they're feeling like they're trespassing. They're getting to the door's shut, they're ringing the doorbell. They're going up to somebody else's house, and with so many no trespassing signs and with no solicitation, entire subdivisions, walking up to someone's door and knocking does not make people feel comfortable these days. So we want to do something a little different. Next to the front door, we're going to have this red sign that says, "Welcome, please come in." There's also on doormats.com, you can order yourself a open house doormat that has your name, it can have your brokerage name, it can have "please come in," "grand open house." And so when they get to the door, you've got your doormat there. And I always recommend that you also address what's going to be on the door, which is going to be a little welcome sign. So when they get to the door, they can see it. So you should have the open house flags. Have any of you seen the open house flags like we see here in this video, in this picture here? You can buy these for anywhere from 30 to 60 bucks online, depending on how tall you want them to be. And they have all different colors. So they've got the blue. You can have them monogrammed with your company logo, but it usually says "open, come in." And so my recommendation is that you buy two of these and you put one on each side of the driveway. And then you have the "welcome, please come in" sign right next to the front door with your "welcome, please come in" mat and a 3x5 card over the doorbell that says "please come in." So now someone pulls up to the driveway and they see the flags, they see the "welcome, please come in," and they get to the door. You think they're just going to go in?
Yes.
Going to come in. But without any of that, you're on the inside, the door is shut, and there's no party going on according to the driveway. Things can feel a little bit off. And so this is a way for you to make sure that they get all the way to the front door without their shields going up, and then opening the door without their shields coming up, and then how you address them when they walk in the door. It really, really matters. So when you're planning your open house for the weekend, part of the planning is to get on Google Earth, get Google Maps, and look at the subdivision and look for the major entrances from the major roads around the subdivision. And from all entrances, you want to have signs, and you want to have signs pointing into your open house. You should have 10 plus signs. Mary Beth Ray always tells her husband, "I want 20 open house signs or more at my open houses. Two, three signs is not going to cut it. I want them everywhere." Something that Lisa does is she put pinwheels. She goes to Hobby Lobby and gets pinwheels, those little spinning things, and she tapes them to her signs. And so as people are driving by, it gives motion and life to the sign. Some agents like to use balloons. That can be a little bit complicated. They can pop. They're not good for the environment. They only last for one open house and then they eventually go flat. All kinds of issues with those. And as a certified green realtor, I am not supposed to use balloons because I made a promise in that class that I wouldn't use balloons. So the pinwheels are a really good solution here. And so now you've got your signs from every major entrance leading to the front of this house. So that means your morning of, you need to get to the house more than 10 minutes before your open house. you're likely going to need to get there an hour, which means when you've told your seller when the open house is going to start, hey, look, we're doing the open house from 2 to 4, but I'm going to be getting there. I'll be in the neighborhood probably by 1:15. I got to put up my signs. I got to put up my yard signs and get everything ready. I got to start baking cookies. By the way, can I bake cookies in your oven? It's going to be the pre-made cookie. I'm just going to throw it in the oven. Cool. Yes. Because you're going to get there, you're going to walk inside, you're going to set the blinds, you're going to set the lights, you're going to set the HVAC so that everything is good. If you get to the open house and the HVAC wasn't on and it takes an hour or two to cool the house down, that's not going to be great. You want everything to be perfect. So you need to get there early enough to make sure that everything is perfect. Like the temperature, like the lighting, like the blinds, everything in the front yard, all the signs in the neighborhood. Now, if you have an assistant that's helping you with this, then great. Your assistant's going to go out there early and they're going to do all the prep work. Put up the signs, set the temperature so that when you drive into the neighborhood, all you have to do is go knock on the neighbor's door and then walk into the house and be ready to start receiving open house guests. Those summer days as a real estate agent, summer mornings, it can still be 100 degrees or pushing 90 degrees. And if you're out trying to push these open house signs into the dirt and you have your nice clothes on and you're out trying to deal with that kind of thing, it very well you could be sweating. And then now your makeup and you're sweating and you're trying to fix that inside the house, and that might not be the best thing, which is why it's so nice to have a boyfriend or a husband or an assistant or someone that can help you with that stuff because you're supposed to be dressed up in a suit, looking sharp and ready to receive people. And that's hard to do if you just were outside for the last hour putting up signs all over dealing with that. And if it's an older community and all of the dirt is super hard and you're trying to pound it into the ground, that's going to affect you. So just keep that in mind. All right, so now we've got all of the signs from all the entry points all pointing to the property. At the property, we've got two flags, one on each side of the driveway. We've taken the flyer box away. I recommend removing the flyer box completely and just putting it in your trunk for the time being because you don't want them to grab a flyer and drive away. You want them to come in and see you. So remove the flyer box temporarily, put it back after the open house. Have the welcome, please come in sign next to the front door, the 3x5 card over the doorbell, and a sign on the door that says welcome, please come in. All of that is going to, when they drive into the community now, they're going to see your sign. They're going to follow the signs right to the property. They're going to see the flags. They're going to get out of the car. They're going to walk up to the front door. They're going to see the welcome, please come in sign. And now they're going to open the door. And so now, here they are. Now, when you list a home, studies have shown that someone within 9 homes next to yours is going to list in the next 30 days. That's a huge statistic and a very important one for you to know. In the next 30 days, within 9 homes touching this home in a circle, someone is going to be listing their home in the next 30 days. Do you want that listing? Of course you want that listing because you just spent $800, $600 to $800 on photos. And part of the promise of doing that was that this marketing was going to generate another listing in that neighborhood. I have a goal. My goal is that when I have a sign in the neighborhood, that I never bring it home. That sign goes from listing A to listing B. Now, sometimes that doesn't work out because the other one lists before, and that's fine. But I feel like I have failed if I take my sign home and I don't have any more listings in that neighborhood. So I want to keep it going. I want to make sure that my fire never goes out in that subdivision. So that means communicating with the neighbors, getting on a website inside that neighborhood, and if it's a private group, ask your seller, do you guys have a private group for your neighborhood? Would you mind taking and email them a digital copy? Would you mind sending an invitation to the open house on that private group so that on Friday when I do my grand open on 5 to 7 or on Saturday when I'm here, that you invite all the neighbors to come? And sometimes if it's next door, you can often do it yourself. But if it's some Facebook group or something, you want them to help you in marketing. And that private group is usually very important. That should be on your checklist because you want them to come to the open house. They may have someone who's looking to buy, they may be looking to sell, but the idea here is that you want as many people to know about this listing as possible. So the morning of the open house, I recommend that you've gotten there early enough to put up your signs. You threw in the cookies into the oven, and it takes 11 to 13 minutes to cook those yellow and the packaged Toll House ones, Nestle. And you bring a clean baking sheet and a cookie uh, spatula and some small paper plates and some napkins and small bottles of water. And that you got there early and you make your first batch of cookies. And the batch of cookies, then you can take 4 or 5 of those while they're still warm and put them on a paper plate, and then take those cookies with you door knocking and knock on the door. Hey, I'm the agent for the property over here at 123. We're doing an open house this weekend. So if you see a bunch of cars in the neighborhood, that's probably what's going to be what's going on. We'll be doing it from 2 to 4. So we'll be out of here at 4 o'clock. If you know someone that's looking, you can help me pick your neighbor. Call them and invite them to come to the open house. By the way, here's a cookie, and I'd love to see you over. And here's a flyer, and then go to the next one. And try to knock on those 9 doors. The NAR says the statistic that one is coming, and it's in the morning of the open house. If you're not really comfortable with that, bring someone with you, so that you can feel comfortable in that, so that maybe you can pick up that second listing agent. Now, you may not be the listing agent, because some listing agents are not doing their own open houses, and it could very well be a open house agent. And the first time the doors are usually knocked on is during the grand open house. So it very well may be that you're not the one, the listing agent's not the one who gets the listing, because they have 5 of these listings going on and they can't be at 5 different houses. And another agent who's doing that listing for them goes, knocks on doors in the neighborhood, and they get the listing next door. That's part of the benefits of being an agent and being available and going out there and doing these open houses. Again, you do not want them to have to knock on the door, because if they knock on the door, their shields are going to go up and you're going to that's going to get felt when they walk in the front door. We're about to go on break, but I want to get one topic before we do that. Let's think back, all of us together, and let's just as a group. Who can you remember was the last person you watched bake cookies?
My mom.
Mom?
Grandma.
Right.
Grandma?
Grandma.
Mom? Grandma? Wife?
Daughters.
Daughter? So, do you think those memories are extremely good memories? Probably some of the best we have in humanity? There's a lot going on psychologically when a real estate agent bakes cookies. A whole lot going on. First, you walk in the house and it smells like cookies. As long as you haven't burnt them to a crisp, and yes, I've done that, don't pay very close attention to the 5-11 minutes, because if they come in and start talking to you and 21 minutes later, the smoke detector goes off, you have failed. And yes, this has happened to me. So don't let this happen to you. Cook them for 11 to 13 minutes only, even if that means that you keep the door cracked a little bit and you set the timer so that it automatically goes off. But I'm continually cycling them through. They walk in and they smell the fresh cookie smell, and that immediately makes them smile. So, you being a real estate agent who is bringing life to the kitchen, showing utility to the most important room in the house smelling like fresh baked cookies, these are all things that make them psychologically feel happier. They're more happy to be there. They feel more comfortable being there. They like you more, or they dislike you less, or afraid of you less, and more open to speaking with you. And now here you are in offering them a cookie, and we're going to, as soon as we see them walking in the front door, we're going to greet them at the door, from the kitchen. We're going to acknowledge them, thank them for coming, and give them permission or you're going to invite them to look around. And so there's a study here. You can read this study about what the fresh baked cookie smell does to us humans, but it's a very interesting study. And I think that you should read it, because it's going to really give you a different perspective. But it triggers dopamine in the brain. It's a feel-good chemical linked to pleasure, trust, and memory. It signals that, and again, baking the cookies is the kitchen's working. And this very important part of the room of the house is you're giving it life with the oven warm and the kitchen. Even if it's hot outside, you got the air conditioner on. The kitchen now has life, and that's such an important thing that you can do to an open house because when the kitchen is silent, it doesn't have the same thing. So you're really doing a lot. I have also had agents in the past create these cute little containers for cookies. Sometimes they're in a plastic bag and they wrap it with ribbon, and then they put this. This is actually a cookie recipe that they punch a hole in. So they take a little plastic thing, put a cookie in it, tie it up, and then on the ribbon, poke one hole at the top of this, and they tie it to the cookie, and they hand it to them when they come in. That is okay, but what's not okay for me is cooking them at home and then the day of not having the cookie smell and then walking around the house with cookie spray and spraying aerosol that's cookie scent. That is not going to do the same thing. It's not the same thing. But it is cute to make these the day before and give them a recipe. But I still recommend that if you do this, that um you still bake the cookies. You might be thinking to yourself, huh, the 6-year-old that's walking in, I'm going to give them the plastic bag one. I'm not going to give them the ooey gooey one that's going to get chocolate all over the floor and all over the house. But the adult that walks in, I'm going to give them one warm out of the oven. But I never hand the cookie to the child. I always hand the cookie to the adult to give to the child. So just pay attention of that as well. But really, this is designed not for the kiddos. This really is designed for the adults anyway. And last comment that we're going to make before we go on our 2 o'clock break is that the open house guests are not there to see you. They are there to see the house. And you need to keep that in mind that they're there to see the house, not us. And we're just kind of this mechanism that's going to help show them the house. And during that process, try to build a relationship where they weren't even expecting to build a relationship with you. And so we're not going to hover. This is something that Mary Beth and some others have said that really changed their life because they don't hover. They use these scripts, and Mary Beth said, "No, no, I have a script and it works." And then she started trying using mine, and now she's like, "Okay, well, I use your script, Jack." I'm like, "Okay, well, I mean, it works for me. It maybe not work for everyone, but when you put it in play, you have to determine does that script work better than the one you're using? The one you're using now works better, than keep doing it. Find something that works for you. But I am going to share with you my script, and I'm not telling you to change your script. I'm saying give this one a try because it might work better, might not work better." But you're gonna not, in whatever you do, you're not gonna hover and you're gonna give them space to come in. You're still gonna watch them because you're not gonna let them go into the primary bedroom and go through drawers and all that stuff. We're not gonna just ignore them in the house. There's a difference between keeping an eye on people and hovering. There's a very big difference. We're gonna keep an eye on them. And in what we're doing is not passive. You are being very intentional by giving them the space to be able to see the home and then ask them open-ended questions. And while you're there, you must be dressed to impress, whatever that means to you. All right, it's 2:06. We're going to go on our first break. We're going to come back at 2:16. I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back.
So the setup. Would someone read the setup on the screen here for me by raising your hand? Renee, go ahead. Thank you.
I swallowed the ice cream, so now I can read. Anyway, listing agent Beth has an open house scheduled on her new listing, but is unable to host it due to a scheduling conflict. She asked Alex, another agent in her office, to host her grand open house. Alex agrees and is excited about hosting this brand new listing. During the open house, a buyer, Mr. B, came into the property and loved the house but wants a bigger yard.
Okay, would someone read action? Thanks, I'm right.
Instead of showing Mr. Buyer how the current house could meet his needs, Alex says, this house is nice, but I have another listing at 123 Oak Street with a huge yard and it's perfect for you. They're scheduled to see it right after the open house.
What is the problem with this? Do you see a problem with this? What is the problem?
He is
You are saying,
not truly representing the open house that he is doing, but instead trying to take a buyer to a different house instead of trying to show the accolades of the house he's in.
I like it. In the scenario, who do we represent?
seller.
The
Seller.
seller.
So Alex is another agent at the firm, not the point person for the listing. But regardless of whether or not they've been appointed, the listing agreement is with the firm, and everybody at the firm owes that seller the same fiduciary duty pursuant to the property that she has listed with the firm. So Alex has a fiduciary duty to do, if they're going to be at the open house, to try to sell that open house and try to at least um, dig a little bit deeper. We're gonna try to overcome the objections. So pick A or B. The buyer said they were not interested in the property. The agent is absolved of any fiduciary duty to the seller. Go sell him a home. Or B, Alex should not have attempted to convert the seller's prospective buyer. Either one of these is okay. But the C option, that didn't work. We're not going to just jump to say, oh, hey, there's another property that would be really good fit for you because the reason I bring this up into Mega is so many, especially new agents, they lose sight of the big picture of who they're there to represent. And they think, I'm here to find a buyer. I'm here to get hired and to go sell someone a home. And so they think that their role is, look, if you're not interested in this one, I don't care. I'm going to go sell you something else, but whatever I can do to be helpful to you to help you buy a house. But we have to back up a little bit and we have to drill in a little bit and determine whether or not we can overcome the objections. And the very best way to make sure that we're getting it right is through empathy and think, what would we want to have happen if we were the seller of that property? And that fills in all the blanks. And by the way, being ethical is one of those things where you do the right thing even when no one's watching, especially when no one's watching. And so if you live your life that way and operate your business that way when you are being watched by the seller and didn't know it, you're going to get it right. So it's a fiduciary trap. Agency follows the task. When Alex agreed to host the open house, he stepped into a fiduciary role for for bestseller. The seller's interest has to come first. The primary goal is to host of a host at the open house is to sell that seller's property. So the conflict, by immediately redirecting the buyer to a different property, Alex prioritized his own potential commission over the interest of the seller he was there currently representing. So again, what would you think if you were the seller, if the company that you hired to sell your home did nothing to try and sell your home? So we have to overcome objections and feature this. Well, yes, this is a single story home. And so those single story homes have a larger footprint. So you get a smaller yard. In Texas, single story homes sell first. They sell for a little bit more and they're easier to sell. And so a lot of Texans prefer single story, which means you're going to have a little bit smaller backyard. So it's a little bit give and take there. And then see what they think about that because part of it's education and like, oh, I see. So if I get a two-story, I'm going to get a bigger yard. Exactly. So then the question is what matters more to you? A two-story with a larger backyard or a single story with a smaller backyard? That's just an example of how you could overcome that. But it is giving them information and trying to find out and like, no, this is the deal. I need a really big backyard because I'm going to put an ADU, additional dwelling unit in the backyard. So I have to have enough to put 1,300 square foot little house back there and get utilities. And that's just not possible here. I see. So now I've come to learn that this is an objection that's not something that you can overcome. They want to have an ADU in the backyard, and that's one of the main reasons that they're purchasing the home. And so then that is something that you can't overcome. And maybe you're able to overcome that. Well, this particular home just so happens to have two primary bedrooms or whatever, because we do have those multi-gen floor plans. But anyway, you're going to take them down the road and try to overcome whatever objection they have. So the takeaway for all of us is the host is the seller's advocate, or they need to be. You're not just there to lead gen, you're there to find a buyer for that seller. And so loyalty is non-negotiable in real estate. That is part of our duties. Diverting a live prospect during the event is a breach of loyalty to the client, which is our seller. So protect the office, protect the reputation, protect the listing agent, protect yourself. We win when our sellers win. Integrity in an open house leads to more listings for everyone, more opportunity. So first, remember who you're there to represent, sell the home, and then if you find that it's not a contender, then we move on. So how a true professional handles objections. This is what I'm going to call the gold standard response. And I've actually penned an open letter to the world regarding the real estate agent's duties in an open house. This QR code is to my pinned open house letter to the world about my opinions on the matter, which is why it's not on a slide. But would someone read this slide for the class if you'd raise your hand? Thank you, Bertie.
How a true professional handles objections. Advocate first. When Mr. Buyer mentions a small yard, the fiduciary's job is to highlight the property's strengths or find creative solutions that keep the buyer interested in this home. Exhaust all avenues. You must use your professional skill and best efforts to overcome objections on behalf of the seller. Protect the asset. A prospective buyer walking through the door is an asset belonging to the seller's marketing efforts. You cannot shop them elsewhere.
Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Any questions regarding any of the content or any of the things that we've spoken about that has led us up to this point? Anyone? Questions, questions, questions? Okay. So now we have spoken about putting up the signs, arriving early, knocking on the doors of the sellers, getting your signs in the yard, making sure that when your open house guest is getting to the property, they have no concerns of whether or not an open house is happening that day. And they get out of their car, they walk all the way up to the front door. They have no concerns, they have no fear to open that door. They don't even think to stop to open the door, just like at a model home. And when that happens, when someone walks in and they're smiling and laughing as they walk in, you know that you've won. In the back of your mind, you can think, oh, Jack was right. That's exactly what I needed to have done. Because when you don't do it, people knock and ring the doorbell. And when you do it right, they're actually coming right in and you're seeing them smiling and laughing, and there's no shields up at all. And so here we are now with them opening the door and them coming in. How many of you have any experience with a cat? Cat lovers out there. If you want to catch a cat, do you chase it? What happens if you try to chase a cat?
It runs
Going
away
up,
far.
It's going up where you can't reach it.
It is going to get as far away from you as it can possibly get. Because cats want to approach you on their terms, not on your terms, but on their terms. You think buyers are any different? They have come to the open house And pretty much they want to go through that open house on their terms. And if you start forcing them to go through this open house on your terms, shields are going to go up. You may get them to follow your instruction, but I can tell you it's going to impact your conversion rate. So we want them to connect with us. We want them to engage with us. We want to ask questions. We want to earn the trust to be able to learn what their objections are. We're never going to learn their objections if we put up their shields. We want them to get them speaking and asking open-ended questions like, what do you think? Which is their very favorite question. I think if you were to do a poll around the world, what is your very favorite question? What does you think is probably going to be in the top five? And so that's one of people's favorite questions, and they're not going to stop talking when you ask them that question, which now they're doing exactly what you wanted. You've got them talking about this particular property. And in doing so, you're likely to hear about some objections. Maybe they didn't even realize that they were letting you know what their objections were, but they're going to most likely tell you. And the yellow personalities, for sure, are going to tell you all of their objections. So you're going to hear about it all because they can't stop talking. So you get to the other side of that, and now you are intently listening. You're listening as if it were a martial art. Your kung fu is your ability to listen and have a conversation with them during the open house. Emrit.
Jack, is it just me, or does it feel like every person that walks through the door of an open house feels like a mix of a red and a blue personality on it?
Well, they're only going to be a red personality because their red is going to get punctuated when they had their shields go up. So if you can keep their shields go down, because do you remember when we did the color personality on a good day versus a bad day?
Yeah.
So you're gonna, when people come in and their anxiety is up and they're a little bit concerned, like, am I just gonna walk in someone's house and they're gonna shoot me? Or someone's gonna scream at me like, how dare you walk in my house? Which people are afraid when they're ringing the doorbell and coming in, hello, is this an open house? I mean, their anxiety is high. So you're gonna turn someone into a red.
Got it.
So how do we get them walking in with their friend, laughing and walking in and like excited to see a house and walk in their normal behavior, making sure their shields don't go up. So the elusive buyer, we are not going to chase them. When they feel watched, they're gonna be like, what is going on? What is this person, this creeper doing? Why are they looking at me? I don't like it. I didn't come here to see them or be stared at by a real estate agent. I want to see the house. And when they feel ignored, it's like, how dare you ignore me? You're here specifically for me. And so when you want to talk to them, they're like, what's up with this creeper? And then they have a question, and all of a sudden now a pendulum swung, and they're like, hello, excuse me, when you're talking to somebody else. All right. So the buyers don't like to be sold. None of us like to be sold. I know that when you're wanting to buy a car and you're walking around the dealership and you're just out there on their lot looking at different cars, they come at you and they come at you hard and they're selling you and you can feel it and it doesn't feel good and you don't like it. It's like, look, I'm just looking. Okay, well, when did you start looking? Have you been in the other dealerships? Have you test drive any of the cars? And they just won't stop asking you questions. You're like, just give me a moment to breathe. I just want to look at this car. They don't give you that space and they're trained not to. And it feels a little bit like them trying to get a quart of blood out of you. And so sometimes real estate agents take that same approach in the open house. Oh, please, can you register right here? Give me your name, your phone number, and your email address. Write down. Oh, why am I asking you for this? Well, the seller requires it that I ask everyone's information. And then you look down and it's Donald Duck 512 000 0001, and they're just putting stuff down because there was not enough trust that was built for them to give you their real information and they don't like it. And trying to convert this person after that is probably less than 3% chance. Probably 3% chance. So we're going to flip the script and we're going to do something completely different. When they walk in the front door, we're going to acknowledge them. We're going to thank them for coming and we're going to give them permission to look around. Hi, guys, or as Lindsay would put it, welcome in. Feel free to take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. Me, it's, hey, guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Hey guys, thanks for coming. Come on in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. I have acknowledged them. I have thanked them for coming. I have invited them in, and I've invited them all to look around in a nanosecond. That is not going to make their shields go up. That is probably the most polite way that you can acknowledge someone. We're not going to ignore that they're there. We're not going to say, give me one moment, please. None of that. We're going to just acknowledge them, thank them for coming, and let them look around and let them walk around. They will usually go maybe start looking at the garage, maybe look at the primary bedroom. We're just going to kind of keep an eye on what's going on. And we're going to stay away from any questions that is a yes or no. Those are dead end questions. Do you like it? Yes or no. Um, we want to have more open-ended questions. And the first one is, what do you think? Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. And then they may ask you a question. Oh yeah. No, come on in. And you just super friendly, very approachable. Got your suit on, you're looking really sharp, and you got your cookies there. And you're like, yeah, please be my guest. Or hand them a cookie as they're walking around. They may ask you a couple. There might be some small talk going on here, but you're just keeping it very mellow. And then they're going to see the property, and then typically they're going to find their way back to you and they're about to leave. And then you're going to drop this question on them. What do you think? It's not assumption. There's no assumptions being made, and it invites them to share. And they are going to share. And this is probably you as a salesperson, one of your most important questions that you're going to ask because this is going to now create some engagement between you and that person. And I want you to listen like it's a martial art. I want you to listen to what they're saying because remember the five things that we're looking for to put a client gateway in? We need area, max price, square footage, max number of bedrooms, and number of stories. Those are the five things that you need to have a good client gateway in the MLS. And I'm looking for those five things. And we have those five things written here for you. Area, size, beds and baths, primary suite, up and down, a number of stories, and max price. Those five things is what you are looking for to get answered. And so as you are listening like it's a martial art, I'm trying to check off those boxes. But the very first question that I want to know that I haven't gotten answered yet, which I'm going to find out in a moment, um, I'm usually going to ask this question based on what do you think? Well, we were really looking for something that's just a little bit more space. Oh, really? Oh, so what are you looking for? And then let them fill in the rest. And now you're going to learn a lot. And then on the five things, I'm listening to have those items checked off. And then the ones that I haven't heard yet, I'm going to simply outright ask them. If, maybe it's, I don't know how many bedrooms. So, how many bedrooms do you need? Oh, we're like three or four. Got it. And after I have all five, I'm going to kick into action. So you're looking for a single story around Dell that's about 1,300 square feet. That's a single story. And now I don't know the price. What's your max price? Oh, probably about 400. Got it. And then I read those five things back to them. I'm like, whoa, wait, what just happened? Because three of the questions you didn't ask them, they just told you, and you pulled that information out. And then you shared with them this. There was enough active listening going on. They're like, well, okay, something's going on here. How many of you have been on the phone with a bill company or a power company or an MLS or something, and they have done some horrendous thing to you, and you're trying to explain how they screwed up, and you've told the story, and then after you told the story, they ask three questions that you just told them in the story? How does that make you feel, Caroline?
Like you're not heard or listened to.
Have you not heard a thing I've said? That's what our inside voice is saying, right? So, what happens when you're on the phone with that same person and like, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you? It sounds like, and they repeat the story and all the important parts back to you. How does that make you feel?
Like you've been heard.
And then they say something like this, well, and they repeat the whole thing back to you and they say, and I'm so sorry, but you've reached the wrong department. I'm going to transfer you. How do you react then? You're like, no, don't transfer me. You understand me. I don't want you to transfer me because I know I'm going to get somebody else. Can't you fix this for me or get that other person on the phone with us? Right? Because especially if you've gone around and around and around with them and you finally find someone who seems like they get it. And so that is going to be the person you're going to be. You're going to be the person that just sort of gets it. And that's a really rare thing in today's world. We talk about value proposition, but being able to consume information that people tell us and be able to remember it and repeat it back to them through active listening. Do you know what a rare trait that is in today's world? That one thing is going to set you apart from the competition, likely more than any of your professional designations or your accolades or your realtor of the year or broker of the year or any of that. It is that one thing. Your ability to listen, take in information, and repeat it back to them, showing that you cared enough to listen and take it in. That is probably the rarest skill that we have today. That is going to make you stand out. And part of that is what you're doing here. And right now, you're showing them your commitment. And they don't know it yet. But when you repeat those 5 things back to them at the open house, they already liked you. They already like you. And you have a criteria of what they're looking for. You know what their objections are and what is not going to work here. So then ask, like I said, what are you looking for? And then you learn a little bit more. Now, I like to ask this question, and sometimes I ask this question first. Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. And then they're like a cookie, like, oh, how'd you find the house? And I put that in the memory banks, and I store that one for a while. Oh, we saw it on Zillow. Uh-huh. Just as I suspected. Versus someone who just, oh, we were walking our dog, we're a neighbor. What is the difference between those two different people? For you as a salesperson, how would that affect you, those two different pieces of information? Jay, we're going to learn who the salespeople are right now, by the way you answer this question.
It's going to tell you whether or not it's just a neighbor kind of looking around versus someone who is um, pretty much actively looking to buy.
Okay, that is very true. Caroline?
Yeah, I was gonna say something kind of similar. I was gonna say, um, the neighbor is probably someone who isn't actively looking to buy at that moment, probably just stopping by and uh, being friendly with the neighborhood. And then if they said they came from Zillow, that would make my brain go off that they're actively shopping in the market or looking for something like that. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, Caroline. Emmerich.
The neighbor walking the dog is actively scoping out the competition and wondering if this house is going to go for X, how much is my house going to go for? The person who came off of Zillow is unrepresented and is a wide open opportunity to be able to pitch and possibly get a rep agreement and get hired.
Okay, we're all looking at the wrong side of this. Birdie.
I would say that just to treat them similarly because the neighbor might be looking for one of their friends that's wanting to buy.
You are all looking at this from the wrong side of things. All of you are looking selfishly about how can these people benefit me, and that's not what we're doing right now. Leor.
Well, I was going to say that the neighbor might be a potential seller later on.
Nope. Again, you're looking at it all about me. Okay. All right. Now, nothing that any of you said, Leor included, is wrong. It's all true. But when I'm standing in Tara and Mohammed, I'm not calling on all or either one of you. Do you know why? Because you know the answer, because you've been in Megas before. All right. So, and look at that big smile on Mohammed's face. He's like, yep, that's true. It's because when I'm standing inside that home and I have someone walk and just walk off the street, and I'm trying to figure out, is this property in their price range? Is this even remotely a contender for them? They just walk in the street. My listing is $600,000 and they very could be in the $200,000 price range. You don't know if this property is going to have anything to do with that person. And so now I'm trying to gauge whether or not this is a buyer for this house. That's a little different from the person that came from Zillow, huh? They know the price. They know the square footage. They know the number of bedrooms. They know everything about that house, and none of that scared them. If you have some buyer walking down the street, they don't know what the price of this house is. I mean, maybe they scanned the QR code and looked, but chances are they didn't. So they're walking in blind. They don't know the square footage. They don't know the price. And the price is the big thing. And so when I'm having a conversation with someone and someone just walks in, I'm like, okay, do they know how much this house costs? Is this a contender for them? You see, I'm not thinking about, oh, this is a prospective buyer for me, or this is a prospective seller down the street. Yes, that is all true, and that's a secondary thought. But I'm really thinking about this seller and this home and whether or not this person is a contender for this home because I want to sell it. I want to sell this home. And so when I find out they're from Zillow, that is such a colossally different piece of information because they know the price. That is a Someone knew the price and saw the photos and interested enough to get in the car and drive all the way out here and see it. Now I'm trying to figure out, are you the 70% or the 30%? That is the big difference. That is the one thing. And it's why I asked this question. I didn't ask the question because they might be a seller. I didn't ask the question because they might be interested in being in the market. I asked the question because if they tell me they found it online, then I know this price is not going to scare them, and I need to know that. So that is the big answer here. If they say they live near, if they say they're from Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com, that tells me a whole story by them just saying that one word. Oh, very interesting. Okay. You're not afraid of the price. You saw all the statistics and you drove all the way out here to see the home from my marketing. Big deal. Okay. This is likely a buyer for this house versus a neighbor. Okay. Got it. That just told me a whole volume. They probably don't know the price and they were just walking down the street and they thought they would come in. If the buyer did walk in from off the street, either A, they know someone looking to move, or B, they're considering a move for themselves, or they're looking at selling. So either they're looking at turning theirs into a rental and moving and buying something, but now I kind of get a better idea. So and that's going to affect my approach and how I approach them. So for this person standing in front of me, I'm trying to elicit the answer to the 5 things. And repeating the 5 things back to them, that's the mark of a master salesperson. It demonstrates active listening, genuine care, professionalism, the ability, commitment, ethics that you're trying to convey to them in a short amount of time. It's a level of attention and precision that has become increasingly rare in today's business climate. So you're looking for a property that's within 20 minutes of downtown, something a bit bigger than the one we're in now. Is that right? And 4 bedrooms, at least 3 full baths. That's okay. And a single story and nothing over 550. That is a connection that you just made. And statistically, psychologists say that if you ask someone questions, yes or no questions, and they're nodding their head, and you ask them 5 questions, and they say yes to all 5, it's called an assumptive close. It's a closing technique where if you want someone to be your client and you can take them down the script and they can say yes to you 5 times, that assumptively, that's assumptive close. That you've actually got yourself to the point where psychologically they want to hire you and they like you, and we haven't even had that conversation yet. This is a big deal. We're talking about master salesperson stuff here. So you start realizing that when you're at the open house, there are scripts and tactics, and just changing your approach a little bit and using just a little bit of script and asking just a specific question, eliciting a specific answer, and how important that answer is and tells you volumes of information, you start realizing there's a plan behind all of this. And if you follow this plan, it's gonna change your conversion rate. It's gonna change um, how you're able to help them as well. We have a crystallization worksheet. There's also an MLS home search form here. And we also have in your .me, if you're hosting the open house,
designed to help convert more open house guests. We have added several new tabs
when
to
you
your
go to the open
section.
house tab, if you click on this tab here that says hosting,
.me dashboard. The first new tab is Firm Past.
and you'll see the property that you're currently in. And there is a little house button there.
The second new tab is My Upcoming. All the
And
listings
you click on the house button.
open in the future.
And what it does,
My Hosted.
so let's say you're at the open house, you're setting up for the open house,
and finally,
and you click the little house button, and it's going to open up a client registration form for that particular buyer.
Right side of the form, and our new open house landing page will open in a new tab.
Now, we've changed the open house landing page since then. We've improved it because we're continually improving. On the open house, the new sign up form has your QR code and it has your information on it so they can scan your QR code directly from here. So when they register, all they do is put in their name, email address, phone number, and that's all the contact information we need for them to register. And then it immediately asks them immediately next to create a home search, which will start sending them relative listings. Renee.
So how does that apply, or what do you suggest I do with hosting an inventory home for a builder where it won't be on our list of open houses? What is your best suggestion for me to capture people?
Using the form. And we have it in Mega, and I can put it in your in the chat. So we have these forms where you can print them out and you can ask them questions and fill it out. But you can actually fill it out for them. And so the thing is that most people we're going to talk about a script that's going to help you, but we're going to get through the whole script, but we're kind of getting there. We're almost there, but you're going to have them write down the information. And if I were you, Renee, I would be bringing that on-site donuts and Starbucks and making friends with them, and I would be getting FC tickets for for a soccer match and trying to do whatever I can to get them to me be their preferred agent that gets to put their listings in the MLS.
I'm starting that work on Friday. Thank you. I'm bringing him coffee and donuts on Friday.
I like it. And if you can be the agent that gets to put the listings in the MLS, then now you are going to get leads from that. You're going to be doing open houses on a regular basis for them. It's part of the system that you have. You can give them reports too because everyone's being logged in the system, and you're going to help them sell their inventory. And it's the agents who really, really push them to do it, and they feel like they have no choice but to say yes, that usually gets that relationship. And you can say, look, I'm not asking you to give me all your inventory. I want to prove to you that I'm the right choice. If you give me one and I can show you what I can do with that, then you're going to want to give me more because you're going to see the difference that it makes. Our firm knows MLS better than anyone else. In fact, we are the creators of the Central Texas MLS. We're not going to put in just one, we're going to put it in multiple MLSs, and we're going to fill it out with all the information. And if you let me, I'd like to get professional photography and put it in the MLS with pro photos. That's going to help you. It's going to help me. It's going to help get it sold. We have an agent here, Cheryl, who will do really good photos. But if you're going to put it in the MLS, I'm going to recommend that you spend the money to get really good photos so that you can really get some good leads from it and help them sell it. And then once you've sold one, now you've got the reimbursement for those photos. But this is a huge, huge deal for all of us. So provide them the form and ask them for their email address and their phone number so you can set them up in an MLS search. The MLS search is a really big deal. So it kind of looks like this. Hey guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. So a little small talk happens. They're walking around the house and you say, oh, so what do you think? And then they're like, well, we were really looking for a single story. I guess we didn't realize it was a two-story, but that's kind of a deal breaker for us. Oh, got it. So you're looking for a single story. So if it was a two-story, would it be okay if the primary was down? I'm like, yeah, no, we just really want a single story because this is a primary bedroom down. And you're like, okay, got it. So that's a deal breaker item for you. All right. Have you seen any homes that you like? Oh, no, this was the first one we saw. Oh, got it. How'd you find the house? Oh, well, we found the house on Zillow. Like, oh, okay. I guess when they were going through the photos, they didn't notice it was a two-story home. And so now you know that there's nothing gonna overcome that. And so now you're gonna have a conversation with them about the rest of it to try to find the same things. And so what are you looking for? And then, well, we're looking for a two-story, and they're gonna tell you the rest of the story. And now you're gonna hopefully have all five of those pieces of information in your brain. So it's gonna take some concentration to remember all the things that they're telling you. You're like, okay, I got it. They're looking for four bedrooms. They want a two-story. They want the primary bedroom down. They don't really seem to care about much else except for that. They want to be 20 minutes from this particular employer, and this one is okay. So what's your max price? Well, I'm not exactly sure. Have you spoke with a lender? No, not really. Got it. So maybe they don't know how to reverse engineer a purchase price into a payment. And so now we have enough to start with a little bit of a home search. So it looks like you're saying you're looking for a two-story with a master down, or you're looking for a single story, 20 minutes from this particular place. You really need that fourth bedroom. And it looks like the price is somewhere around this price range, but we really need to get more clarity on that. Is that right? And they're like, yeah, pretty much basically. Cool. Well, how are you? You're looking right now on Zillow. So right now, Zillow is your primary source. And I like to tell them, okay, there's a lot of inventory that we have in our market that never shows up on Zillow. In fact, some of the listings that are in our marketplace come and go so quick that people who are looking on Zillow, they never even see it. A service that I offer for free, that I offer all my clients, is putting them in a client gateway, putting them in MLS for exactly what you're looking for. So the moment something's listed, it'll actually send you an email and let you know that something's listed exactly in that uh, single story under this blah, 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 blah scenario for you. Which means that instead of you trying to continue to go to Zillow all the time and trying to find a match, that when something's matched, it's going to send you a trigger. Because the good ones that come up that are priced right, they go quick and they could come and go before you even know it. And then I take them over and I start registering them and set up a client gateway. You can do that for them on your laptop. You can have your laptop open and set up a gateway for them. And what I'll typically do is have my gateway open up to the MLS Plus, and I will put the gateway together and I'll click save. And then I'll turn my laptop towards them where they can type in their phone number and their email address. 95% of the time they do it. It's like it doesn't cost anything, but it gets you in front of information, and it gets you information that nobody else has. And if that's put to them in the right way, oftentimes they will. I would say 3 out of 5 will do it. The other two, we ask them to register on the home search. If you don't mind, the seller really likes to know who's coming through. If you wouldn't mind registering, and if I can keep you in mind. If I see something that pops up that I think that would match your criteria, I can send you a message letting you know that I saw something that popped up. I can keep my eyes peeled for you. Oh, well, yeah, thank you. If it's a 70% and you're the first person they meet, they're likely, especially if you've not put their skills up, help them and give them the information that they need in that moment. And it's very, very effective. And a lot of you are thinking they're not going to give me their information. And then you do the open house and 5 people come in and 3 out of the 5 give you the information. And you're like, I'm surprised at how many people were willing to speak to me. But if you don't have what's going on in the street going on, if you don't have the conversation with them at the front door. Hey guys, thanks for coming here and take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. If that doesn't happen, if you don't ask them, hey, what do you think? And what are you looking for? If all of that changes, that conversation at the end also changed. And so The whole thing is keeping their shields down from the beginning all the way through the conversation. So when they get to the end of the conversation, their shields never went up and they're much more apt to engage with you and share their information. But if their shields went up at any one of those places, their shields are still up, they're saying no thank you, and they're out the door. If people are coming into your open house and out and they refuse to talk to you or won't talk to you, typically it's because at some point their shields went up, and that is a sign that something is wrong in your workflow. Most people have the common courtesy to engage with you unless they feel suspect about something. And so if you follow this methodology, if you follow the scripts, you will have a better success at all of this. Now, I've sold a lot of homes from an open house. We just had a lead come in, and um, Amy McAllister did an open house and converted someone out of an open house. So this last weekend, I think there was 2 buyers that were converted at an open house to buy that particular property. It happens. It is happening. So just tweaking your scripts a little bit is going to absolutely affect the outcome. And if you can tweak your conversion rate just a little bit and have a little bit more success, you have more success coming from each action. No different than making your phone calls. You can tweak your scripts just a little bit, how you say hello, how you present yourself, and you're working from a plan. You can get a 5%, a 6% conversion rate in your open houses. You're going to get a 30 to 45% ratio of conversion rate of getting information from people, which means that 1 or 2 out of 3 are giving you their information. And that is a really, really big deal. That's going to change you and how you actually want to do open houses, because you're going to want to do more of them because you're going to find more success. We teach our last class is a negotiation class, and it talks about listening like it's a martial art. It means entering what appears to be a brief conversation and leaving with everything needed to create a highly relevant home search. That's your goal. So the consumer, this demonstrates you listened with intention, you understand how to solve problems, not just show homes, and you focus on helping, and you're listening, you care. And that is a kind of a big deal. I am going to put you guys in groups of 4. We're going to go on a break and we're going to come back. I'm going to put you guys in your groups of 5, actually. And you're going to have a group breakout session. And each one of your groups of 5 is going to watch this mock grand open house. And I want you to watch it from the beginning to the end and feel the entire uh, interaction between what you're seeing happen here using the right scripts. And when you come back out, I want your group captain to share the comments from your groups. So it's 3 o'clock now. Let's come back at 3:10. As soon as we get back, we'll jump right into this. So I hope that all of us, or all of you in Mega 18, are able to apply some of these ideas in your open houses, and that it helps you convert more buyers, stay on the right track with the seller, earn more money in real estate. And as you find things that work for you, hold on to those and keep doing them. I know that Elisa St. John has taught you already a lot in person about what we teach in Mega. It's something that I really appreciate about her is she goes out and shows you guys in person the Mega scripts and how to set them up. And then in class, we break down why, the reason why we're doing all of this and how it really does make a difference. So for those of you who were at the open house event with Mary Beth Ray, not Mary Beth Ray, Elisa St. John, um, had you ever seen an open house prepared like that before? Have you ever prepared an open house like that before? Okay, so let's share. How has this experience, both in class and her presentation and helping train you guys, how has this maybe affected you in what your idea of what an open house is? Tessa, Brittany, who would like to share?
I didn't get to go to Elisa's. I went to Isolette, and I loved it. It was great. I'm not sure what marketing was done before the open house, uh, because it was just, us from Realty Texas and a lender, but it was very impressive with the cookies. And I have done a few open houses before with the cookies. One thing and I don't mean to steer anybody differently, but one thing I did do differently was I didn't purchase anything. I had insurance companies and lenders in order to have their marketing materials there purchased for me. And so I didn't actually bring supplies. I just coordinated everything.
100%. You can definitely utilize the relationships that you have with third parties. I like to make sure that I have everything branded with me when I walk out of there. If I do have a partner, it's going to be one of my long-term partners who's marketing with me up front and has marketing materials with me
My
already.
brand.
Yep, exactly. And so, yes, we definitely want to have our team and advertise and co-market together and save on marketing. It's just more effective for everyone, especially the inspectors and the lenders and the title people who are willing to invest in your business. Very powerful. Thank you, Tessa. How about from other of you that did go to Elisa's or have done some open houses in Mega, maybe done some before and saw the difference? Who wants to share? I want to hear from you. You guys have been really quiet today.
I'll go. Um, when I've shadowed Elisa before, she was just very thorough and thought out with everything she had. It was very, sleek. She had every piece of information you could have needed. But what stood out to me was her interaction with the guests that were coming. She had met one couple that, was a little standoffish and she kind of noticed it and kind of clocked it right away. And they did their rounds or whatever. And they came downstairs and she was talking to them and ended up getting into a long conversation with them. And we were kind of half listening, half not. But afterwards, she came and told us, she was like, "That's exactly how you do it, ladies. Like that couple right there was fearful of agents. They didn't want to do it. They felt, people were too salesy or, too much pressure. I asked them the right questions and asked them what they were looking for and what stood out. She said she heard them coming down the stairs and made a comment about something in the house of like, oh, like that's not gonna work or something like that. And she started asking them, hey, like, so, well, like, what are your thoughts and what are you looking for? Is there something that could have improved your opinion and things like that? And long story short, she knew the market. So she had a house in mind that was like right around the corner that was fitting their criteria. And she was immediately like, contacting that listing agent to send them over. Again, long story short, she said that that couple said to her, you're the only agent I think we would consider working with. Like you really stood out to us. You won us over. We would absolutely love to stay in contact with you. You've been a huge help and all that stuff. So just to see herself and her sales and the way she won people over that were challenging to get really stood out to me because it was in an open house. They were just coming in, and so she was able to hook them up afterwards with their criteria that they were willing to work with her, and just how she went about everything really stood out to me. It was strong. So, oh, you're muted, Jack.
Thank you, Caroline. Birdie, good job.
Yeah, I've been trying something. I've been doing the same open house. It's Jola's listing, and I've been doing it throughout the entire month of July. And I had a lender come with me for the first time at any of my open houses. And I loved it. It was so fun being able to like talk to the people that came in, and then also the lender would bring in like, hey, we can figure out how much your monthly payment would be. Like it was awesome having both sides of that so they can get all their questions answered then and there. And one thing that I also did was, I got their information written down for the seller. And then also if they had a question, I asked, I went ahead and texted the listing agent and I texted them afterwards, like, hey, this is the answer to that. And it was just different. Like I did it differently since starting Mega, especially having the lender there, and it was so much more fun. I loved it.
If you're having fun at the open house, you're doing it right. You should be having fun. You should allow yourself to have fun. Prepare for it, have fun while you're there, engage with people. That's when you're doing it right. So I am glad that you're having fun. I hope that you love your profession and enjoy getting out there and meeting people and setting up a little way to have a little party and having lots of people come and meeting new people and all that stuff, because that is the hallmark of being a real estate agent. Okay, now this video is one of the longest videos that you're going to watch together. So I need a group captain. This is 150 participation points. It's one of the largest participation points that we have. So Lisa will be awarding, making sure that she gives you the points coming out of this. It's 20 minutes. The video is 18 minutes and 50 seconds. And so you're going to be in here for 25 minutes because I'm going to give you 6 minutes to all talk about the video after. So you need to watch it, please. Take notes, things that stuck out at you. And then I want you guys, your captain, to present on this video. And Lisa is going to pick the winners. So she's going to be listening very carefully to your presentation, and she is going to pick. All right, your breakout rooms are open. The URL for the YouTube video is in the chat. So please grab that YouTube video, and then as soon as you are in your group, pick a captain. All right, so let's start with group one. I know that was a longer video, but you got to see the whole thing in its own little compartmentalized segment. So what was your thoughts? And remember, there's 150 points on the line.
No pressure, and I get to go first. Okay, so we really enjoyed the video. It really shows you that creating your brand and your avatar is very purposeful, and there's a science to it. It's not something that you can show up unprepared and just do. You need to make sure that you're going the day before to, put signs, arriving on time, with enough time to do everything, setting up the house, making sure you're knocking on the neighbors' doors. For the most part, we all really liked the cookie idea just because it's just something simple and basic. And it reminded me of my previous broker met. Everybody was always like, oh, we're going to do a wine tasting. We're going to do a charcuterie thing. We're going to do and they made it so complicated. And all, they went over the top. But in the video, I never really thought about how that might make someone feel. They might not feel comfortable because they're out of their element versus the cookies. You put that in, it's like, oh, grandma's here or mom's here or oh, everybody likes cookies. And so we feel that would work. We didn't forget anything. But no, a lot of us, we really like the simplicity of the script, and we want to go ahead and implement all of that as well. Pretty much do the video pretty much on all our open houses because we felt that it was very, very easy and very well thought out.
Okay, excellent job, group one. Lisa, are you paying close attention? All right, taking copious notes. All right, there we have it. All right, group two, good job. Emmerich, Brittany, Tessa, and Selva. Who is our group captain? No, wrong. Group two is Birdie, Caroline, Leor, and Renee Pretty. Who is our captain out of group two?
I was the group captain, and our key takeaways from the video were one, just advertise it correctly. Start it early in the week, advertise on social media every day, just to get 30 and 70% involved. And then welcome in on doorbell. I personally love this idea because it blocks off the doorbell entirely. It's just giving them a welcome sign right on it, so they can't even click it. I also think there's like a slight humorous touch to that. I think it's kind of funny. And then keep the signs clean. Make sure there's no mud or, wear and tear on them at all. Just make them look nice. And then cookies, we all said that was, we liked how simple and, the smell attracts a lot of people because they think that it's more family feeling. And then also, we didn't like the charcuterie because somebody mentioned in our group the kids don't like them. So it's not tailoring to everybody because most kids aren't going to like olives and, those kinds of things. It's just that's a little bit too fancy and not as simple as you would want it to be. And then keep music low and calm, just so you can, converse outside of the music, but it's still just, it's muting the silence. And then again, just keep it simple. Just have nice snacks, some nice flyers, and just really focus on the communication and letting them tour the home. And then acknowledging and repeating concerns and needs. That just makes them feel, attended to, and just make sure that they're heard. And then consistent branding. So make sure you're, same photo is on all your signs. Realty Texas is on all those same colors. And so when they see those signs, they think of you.
Thank you, Bertie. We are in a profession where we're very mobile. We're out going to city council meetings. We're out going to chamber of commerce meetings and association meetings and traveling to other cities for, inman events and association events, WCR events, CRS events. We're all over the place. But in this moment, we're doing something very different. We're standing still and people are coming to us. And that is such a very cool thing to be in one place and having people come to you. And so all of that effort of us going to all these different places, flights, all the stuff took a lot of preparation and planning. But for us, we have to do that same amount of preparation and planning. But the difference is they're coming to us. And so the forethought of this really, really makes a difference. Every little bit of this makes a really good difference. Excellent job, Group 2. Group 3, Amrit, Brittany, Tessa, and Selva. Who's the captain out of Group 3?
I am, Jack. So, online advertising is critical. Do it ahead of time, at least a week before, so that you have enough traction on social media channels. Directional signs, copious amounts of them at all entrances to the subdivision. And if you have longer pathways, make sure that the directional signs lead to the open house. Yard signs and signs of feather flags that invite people in, reduces the amount of hesitation. Welcome in script should be ready. Professional attire, HVAC brought to the current temperature so that people are comfortable when they're inside your home. Lights on, blinds open, and bake cookies. And the dialogue needs to be designed to put people at ease, least amount of objection and confrontation, so that they are in the mood to be able to discuss their home buying and selling plans with you. And then bringing to market is critical with photos. We already talked about that. Signs in the yard is your own reflection, because 1 in 3 homes next to you and 6 across is going to list. And is it going to be you that is the agent that they pick is going to be decided when you are holding those open houses. Strategize the 2 MLS searches so that you get the 70 and the 30% showing up to your door. Install custom riders that state the time and date so that your open house time and dates are not mixed up and you get the right amount of people showing up. On September 1, 2025, the 89 Texas legislature mandated not how the sign should be placed, but how the penalties will be assessed. Local laws decide the placement of the signs, and state laws decide how much the fines are going to be. Bake cookies for 12 minutes so you don't burn them to a crisp. It has a psychological impact when people walk into the door because they do associate that with their mother, sister, other loved ones. Cooking that brings up memories, opens up the communication, lets the guard down. Don't use sprays or candles because they're off-putting and don't have the same effect as actual baking cookies does. On the directional signs, make sure to use pinwheels because they set your signs apart from other signs and give you more visibility. Put the toilet seats down, bake cookies, door knock the neighbors, place your signs. Guests are there to see the house and not to see you. Play soft music, exude confidence, have your welcome script ready. Welcome in, please take a look around. Feel free to ask me any questions. And then when they are done, the objective should be to ask this main question, what do you think? The idea is to open and explain a portal gateway for them, set an appointment, ask for referrals, thank them for coming in.
Will you teach this class for me in January?
I could try.
Excellent job, Emrit. All right. Whew. Okay, he has set a new bar for this, obviously. All right, coming in group 4, the bar has been raised. Harshita, Joe, Mohammed, Sharon, and Sherry. Who's my captain coming in at 4?
I am, and I just have a quick question. Amrit,
Okay.
do you write in shorthand?
I know, but I write very fast and I took 3 pages worth of notes.
Impressive, impressive. Okay, one of the things that really came through was the proper preparation and organization really showcases with the first 2 things, which are the first impression of online advertising, and then followed with the ambiance and atmosphere outside of the open house itself. If those 2 targets are missed, it's really hard to ever overcome that again. The outside, the party outside created with the directionals on all major inlets to the neighborhood, 10 to 15 signs used with your personal branding. Really important that the focal point is our duty is to the sellers. It is not that is our primary obligation. Calendars for the clients are also part of that preparation so that everything is showcased, organized, and seamless for them, reduces stress for us as well. On the signs to have the date and time of the open houses and to be marketing it not only well, but in a timely manner, which comes back to the organization. And the cookies, that comes back, yes, the emotional and psychological. And she touched on the halo effect that the cookies are associated, that good emotional connection is associated with us as an agent, which is a key hook or, a key connection with our people coming in. Door knocking with the neighbors, really important. And again, the organization to have everything in order so that when you walk in to do this open house, you know exactly what steps you're going to do and have time to go to 3 neighbors on each side, 6 across the street, let them know. Another important thing with the neighbors is to make sure you connect with them twice during the duration of that listing. It really comes down to connecting with the people. And the gal, when she was talking with the buyer, really walked through, got the information from him, and was very fluid and friendly in doing that, and then set an appointment, and very importantly, asked for a referral, as with all the neighbors, asking for the referrals.
We're not going to let that go, are we? Mm-mm.
And then dress to impress, first impressions are everything. The online impression that they get when they look at that listing is their first impression of us as an agent. And then when they have their first visual of us is going to be on our signage. But then when they see us, that professional image on our signage should match how we look that day. And that includes our car that's parked out on the street. So wrapping it all up with the branding. I think
Well,
that,
I am glad that I'm not Lisa right now. Good job, Sherry.
thank you.
Good job, group 4. All right. Huge high bar here. And what a privilege it is to watch this happen as your broker. Group 5, Anna, Deja, Jeanette, and Tara. Who's the captain coming out of group 5?
I am. Is my video on? Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I just wanted to say before I even get started, I do exactly what you say, Jack. And I have gotten every single solitary closing I've ever had since 2020 has been from an open house. So you literally teach it the exact way that I do it. So we put on here, post your open house on Monday, no showings until the open house. Signs with the date and time, that really helps because I don't have any of those, so I know I need some. The directional signs you put out, I always say go back and redrive it, especially if you're like deep in the neighborhood to see if you can get there without your map. So that way you know people can get there. And let's see, music. I always say bring music because I like my open houses to feel like a party. I want everyone to enjoy themselves when they come in, smell the cookies because we have on here the cookies and the water. I always put cookies and water and chips out. And I cook the cookies in the house because I like the smell in there. I always get a big bouquet of balloons. I put them on the mailbox so that way that everyone that drives down the street, they can see it. Music, I'm real selective on it because you got to be careful. Like, because so much music has cuss words or vulgarity. So I always put worship music on. I always put a copy of the seller's disclosure out, a copy of the listing, my business cards. I always say when people come in is being the best listener. Do not overtalk. Like I noticed like in that video, like the girl would share like, oh, my sister's name's Beth. And just left it there. Like I just kind of what I do. And I always say let them pour into you what their dream home is, because everyone wants to be heard. It's building rapport, personal connection. And I always say make a sign-in sheet. And then when the people leave, you need to make a note of who they were, like the people that you connected with. Because if you have a lot of traffic, you can't remember who is who. So I'll go through when they leave and I'll be like, lady in red dress with a daughter that we talked about football. So that way, when I go to follow up with them, I know who they are. So that's pretty much what I have written down for right now.
Good job, Tara. Good job, group 5. All right, we are going to take our break as Lisa is deliberating, and we will be back at 4:15. And when we get back at 4:15, Lisa will let us know who's going to get the points. See y'all back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Good job. All right, you got a couple of extra minutes as I was finishing up a conversation that I had, and I see a couple of you on the phone. So it looks like you're making some phone calls, having some conversions, doing all the right things. Ormsby.
Mm-hmm.
Who have you selected to be the team that gets an extra 150 points each?
Well, no pressure putting that on me. It reminds me of that song by Jesse Coulter, I'm Not Lisa. But anyway, yeah, that was a tough one. I had to read back through all the notes for group 3 and group 4. I felt like they were very close, but ultimately the group that I chose, it was because of some of the things that were said in there that I actually haven't heard in previous classes, like the duty to the seller and setting those expectations with the seller before the open house, because that is such a true statement. Then they can help you make sure the house is prepared, even if it's vacant. That's so important. And then I also love the cookies, how it creates the halo effect. Love that. And then connecting with the neighbors at least 2 times during that listing. So that goes back to being consistent. So now you know, I
I
ultimately chose
group
group 4.
4 because those are all the things that actually stuck out at me, especially hearing the halo effect coming out of that. Also made an impression on me, and also checking in with the neighbors twice also made an impression on me. So I heard those exact same things, and those are things people don't usually catch on to. So I I think I would have done the same thing. Now, that's not to diminish Amrit because Amrit
No,
did
that
a
was,
fantastic job. So it
yeah,
was close.
good things, very good things in what he said too. And he brought up the 70-30, which remember that because you still have a, an opportunity to win big bucks in points coming up. Read your homework. And also turning the HVAC on in the summer and making sure the lights and everything so it's comfortable. I love that, what you said about that as well.
Okay, good job, Sherry. You did an excellent job representing your group. All right, how many of you did not get to spend time with Lisa St. John at the open house? Okay, so I have a little video from her where you can kind of get a feel for what Elisa St. John has done for her materials, her open house configuration, her day setup of the actual open house configuration of her materials, and the marketing that she's done. Oh, and the fact that she did a reel afterwards. So good job, Elisa St. John. She shares with you where she gets all of her promotional materials. She does a really good job with that. So proper preparation and planning, which means having the right materials, the printed, uh, the brochures that she's handing out, the Realty Texas seller guide, the buyer guide, and NAR documents and one-page documents that NAR has for being a home buyer in today's market. So just wanted to share that with you as well. All right. I know that we have lots of different people from lots of different MLSs, but I'm going to share with you some settings in Matrix that likely you have incorrect. Most of the time we go in here and people have even information from a prior brokerage. The pain that I find when we go in here and the things that I learn. So we're going to all go into Matrix together, and I'm going to show you some really important settings that you need to get right. Very important. Now, this is going to be the same settings for if you have CTX MLS and you have Actress, you have to go into both and make these settings because the MLSs really don't share agent information. And so your settings are independent for each MLS. So if you have, like me, a subscription to HAR and Netris and CTX MLS and ABOR and Corpus Christi and all of them, then you need to go into each one and get your settings set up right. So when you log into the MLS, for the we're going to go up and click on the settings that is on the first tab in the MLS. So we're going to click the My Matrix and we're going to go down to settings. And obviously this is recorded and it's in the slides. So if you're trying to follow along right now, it's okay if you get behind because this is something that really we want to do later anyway. The two sections that we're going to really pay most attention to is My Information and portal notification settings. We're going to start with the portal notification settings because in my mind, this is the most important. If you're using the MLS to create a client gateway, which is perfectly fine, you can use your MLS Plus. I use the MLS Plus more than I use the MLS. But if you're using the MLS and a client favorites a property, maybe you want to know about that. Maybe you want to get a trigger from the MLS to tell you that they favorited a property. Because if you don't set up your portal notification settings, they're going to click favorite, and you're not going to know about that until the next time you log into the MLS. And that is not helpful. But what is helpful is getting these settings right. So the first thing that you do is you go to the bottom of the portal notification settings and you type in your phone number, your cell phone number, and then you pick the carrier provider. It's a pick list. So you pick from Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. They have all of them there and you pick it. So I can click edit and you can see all of these different providers out here. Pick your provider and you click save. And now you will have registered your mobile device to receive portal notifications from the MLS. So first you have to authorize them to be sending you these notifications. And then you'll see four basic tabs here. Notify me via ASAP via email. Notify me ASAP via text. Notify me daily summary via email. And display on the timeline. And the timeline is part of your My Matrix homepage. Most agents have never come in here and set up these settings before. This is the configuration that I recommend, but you need to set up something that's going to work for you. So visits the portal. When the consumer visits the portal, do you want to be notified? How do you want to be notified? Do you want to get an email? Do you want to get a text message? Maybe that's not important enough information for you to know at 4 in the morning that they visited their portal. Maybe that's not important to you. But saves a favorite, maybe that is important. So for me, I want to know a text message. Every time one of my clients saves a favorite in their portal, I get a text message notification letting me know the property address and the client's name of who saved a favorite. That's important information to me. And I also want a daily summary email of this, and I want this on my timeline so I can see it. Removes a favorite. I don't care. If they remove a favorite from the list, for me, it's not important enough to me for me to get an email about that or a text message. Dislikes an email. Dislikes the listing. Again, I don't care about that either. That's not important information for me. Undislikes a listing. So they can click dislike and then they can add it back to their grid. That whole circle, I don't care. Adds a note, that's very important to me because the MLS says ask the agent, and there's a text box that says ask the agent. And so they're looking at this thinking, oh, I can type in a message and click send. It's going to go to my agent, and my agent's going to get the message, and I can reply to it. It's not going to go to you if you don't have these things turned on, and they're all turned off by default. And you have to register your phone number. So even if you did turn them on and hadn't registered your phone number, you're still not going to get them. And so I want to know ASAP. I want a text message and I want an email summary that they put a note in the system because that's a question that they have for me about that property. Saves the search. When I set up a preset search for the client, they can create their own. And you may want to know that they've created their own search because something about your search they've decided doesn't work for them and they've created their own. So that's a big question mark. What's going on there? Are they also now looking for a lease property and they're kind of starting to think about abandoning the buy search and go lease? Or are they changing the price range? What was wrong with the search that had them go and create another one? And then visits portal for the first time. So the things that I value the most is visits portal for the first time, especially if I've registered someone here for who've come out of an open house and I get a text message that they just registered a portal for the first time. I'm like, yes, they got the email and they clicked it and they're now in the MLS portal and now they're getting listings. I love that. So I want a text message when they visit the portal for the very first time. And I want a text message every time they add a note. And I want a text message every time they save a favorite. So these are my settings. You get to set them up however you like. But from a show of hands, how many of you didn't have any of these settings set up in your MLS? Isn't that atrocious? to see that more than 3/4 of the class, nobody ever bothered to show you this? So now you know. So once these are set up, now you're going to be having a new way to engage with your clients back and forth about the portal settings. So you don't have to go running to the MLS and checking it every 5 minutes ever again. You'll know instantaneously. All right, so that's the first one. Now we're going to go back to my matrix and we're going to click the settings again. And now we're going to click my information. There are 6 tabs across the top, and these tabs all matter. The first tab is information. You've got your title in here, and you can check off boxes to turn them on. Your office website, I recommend that you put your Realty Texas website, which is your slug, first name dash last name, period, realtytexas.com. Each of you have a subdomain, which is a whole website all to your own, and it has your name and the company name together. But what's great about that is it has wonderful SEO because your name is in the URL, and that really matters. One of the reasons why these website pages are showing up #1 in Google for you, because your name is in the URL and your name is on the page. And so at the top of this thing will be a clickable link, which will take them directly to your website. I think you should also have your cell phone number, but you set up these things. Now, there's also a header and footer. Do you see this graphic right here? Each one of you have one. We've created one that fits exactly right size for the MLS, and it's in your branded folder. And when you go into the branded folder in your .me, you'll find that there's all kinds of branded material, and likely you have no idea what all of it's for. So in this media table, you have your images, you have your tokens, your one-page flyer that we created for you, and all of these headers. And these headers have a name, and when you hover over it, you'll see what the name is. Newsletter header, Facebook header, Instagram header. And so we've created different ones for holiday themed, different marketplace, swimming pool, an ocean, an apartment building, a commercial building, a skyscraper of Austin, and another one of Houston. So we've got all these things that we've created for you for all these different websites, different business cards, and car magnets. If you're going to put a car magnet on your car, we've already created those for you. Different real estate signs. So here is a vertical sign for the hanging signs. We have some of them with a QR code. So if you're going to get the hanging sign on the T stakes, that's what these are for. And we have some with your photo on it. We have some that are gold for the luxury sign, but again, most of them have the QR code on it. Our regular signs and our regular open house signs. So we've created an entire packet name badge for you. And when we get to the bottom of this, you'll see these. And this is the different MLS ones. These are all designed specifically for matrix for your header. We've got a Texas branded theme. We have a Dallas branded theme. And so you're going to pick which one that you like and upload it, and it will land itself right here. And this is the header that is designed for that. Now, the preview only shows part of it, but the website actually will expand to the entire width of the browser, which is why it looks a little bit longer in the preview so that it's not cut off halfway in the screen. So if you want to set the header, you just say upload a custom banner. So you go to your .me, download the banner, and upload it here. And now you have a professional banner that we've created for you for the MLS. You can set the colors here for the website. I actually used the black and blue from Realty Texas. If you don't know what the Realty Texas blue is, well, we actually have a branding guide. So if you go to the Realty Texas style guide, you have at your fingertips all of the colors and logos and design cycles and the different color numbers and the topography and the different colors here. So this will really help you to make sure that you have the right blue and the right red for our commercial. And so we built this for you so that you have at your fingertips our entire style guide. Also, some of you don't realize we have all of our logos here. And so all of the logos for the company, EPS version, PNG, and PDF for all of the different type of logos. Brown is for farm and ranch. Blue is our typical real estate. We have the black, which is our luxury. We have the MLS Fair Haven logo, or Fair Housing logos. And then we have the silver and the gold for the luxury brand, and then red for the commercial, and then we have the whiteout ones, and then our Realty Texas University. So again, with each one of those sets, you have an EPS version, which you can send to a printer. So if you need a logo for anything, it's also there at your fingertips, so you have a copy of all of that. All right, so going back here, this is your branding colors here, and back down here, again, the footer colors if you want to set those. I don't worry about the CMA cover sheet, but I do set my email signature. So you can go to your .me and copy the email signature that's over there and copy and paste it here so that when this is sending email, it has the same signature, so it looks like it's coming from the same place. If you have a completely different signature or no signature, every time the client gateway is sending them a update for a new property or a new listing, you want your links, your phone number, and all your information on the bottom of that. So set up your email signature so it's set right. And then the one home, you're going to come over here and on your profile content, when someone goes to your MLS portal page, there is a title and a body and a video link. So your Hello World video, which we ask you to film, and we take that and put it on your website so people can watch and click play when they see you as an agent. We've had a bunch of agents do it, but not everyone. It's kind of cool because when people go to our website and click agents, some of you actually have a video where you can click play and it turns your token to life.
I'm Elisa St. John with Realty Texas.
All you do is give us the video and we turn that into your token and your token comes alive. Now it's 3D. Now you get a little bit more dimension. So we need that video from you so that we can also set that up for you. But it requires you doing the video and giving it to us. We talk about that during orientation, and then agents sometimes just forget and never do it. That same video, I recommend you putting that link here. So let me show you where this stuff shows up so you have a little better idea. Let's go into the auto emails where you have your clients set up. And let's open up one of these portals so we can actually see it. So if you go to My Matrix and you click on auto emails, this will be a list of all of the current auto emails you have set up, and you can click the button that says open in OneHome. And it's going to open it just like your client would have opened it had they clicked the link. So this is what the client sees. So then you can get an idea of exactly what the client sees. My properties, the planner, their favorites, their agent picks. So if you pick one for them, dislikes, all of that. Yeah, this is the buying mode. You're viewing the One Home portal as your client sees it. Some pages aren't available to view in this mode, and you won't be able to make any changes to your client's preferences and favorites. All right, well, One Home has changed. You don't get to see the cover page. They don't show you the cover page that pops up anymore. It would the information that I was showing you under the settings, my information, One Home. This information is the screen that pops up when they open their One Home, and it's got a little tagline on the top. And so for me, it's welcome and happy house hunting. And then I tell them a little bit about what the portal is. And then if you have a video at the bottom, you can push video and they can watch that little video for you. So set up your One Home settings, set up your email signature, set up your header and footer, and set up your information. So the two things that I recommend that you do in all of the different MLSs is go to the settings tab, click on my information, header and footer, email signature, one home. The second thing I recommend is from the settings, you click on the portal notification settings, register your phone number, and set up these so you get the notification settings. So if you're spending all this time at the open house and you're creating gateways for people, what they see when they enter the gateway should matter to you. You should care about what they see when they see the gateway. And if they're favoriting things, you want to make sure that you're getting those real time. So those are the two things that I want to talk about as part of the MLS, as part of the open house day. Anybody have any questions regarding any of this? You all feel pretty good about it? Good. I have some slides here to help you later. Here are the settings on the information tab. Don't forget to upload your header. Here are the settings for the portal notification settings that I think you should set up and how you should set them up. And then the portal profile where you set up the subject and the MLS portal and the text that I put in that opening page. You can make whatever you want, but you should make it something unique to you. Leor.
Jack, who can I talk to if I have issues with that kind of stuff?
The MLS. You have to call the actual MLS
No, no,
themselves.
no. Like the banners, my banners say Metro. They don't say what Metro.
They
Or
say what?
they just say Metro. They don't say what Metro. It's not.
Yeah, so you don't talk to anybody about that. You actually deal with it yourself. And let me show you
Okay.
how, and I will share with you guys all. That is a setting that we set, that you set as an agent. So when you originally set up, you were supposed to set your metro, and if you didn't set your metro, then you're right. It's not going to know, and so
I
you
think I
have
did.
um, it doesn't have the metro. So for those of you who might be experiencing the same thing as Leor is, you have to go into your settings and make sure that all your settings are right. Okay, so you're going to go to your .me dashboard, and we're going to go to Cesium. No, we're going to go to Samarium. Samarium is everything about you in marketing. Cesium is everything about listings and marketing. Remember, Cesium is CS is the atomic symbol for it, coming soon. It's a whole thing. So that's what Cesium is about. Samarium is all about you. So there is a token badges section. And on the token badges section, you get to upload your own photo. It will take it through AI and it will remove the background. And then you can select whatever background and whatever token you want. After you've done that, click render and then click build media kit. And it's going to rebuild your entire media kit that you have in the .me. So if you have your photo on signs and you don't like that photo on your signs, then you're going to come here, upload the new headshot, and then you're going to click render, and it will be build out an entirely new media kit. If you change your friendly name, if you change your phone number, anything changes, you just come up here, click build media kit. It's going to throw it into a stack, and within an hour, every single one of those documents will have been replaced, as well as your social media tab. Good to go?
Are
All
you
right.
asking me? No. It still didn't answer my. I can't change the Metro from here.
Okay, so click.
I do have a setup for the Metro already. It says Killeen Temple, but on the media it doesn't.
When you batch your new media kit out, it's going to give you all new media based on your settings. So if your new Metro says Colleen, then when you batch out your new media kit, everything will be there. And if you have any other questions regarding that, Leor, get with Miguel and he'll put you on screen share and he'll walk you through it. But
Thank
this
you.
is all self-serve, so you shouldn't need any of our staff for it, but they're here if you do need help. So you should all know help desk, help desk, help desk. If you need any help, we love to help, and we've got staff standing by to assist you. So, Leor, if you had that question before, I would have expected that you already went to our help desk and already had that answered because we want to help you. We want to make sure that all of this is right. All right. Thank you for asking the question, Leor. So, your settings in the matrix, your header, the portal notification settings, your portal profile with your note, and then your email signature. All things that you want to make sure that you have set up in all of your different MLSs that you have. The National Association of Realtors has created a set of best practices for us, especially from the Newsday report. How many of you actually watched the video homework regarding the Newsday report? We watched the first about 8 minutes of it in class, but it was a 35-minute video. Did all of you watch that video for Newsday? All right. So you saw, and I saw many of you putting the homework in teams about what you learned from the rest of that video and kind of how that made you feel about our profession as a real estate agent and what you think the consumers think about us after watching that. So that's why these awards that we get for best of the best, where consumer choice awards really matter to us because it means that the consumers picked us. It separates us from the rest. It shows that we're different and that we care, and that's a really big deal. And so, out from the Newsday report, the National Association of Realtors provided us several best practices that we as real estate agents to make sure that we're getting it right at the open houses. To register or attempt to register all visitors, which we have our registration form and paper so that we're at least making an attempt to do that. Offer the same services to every visitor that comes to the open house. We're not going to cherry pick. We're gonna make an effort to have the same script with every person and take everyone through the same dialogue so that if you're getting secret shopped and you have a conversation with one person and then have absolutely no conversation with someone else, that is the separate treatment. So we have to treat everyone the same. We have to follow up with all of the visitors equally that has collected information. So we shouldn't do an open house and then ghost everyone and never call them again. So, especially if you're calling one person and not everyone. So, making sure that you put the person in the CRM and that you're putting them in the appropriate pipeline and calling them. And give the same information to every buyer. Having an information packet that you can provide buyers that they all walk away with the same information. And it is 4:48, so you're going to be getting out a couple of minutes early, about 10 minutes early. We always get out 10 minutes early, and the idea is for you to make 20 connections, for you to call 20 people.
The most well-known, most referred, become the most well-known, most referred agent in your entire market. I have a challenge for you this week. All right, you ready? Every day this week, I want you to follow 20 new people in your local community on social media. Coffee shop owners, doctors, interior designers, people who are connected to the area you serve. I bet you've never done that before. We actually had a plan and a strategy every day to create 20 new relationships through social by following them. Every time one of those people follow you back, send them a personalized DM. Introduce yourself, tell them you love what they're doing, and show genuine interest in their business. If they respond, set up a quick call or coffee chat and look for ways to collaborate. Super, super easy. Everyone wants to do more business, especially with people who can refer them business. How can you scratch their backs so they can scratch yours? Maybe it's hosting an open house with pastries or something sponsored by a local bakery you connected with. Maybe it's working with private workout events with your VIP clients and a local gym owner. Anything is possible. By Sunday, you won't just have potentially up to 140 new followers. You'll have started relationships with people who can refer you to their friends, clients, and family. Try it.
I love it. So we talked about that earlier in Mega about reaching out to some base pastry companies and bringing their pastries to your open house with a little tent card that says it's from a local business. And when people come in, that you've got your cookies and the house smells like cookies, but you also have pastries from a local business. Supporting your local small business is a really big deal. A lot of them are home owners or people who are in the position to buy commercial buildings and purchase homes. It is a good connection for you to have. And so you're a small business owner, you connect one-to-one. That's a good reason for you to get involved in the chamber. But I love this video and I think that you guys should be doing it. One last thing that I want to talk about So this is something that one of my clients taped to their door because we had a scenario where they decided that they wanted to wait, pull their house on the market and wait for 3 months and put it back on the market. So we had to withdraw the listing. When you withdraw a listing, you are not supposed to go knock on their door. An expired listing and a withdrawn listing is two very different things. Does everyone know the difference between a withdrawn listing and an expired listing? Okay. So expired means your listing ran out and you're no longer in a relationship with that seller anymore. Your listing ran out and they're a free agent to go hire anyone. So real estate agents follow expired agents. They follow expired MLSs. So if the MLS expired, they're going to check to see what MLS is expired this week, and they're going to go send an expired packet out, knock on the door, and see if they're interested in hiring them as an agent because they don't have an agent now. That's different from withdrawn. Withdrawn means the agent withdrew it, but when the agent withdrew it, it was before the listing expired, which means that likely there's still a listing agreement underlying. A buyer and a seller can breach their agreements. It doesn't destroy the agreement. It just means that they breach the agreement. A seller can say, I want you to pull the property out of the MLS. And when they do that, they breached it. Now, if they want to do something like my particular seller did, where they always want to pull it off the market and put it back on the market later, that's okay. What I did in that scenario is I sent an amendment to my listing agreement and I extended it for another year so that they were represented by me for a longer period, right? But we're just pulling it out of the MLS and we're taking it off the MLS. They had more than 50 real estate agents coming and knocking on their door. You're not supposed to knock on the door for a withdrawn listing, only an expired. And so they put this on their door. And it said, are you, uh, I actually missing part of this thing. It said, if you are not Jack Stapleton, do not knock. We're not interested in a new realtor. Jack is our realtor. Thank you. And that was on their door. So I took a picture of it because I thought that was cute. The same thing is going to happen if you schedule an open house. If you schedule an open house in the MLS, the world's going to know about it. You can't cancel an open house. You cannot cancel an open house. The show must go on because what's going to happen is people are not going to know that you canceled it. The 70%, they don't have an RSVP list where they signed up. They went to realtor.com and they looked at a screen and they looked at a photo and a profile and it said open house Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. They wrote something down on a piece of paper and they're coming. There's no way for you to know who that person is or for you to send them a notification that the open house was canceled. So they're going to drive by the home. They're likely to come to the house and likely go knock on the door. And so you really have a problem if you have to cancel an open house because people are still going to come and knock on the door and then they're going to be frustrated. Frustrated at you that they drove all the way out to the property, knocked on the door, and nobody was there. So you're going to start getting calls. So I want you to think very seriously about what it means to cancel an open house. And a lot of buyers have come to find this situation. They arrive at a property and there's a pending sign, or it says under contract, and the open house has been canceled. And now they look at that sign and they're not happy with you. They're not happy with the whole situation because they just wasted their time. And so if the property goes pending, continue with the open house. Let the seller know, hey, let's continue marketing the property. We have the right to do it. You're not under any obligation in the listing agreement to continue marketing the property, but you should because you can get a backup offer. And so if the open house has been advertised, you should make good on the open house because people are going to come, especially the grand open houses. All right, so that is officially marks the end of our module 8. Lots of information today. You all did very, very well. Friday's class is new home construction. It's a little bit of tweak on new construction because obviously, like everything else with Mega, it comes with wisdom in actually being out there in the world and selling. So it closely follows the National Association of Realtors NHC certification, but it does have some other elements in it and has been updated for the world. Monday's class is bulletproof transactions, and that's a really big day, Monday's class. So Friday is sort of we're going to push the pause because right now we've talked a lot about working with buyers and working with sellers, but when we work with a buyer on new construction, it's different. It really is different. And so I want to go through an entire day of specifically working with buyers on new construction. And then once we get through that, because we've already spoken about meeting a buyer at a property in a driveway and all of that, we're going to do things a little bit different on Friday about new construction. And then once we're done with that, then we will be ready for contract to close, which is our Monday's class. All right, good. I'm going to stick around for a few minutes and answer all the great questions that you have. I'm sure Lisa's got some things to talk to you about. So, Lisa, I'll turn it over to you, and then I'm going to stick around for about 10 minutes and be available if you have questions. And then, but you are officially class dismissed after Lisa has an update.
Yes, quick update. Tomorrow for Mega Minis is our business plan. So we have Kylie from Key Title. She has an amazing business plan to help you really understand how to put that together. You don't want to miss Mega Minis tomorrow, and we will have an opportunity at the end of that to go over our UVPs again. So that's all I've got.